Hello everyone, and welcome to Fictional Vortex. So we are back with an interesting movie on what if Naruto become a Velociraptor the Dino King. But before we start, I just want to remind you to please subscribe to my channel and hit the like button if you enjoy my content. Let's start the story. Hibiki was a good man, and he was going to do a good deed for Konoha even if no one would ever know it was him. He was going to have a hand in ridding Konoha of the Kyuubi. Hibiki had been planning on visiting some of the coastal cities ever since the Kyuubi attacked almost a year ago. He wanted to get away for a while and not have constant reminders of that horrible night. However, about a month ago his older brother had come up with a crazy scheme to get rid of the demon once and for all. His brother was going to sneak past the Anbu guarding the orphanage, grab the demon, and sneak it out of Konoha, to the rendezvous spot a few miles from the Anbu perimeter around Konoha. Normally the idea of sneaking past multiple sets of Anbu guards would be crazy, but his brother was not only a shinobi, but an Anbu himself. As planned, his brother showed up with a crate with the demon in it. His brother couldn't kill it himself or be around to see it, for fear an Inuzuka would smell the demon's blood on him. As such, he'd originally wanted Hibiki to wait till he was gone and kill the demon child. However, Hibiki couldn't do it. He knew he couldn't and told his brother such. Even if it was just a disguise, that the demon wasn't actually a child, he could never bring himself to kill a child. So his brother told him to take the crate with him and when he reached the sea the next day throw it in the ocean as the tide was pulling out. That way he wouldn't see it at all, and wouldn't be tricked into second-guessing what they were doing. He wouldn't have to hear it either, because his brother had managed to get his hands on some papers with silencing eels so that the demon couldn't alert the Anbu guarding it. With no words exchanged between them, he took the sealed crate from his brother and left. Karina was a summons and a Velociraptor. She was currently staying on Isla Sorna with a pack of non-summons Velociraptors with her sister Mira. She and Mira were going for a walk near the beach when they heard it crying from what sounded like a human baby. Only sparing the time to glance quickly at each other, they took off towards the sound. Arriving at the section of beach the cries were originating from, they both looked around and immediately noticed that the only thing on the beach was a crate. Giving the beach a second glance to confirm that nothing else was around, they moved towards the crate. On closer inspection they noticed what looked to have at one point been sealing papers attached to both the lid and the rest of the crate. Being mindful of their claws, they carefully opened the crate, revealing a small blonde baby wrapped in a blanket with the name Naruto embroidered on it, who upon having the bright sunlight hit her began crying even louder. Cringing at the new volume, Mira turned to her sister and asked, "What should we do? If she keeps crying like that she'll surely attract predators, and while I'm fairly certain we can handle most of them, we can't handle them all. And we can't just leave her here either. She'll defiantly die. I would have been furious if you'd even dared suggest we leave the poor girl. And she's most likely hungry. She'll probably stop crying if we feed her. Yeah, but from my admittedly limited understanding, humans can't eat much when they're young. And even full-grown humans can't eat raw meat or certain fruits and stuff. I'm aware of that, Mira." Karina paused, weighing their options before coming to a decision. "Dispel yourself and go ask Blue if she knows what to feed her. And tell her that if she even thinks about abandoning the little one, I'll maim her. The fact she was stuffed in that crate means she's probably already been abandoned once." She added the last bit darkly, looking ready to kill something. "But Karina, what if something attacks while I'm gone?" Seeing her sister turn an angry, affronted look at her, she hurriedly added, "It isn't that I doubt your ability to protect yourself, but keeping yourself and someone else safe simultaneously is another matter entirely." Mostly appeased, Karina calmed down before replying, "I know that, but Blue would know more than we do. And I'd rather risk this than accidentally kill the little one, because we feed her the wrong thing. Don't bother arguing with me, I've made up my mind. Besides, the longer you linger the sooner something else will show up. And something will show up with the way she's crying, so I suggest you just go and be quick about it." Grumbling under her breath, she didn't argue, realizing that not only was her sister incredibly stubborn, but also right. She left news and baby care. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And you guys are crazy. I went to bed and woke up 9 hours later to find 12 follows and 13 faves on this story. So I decided I'd update with a new chapter. I would I something about suffering through my crappy writing, but you people brought this on yourselves. Oh, and there's going to be a time skip next chapter. Sarutobi Hiruzen was feeling more like he was 150 years old instead of his actual age of 57. His Anbu had discovered Naruto was missing at 4 in the morning, and had promptly woken him up to inform him. It was now 6 hours later, and they had only found who had taken her from her crib. The man still wasn't talking about what he'd done with her, and Hiruzen was beginning to suspect the worst. Gazing out the window of his office, he could only wonder at how Minato would react if he knew how the villagers treated his daughter. Minato may have been kind and gentle most of the time, but he could be as ferocious as a dragon when it came to people he loved. I wonder sometimes if he would have even bothered to stop the Kyuubi if he knew the way they'd treat Naruto. Hiruzen contemplated for a few more minutes before he blanched. Jiraiya was going to kill him. Jiraiya had wanted to stay and raise Naruto, both because he loved his goddaughter, and because when he accepted being named her godfather he'd promised Minato that should anything ever happen to Kushina and him, he'd raise her himself. Under normal circumstances he would have happily let Jiraiya even help him, but the circumstances weren't normal. Konoha was suffering heavy casualties and was weakened considerably. If Iwa or Kumo realized how weak they were, they might try to capitalize and destroy Konoha. So he'd had no choice but to send Jiraiya as their spymaster out to keep appearances up. Iwa and Kumo would know they were weakened. A village couldn't fend off a Biju and come out perfectly fine, but that didn't mean they needed to know just how weakened Konoha was. Jiraiya had argued with him for hours. They both knew that this assignment would make him leave for years and probably wouldn't leave enough time to visit even briefly. They also knew that traveling with someone in Jiraiya's line of work was no place for a child. In essence, Jiraiya would have to leave Naruto and not see her even once for Kami knows how long. Understandably, he'd been furious at the very idea. However, he also understood the importance of what his sensei was asking, so after arguing for a few hours he'd given in, but only after making Hiruzen promise he'd make sure she was safe. And now he'd broken that promise. And Jiraiya would brutally slaughter him. So with extreme weariness, he grabbed a piece of paper to write Jiraiya to inform him of what had happened to his beloved goddaughter. Jiraiya was walking along the street of the town he was staying in for a while, when someone slipped a note into his pocket. Heading back to the room he rented, he quickly put up privacy seals before opening the note. Jiraiya, Naruto has been kidnapped. Here Jiraiya paused as first horror then fury swept through him. My Anbu managed to find the man who took her, but so far he is NT saying anything to T and I about what he did with her. I'm ashamed to admit the man who took her was one of our own Anbu, but after T and I is done with him he will be executed publicly. I've decided that should we be able to recover Naruto, a public execution might deter anyone else who wishes her harm. I know you most likely want to come back and help find her, but Konoha is still too weak for you to do that. I also know you are furious with me, and I am sorry. I thought she'd be safe with 6 Anbu guarding her, but it appears I was wrong. I will keep you informed. Till then I know it will be difficult, but concentrate on your work. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya stared at the letter for several minutes, trying to comprehend that his goddaughter wasn't safe, was kidnapped by one of their own Anbu. After staring at the damned paper for some while he crumpled the offending object and set it on fire with a weak Kaden jutsu. Concentrate on my work. How could sensei honestly expect me to concentrate on anything when my little Naru is missing? Finally losing his composure and giving a frustrated yell, he roughly raked his hands through his hair. With a frustrated groan, Jiraiya set about trying to figure out what to do. He hadn't felt this useless since he was a kid. Karina was tired. Mira had come back, but Blue and Delta were with her. Delta had immediately begun arguing with her about taking care of the child. After arguing for several minutes, and her almost attacking Delta, she backed off realizing that Karina wouldn't be convinced. Afterwards Blue started helping her take care of Naruto's other needs while Delta and Mira went to get her food. Half an hour later Mira and Delta returned. While Blue was helping Mira prepare her food, Delta slowly approached Karina to get a look at the child she was carefully rocking, being mindful of her claws and making shushing noises towards. Delta hadn't thought getting involved with the thing was a good idea, but now that she wasn't arguing or getting food, she found herself mildly curious about the things she hadn't even bothered to spare a glance for earlier. After examining the baby, she asked, "So this is the little human you and Mira are so enamored with?" "Huh, her name is Naruto. You two named it?" Delta asked incredulously. "No, her name was on her blanket. At least we assume it's her name." "Oh." After a brief pause in which she studies the child again, she grudgingly admits, "It's kinda cute I guess, but it's ridiculously loud." Delta hurries to add the last bit, not wanting Karina to think she actually liked the thing. "She is, isn't she?" Karina replies, gazing fondly at the little bundle. "And she was louder earlier when we first found her, but that was just because she was hungry and thirsty and probably scared." Delta stared wide-eyed at Karina for a few seconds. "I can't believe the thing can get louder. And are you seriously getting attached to it already?" Karina paused, thinking about the question for a minute before admitting, "Yes, I do believe I am." After that there had been a bit more discussion, with Mira and Blue joining in after they finished making Naruto's food, and she started carefully feeding her. Later, with Blue and Delta for backup, they'd return to the non-summons pack they were staying with. At first the other Velociraptors had thought Naruto was food, but eventually, after a lot of growling, hissing, snapping their jaws, and clawing at any who tried to eat or harm her, they understood she was a new pack member instead of food. Which brings us back to now. After dealing with taking care of Naruto, arguing with Delta, and showing the non-summons that Naruto wasn't lunch for the baby Velociraptors, Karina was tried. However, she couldn't go to sleep just yet. Mira, Delta, Blue, and her had agreed to sleep in shifts just in case the other Velociraptors hadn't been as convinced as they thought. And so with a tried sigh she settled down to be first shift of the night. Delta had insisted she be first since she was the one who wanted to take care of the child. Training and contemplation. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And this FIC isn't going to have a fixed update schedule. It's basically going to be whenever I'm in the mood. However, as I mentioned in the previous chapter, I woke up to find it had gotten a bunch, in my opinion anyway, of follows and faves. So after freaking out, I was really in the mood to write more. I didn't want to put a time skip in the middle of a chapter, so I broke the last chapter where it was in. I'm just gonna start the time skip in this one, which I was going to write tomorrow, but I'm still too excited to wait, so you guys get the chapters within 24 hours. Also, as for the pouch or Naruto wearing cloths and stuff, the toads do, and while they don't have claws to make things difficult, I imagine that if they can make cloths and stuff, the Velociraptors could figure out it was around their claws and make them if they wanted. So I'm going with the idea that Karina and the others get things like cloths for Naruto from the other summons. Oh, by the way, another time skip next chapter. 3 years later, Naruto was currently moving as silently as she could towards her prey. Her mother, Karina, and aunts, Mira, Blue, and Delta were giving her a practical lesson on hunting. Shifting her grip on the daggers she made from the upper arm bone and toe claws of a dead Velociraptor from the pack, she tensed her muscles to strike. Pausing to make sure her mother and aunts were in position, and that there were no other predators around, she launched herself at her prey. Landing on its back, she quickly stabbed her left dagger into its shoulder to use as a grip, then began stabbing it in the neck with her right dagger. She could see and hear her family attacking their prey as well, but didn't let herself get distracted lest she get thrown off. Their prey was soon dead. Naruto opened her pouch and pulled out a scroll, quickly unsealing some large leaves and placed them on the ground. Her Aunt Charlie had gotten her the pouch for her birthday last year. She quickly carved into the sea reacher and started cutting off large slabs of meat to wrap in the leaves and seal away to cook later. While she was doing this, she asked her mother, "So, how'd I do?" "You did very well, Naruto. You could still improve. In multiple places actually, but you did extremely well for this only being your third hunt." She spared a quick glance towards her mother to give her a beaming smile. "Really? Arigato, Ka-chan." After finishing getting her food, wrapping it in the leaves, and sealing it away in a seal specifically designed to preserve food, she backed away to let her family eat their fill. Naruto didn't know a bunch of seals. She was only 4 after all, but the Velociraptor summons taught her ones they knew would be useful to her. She'd signed the Velociraptor contact on her 3rd birthday. A present from Aunt Blue, who was the summon's boss. And the Velociraptors were always teaching her stuff they thought she'd find useful, a jutsu that permanently made her teeth sharp like a velociraptor. A weak Kaden to make a fire so she could cook her own food, how to channel chakra to her legs so she could keep up with the pack instead of having to be carried, and some other tricks to just generally make her life easier. Of course that wasn't all she knew. Her mother was in the process of teaching her how to read, write, and do basic math. Writing was coming a bit easier than reading due to her practice with coping seals. After all, you didn't need to understand a seal array to copy and use it, just to copy it exactly. Her reading wasn't terribly far behind though. She got practice W. Her mother or one of her aunts helped her read a scroll the raptors let her borrow and study from. They had quite a few scrolls too, though currently she was studying chakra control exercises and basic sealing. Noticing her family was almost done eating, Naruto dragged herself out of her thoughts. Once everyone was done, Aunt Blue turned to look at her and asked, "Ready to go, Naruto? Or do you need to rest? The fight may have been short, but you're young and it was probably taxing for you." "I'm fine, but I am hungry, so can we hurry home so I can cook my food?" "If you're sure, then let's not waste time." Arriving back home, they went straight past the clearing the pack used as a nest, and to the cave right next to it where Naruto and the summons slept. Upon entering, Naruto immediately grabbed some of the wood she kept stockpiled inside, and started arranging it in her fire pit. After she finished setting up the fire, she decided she would make some stew instead of just cooking some of the meat on sharpened sticks. Naruto often wandered around the beach she mother found her on, with one of her family always with her, of course. Isla Sorna was dangerous, because of this she often found things that had drifted to shore. If it was useful or could be made into something useful, she took it back with her. One such thing was a piece of metal so bent it had been easy to bend it furt her into one of those human cooking things her Aunt Blue told her about, a pot. Quickly putting water into the pot and hanging it on the hook jutting out from a sturdy piece of wood wedged into a crack in the cave floor. She pulled out her scroll, unsealed some of the meat, grabbed some of the crushed and or dried plants she prepared a couple days ago, and set about making her meal. As she was doing all this, she asked her mother, "You said there were places I could improve. I'm sure this will affect my training, so what will we be focusing on?" "Your stealth could use a bit more improvement. While your strength still needs to improve quite a lot, but you're young, it's to be expected. You're fairly good when it comes to speed, so that training will temporarily be dialed down. And you need to practice more with your daggers. I'm going to be spending more time training than usual, aren't I? I can't exactly put more effort into it considering I already give it my all. For now, yes, on. CE your other skills are on par with your speed, we'll bring your training up a notch." "Okay, Ka-chan." Tsunade was sharing a drink with Jiraiya. It was around the time of year her cousin's child had gone missing. Not many knew it, but Kushina was her cousin, and not like how some of the clans called any relatives not immediately related cousin, but their fathers were siblings cousin. After the Kyuubi broke free and attacked Konoha, Jiraiya had sought her out and told her of Minato and Kushina's deaths. He'd asked her if she would return and take care of their child. She'd promptly hit him over the head and told him he didn't need to ask because she would have done it anyway. However, upon arriving, she found that her sensei had understandably hidden Naruto's heritage. Both Minato and Kushina had numerous enemies after all. On the downside, this made for quite a problem. With no known shinobi parents, Naruto was under the jurisdiction of the Civilian Council. The Civilian Council would hear none of her getting custody of Naruto, even after she threatened that if they didn't she would leave Konoha and only return if Naruto herself asked her to, or needed her. They hadn't taken her seriously till they realized she'd already been gone for a week. Then almost a year after that, Jiraiya had tracked her down again and explained what was going on. She'd headed back to Konoha as quickly as she could to help in any way she could. After getting further details from her sensei, she had gone straight to T&I and told the bastard who took her pseudo-sister's daughter exactly what she was going to do to him if he didn't tell her where Naruto was. She didn't know it, but some of the things she said still gave some of the T&I people nightmares. Finding out that her pseudo-niece was likely already dead had horrified her. Afterwards she grew so furious that it Took Shizune bodily putting herself between Tsunade and the bastard to get her to stop beating him before she killed him. The only reason he'd survived getting hit not just once but multiple times by Tsunade was because she was so furious she couldn't properly control her chakra, and thus couldn't enhance her strength properly. Even then Shizune had to heal him so he wouldn't die. She hadn't wanted to, but she knew her sensei would never heal him. Tsunade had in fact been so furious she hadn't even noticed that she had a considerable amount of blood on her from the hits she did get in. Shizune managed to clean her up before she did noticed, and added a mental breakdown to her emotional rollercoaster. Afterwards all T&I had to do to get everything else he knew out of him was threaten to bring Tsunade back in. A month later Tsunade finally got what she'd waited around for, to see the bastard and his brother be executed. Hiruzen had decided to execute them together, so she'd had to wait that long for the younger brother to return. After watching the execution she told her sensei that she'd inform Jiraiya of what happened, then she and Shizune left. After tracking down Jiraiya and telling him what happened the two went out to drown their mutual sorrows in the bottom of some sake bottles. The next day before she left Jiraiya had made her promise to keep in contact. This is where Tsunade finds herself now, sharing what had come to be an annual drink with Jiraiya around the time their beloved Naru was kidnapped and presumably killed. Oh, they certainly prayed that somehow Naruto had survived, that she was alive somewhere, but they both knew that realistically Naruto was most likely dead. With a sigh Tsunade decides that if she's capable of contemplation and reflection she's obviously had nowhere near enough to drink. Hiruzen took a long drag from his pipe as he gazed out the window, and once again contemplated Naruto's fate. He played a large part in it he knew. If he'd only found another way to protect Konoha, rather than sending Jiraiya away. If only he'd been more helpful when Tsunade had tried to get custody. If only, he seemed to think that a lot nowadays. However, he now had the answer to the question he'd asked himself 3 years ago. He knew for certain now, if Minato knew what they'd done to his child, that there had been a huge celebration the night he'd executed the two brothers, who kidnapped and probably killed Naruto, not because the brothers were dead, but because Naruto probably was. Well, he defiantly would have either destroyed Konoha himself or let the Kyuubi do it with naught but a happy, have fun. Hiruzen knew there were a small amount of people who mourned Naruto. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and himself included, but that number was tiny. As Hiruzen continued to contemplate he continued smoking his pipe and gazing out the window with a heavy heart. Kakashi, I was kneeling in front of the memorial stone once again. He was also once again mentally apologizing to his sensei for being so weak. If he hadn't been so weak that he couldn't even think about Naruto he might have prevented her death. He didn't try to fool himself. She was dead and he knew it, just as surely as he knew he was guilty of having a hand in it by not doing anything for her. He could Avenue attempted to get custody or volunteered to guard her. He could have done something. But he hadn't done anything for Sensei's daughter and now she was dead. And it was partially his fault. Sensei hated him. He knew he did, and Kakashi couldn't blame him. Meeting humans, dumb and smart. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And I think it'll be obvious to most people, but in case anyone's worried. While Naruto will be powerful, she isn't godlike or anything. She's as good as she is because if she didn't get good at the skills she was learning she probably would have died. Even with her mother and aunts around protecting her. Although now that she is well trained her mom and aunts let her go by herself sometimes. Now, and before anyone tries to hate about Naruto being shy, think of it from her perspective. She's never seen another human for as long as she can remember, and she's only 8. Of course she's gonna be shy. 4 years later, Jiraiya was gazing at the string of islands thoughtfully. You see, the fire daimyo has a distant cousin he loves more than most of his immediate relatives. This cousin's name was Nobuo. Nobuo had recently gone on a cruise on one of the daimyo's ships. With shinobi guard, of course. The guards had been keeping in contact with the mainland by sending messages through their summons. However, a few days prior something had happened to the ship. They didn't know what exactly, as one of the guards had only had enough time to send a message that the ship was sinking, and they needed to abandon it in favor of some islands they could see. And they hadn't gotten another report since. Islands that the few vague reports existing claimed to be full of horrifying creatures not seen anywhere else in the world. Islands that fishermen who fished in the area called the Islands of Death. So when the fire daimyo asked Hiruzen to send someone to see if his cousin was still alive, and if so rescue him, Hiruzen had sent Jiraiya. Jiraiya would have to water walk the rest of the way. The crew of the ship the daimyo had lent for the, hopefully, rescue mission was aware of the island's reputation. They were threatening to mutiny if anyone tried to make them go closer. And they didn't care that there was a shinobi on board who could, and would stop them. So Jiraiya had settled the dispute. He would water walk the rest of the way, the ship was to anchor itself a little further out. This was decided at the crew's tearful begging and wait for Jiraiya there. A little while later and Jiraiya found himself quietly moving along the beach looking for signs they'd landed on this particular island, above where high tide would peak of course. Most of the time Jiraiya wouldn't have bothered to sneak around just because some civilians were spooked. However, something about the island, maybe it was the reports, or the way the crew had begged with tears in their eyes to be even a little further away, set Jiraiya on edge. So Jiraiya was sneaking to the best of his ability, and keeping his senses on full alert, both for clues about Nobuo and any lurking danger. Didn't stop the hairs on the back of his neck from standing up in that distinct feeling he was being watched. Naruto was curious. A couple days ago some humans had come to shore, looking a bit worse for wear, and talking about not being able to send messages because he3 with summoning contracts were dead. She'd been excited. They were humans. Actual humans. She'd never seen another human in the entirety of her memory. She hadn't approached them at first, because while she was excited, she was also nervous and a bit shy. So she'd followed them for a bit, only until they'd gone into a cave with some firewood, wanting to dry off and warm up. Naruto had run on silent, always silent. Loud usually meant dead feet all the way home to her mother. When she'd gotten to the nest she made a beeline for the cave, and immediately started spilling all she'd seen her mother and aunts so quickly they shouldn't be able to understand a word she was saying. Shouldn't, but apparently could, as her mother interrupted asking, "Wait. Other humans are on the island. When was this? You didn't talk to them, did you?" "Yes, Ka-chan, other humans, less than an hour ago, and no, I didn't talk to them, I didn't even let them know I was there." "Good, I know you're excited that there are other humans, and I'm not even going to bother trying to tell you to stay away from them. You just disobey, but don't let them see you unless I say it's okay. They might try to hurt you. Do you understand?" "Yes, Ka-chan, I understand." "Good, now take us to where these humans were, so we can get a look at them." Her mother had eventually decided they weren't a threat. ND told her she could speak to them if she wished, but to keep her guard up if she did, it was better to be safe rather than sorry. She'd only managed to muster the courage to talk to them when they'd unknowingly been about to enter a Tyrannosaurus Rex nest. The T-Rex wasn't there at the time, but it was undoubtedly close. So she'd made herself known to them, and tried to warn them. When they didn't listen to her, and a few minutes later she heard blood-curdling screams, she merely grimaced, and went home knowing her mother would kill her if she picked a fight with a T-Rex. Now 3 days after they died, another human was on the island. And just like the others she was following him around, watching him curiously. He, unlike the others, was trying to be stealthy. He was fairly good at it too. Obviously he either knew or had a feeling about the dangers of Isla Sorna. After a while of him walking down the beach, and her watching from the tree line, he finally seemed to find what he was looking for. He looked like he was following a trail as he moved away from the beach, and into the forest. About an hour and a half of him following a trail, and her following him, and they'd come to a large multi-species herd of herbivores. She noticed he was gaping at the herd, and remembered that her mother said that the animals in the rest of the world were far different than the ones on the island. After a while though, she felt it. The familiar vibration under her feet indicating a T-Rex was coming, and it was headed this way fast. Thinking for only a few seconds, she quickly decided she wouldn't let him die like the foolish humans a few days ago. With that in mind she launched herself at him. He started to turn towards her. However, he'd only just started to turn towards her when she slammed into his back, knocking him to the ground with a sharp, "Get down. Who the hell are you? Shut up and don't move." Or do you wanna get us both killed? She hissed back. Before he could answer, the T-Rex burst into the area, already chasing down the now fleeting herd. It wasn't long before it managed to knock one of them over, and a fight quickly broke out between the T-Rex and its potential meal. Come on. Trust me, we don't wanna be around if the T-Rex wins. The man, suddenly not nearly as argumentative as before, and also rather pale now, nodded his head rapidly. Getting off his back, both of them climbed to their feet, and with a small burst of chakra each jumped into the trees, and vacated the area quickly. Jiraiya was staring at the back of the girl's head. They'd been moving for a while now, and he'd only just calmed down enough to try and get a good look at the girl who apparently saved him. He couldn't though, because the girl was ahead of him. All he knew about her was this: 1. She was a girl. He could tell from her voice earlier. 2. She was a child and a blonde. This was obvious just by looking at her. 3. Incredibly, she most likely lived on this island, that is if the way she knew that creature was coming, and seemed to know her way around this island was any indication. It made him wonder what kind of person she was to live on an island that could make full-grown men beg with tears streaming from their eyes just to get even a little bit further away. 4. And probably most shocking, she had saved his, one of the Sanin, life. Admittedly, he probably wouldn't Avenue needed saving if he'd realized that thing was coming. Still, he didn't, and she'd saved him. Abruptly she stopped, so he did as well, whispering to her, "What is it? Another one of those things, or something else equally as dangerous?" Scanning the area rather than turning to face him, she replied at a volume only slightly quieter than most considered normal, but certainly not whispering. "First of all, I can understand why you are. But you don't need to whisper. I stopped us because we should be relatively safe now." Relatively? He immediately interrupted wearily. "Nothing is ever truly safe on Isla Sorna. Back to what I was saying. Secondly, not much on this island even comes close to a Tyrannosaurus. Don't misunderstand though. There are some things that can challenge them, meaning they're not truly safe either. Admittedly, the biggest threat to a Tyrannosaurus is probably another Tyrannosaurus, but still." Seeming to finally be satisfied by her scan of the area, she nodded to herself, and finally turned to face him. Immediately Jiraiya felt like Tsunade had reached into his chest, grabbed his heart, and gave it what she considered a moderate squeeze. He may not have recognized the hair alone, but in conjunction with those sky blue eyes, and oh so familiar whisker marks, well, it might have taken him a minute find his voice, and when he did it may have started off a bit squeaky, but he managed to choke out, "Naruto, you're alive. We all thought those two bastards managed to kill you." Naruto took a quick step back in shock when he said her name, since she hadn't told him it. Then stared at him in wide-eyed shock for a minute, before hesitantly asking, You knew me before I came to the island?" "Yes, Naruto." Here he hesitated briefly. "Your father was my student, and was the closest thing to a son I ever had. And you were like a granddaughter to me, before you were kidnapped. You knew my parents, and I was kidnapped. I knew them very well. They were part of my family in all but blood. And yes, you were kidnapped." He hesitated again but decided that she deserved to know why this had happened to her. "You see, well, do you know what the Biju are?" "Yes. But what's that got to do with why I was kidnapped?" "I'm getting there. You see, the night you were born, our village, Konoha no Sato, was attacked by the Kyuubi. I don't know if you know this, but the Biju are beings of pure chakra. And you obviously can't kill chakra. So instead the Yondaime sealed the Kyuubi away in a newborn. He sealed it in you. One of his last requests was that you be seen a hero for being the person who kept the Kyuubi back and the village safe. However, when people suffer losses, they often become angry along with their sadness, and when people are angry and sad, they want someone to blame. Now you'd think they'd blame the Kyuubi, who was the one who actually caused their pain, but the thing about wanting someone to blame is it's not quite as satisfying if they're not around for you to make suffer. So though they did, and still do, hate the Kyuubi, they also hated you. Due to this hatred, almost a year after the Kyuubi attack, 2 people from the village tried to kill you. By having one of them kidnap and smuggle you out of the village, and the other throw you, inside the crate they used to smuggle you out, into the ocean as the tide pulled out. We caught the one who kidnapped you a few hours after he handed you off to his brother, but by the time we got him to talk it was too late. Naruto was silent for a few minutes, taking all he had said in. She abruptly realized she didn't know his name, so absently asked, "What's your name, by the way?" "You know mine, but I don't know yours." "Jiraiya. My name's Jiraiya." "Jiraiya. Huh, well it's nice to meet you, Jiraiya." Here Jiraiya's stomach growled. When a minute later Naruto's joined in, she added, "I guess it's time to go get some food." "Come on. You can come back to the cave with me, and I'll make some food. Although I should warn you, the pack might think you're their food at first." Setting his wide-eyed look, she quickly rushed to add, "But don't worry, it'll be easy enough to make them realize you aren't." "Ka-chan had to do it with me." Here Jiraiya paused, then, "Ka-chan. I suppose you weren't even a year old. Someone had to have raised you, but the reports said this island was uninhabited by humans. Sure you're here, but this place doesn't seem like somewhere people would want to settle down." At this point he frowned as he realized something, "And if whoever raised you lives with other people, why would they want to eat me? And why'd you call them the pack?" "Because Ka-chan and the pack aren't human. They're velociraptors. Ka-chan is a summons. She and Aunt Mira were staying with a non-summons pack when they found me on the beach. You were raised by animals. I mean, I know you said they were summons, but still." "Yes, I was. Now come along or I'll leave you behind." With that she turned and began jumping from branch to branch, moving away, Jiraiya only a bit behind her, which she was glad about. She wouldn't have really left him behind. Oh no, she had way too many questions for him to do that. But it wouldn't be prudent to say one thing then do the opposite. A while later in the cave, Naruto was once again making stew, though she was making twice as much as she usually did since Jiraiya was there. She had been right. She'd needed to do quite a bit of growling, and swiping one of her daggers at a few members of the pack to get them to leave Jiraiya alone. Afterwards, when he entered the cave, she'd had a bit of explaining to do to her mother and aunts. After hearing that Jiraiya had known her name without her telling him, known her before she washed up on Isla Sorna, the Y started asking Jiraiya all sorts of questions, which led to him explaining everything he'd told Naruto. While Jiraiya had been explaining, Naruto had started making the stew, which led to now. The stew had been done for a few minutes, and Jiraiya had just finished explaining what she already knew to her family, and letting them think about what he'd told them. While they were thinking, she and Jiraiya had begun eating. Thankfully, she had spare bowls and spoons in case the ones she used broke. "Jiraiya-san," Blue began. Then, after confirming she had his attention, "Why did you even come to Isla Sorna?" "Ah, I'd forgotten about my mission. Tell me, have any of you seen some humans on this island sometime in the last week and a half?" "We did," Blue answered him. Then, before he could ask, He died when they ignored Naruto's warning about the area they were entering being a Tyrannosaurus nest. Naruto heard their screams as she left. Jiraiya had looked slightly relieved at first, then had deflated upon hearing they were dead. A shame, but it was their own stupidity that got them killed. After all, child or not, when you're in a place you know pretty much nothing about, and someone warns you're headed somewhere dangerous, it's best to heed the warning. I suppose that means my mission is over. Since I was just supposed to see what happened to them, and if they were alive, rescue them. Since they're not, I'm done." Naruto stared at him for a minute before looking down at her food and asking in a quiet voice, "Does that mean you're leaving?" "No, not just yet anyway. Naruto, I understand if you don't want to. But though few, there are people who loved you, and still do, back in Konoha. So will you come back with me?" Naruto yanked her head up to look at him for a few seconds and opened her mouth to reply. But she closed it a second later and bit her lip as her gaze flickered over her family, a look of indecision on her face. She'd always thought that there were no humans who cared for her. But now that she knew there was, she wanted to meet them. She wanted to have a chance to get to know them with every fiber of her being. But even if they weren't human, she had a family right here. Her Aunt Blue gazed at her with loving understanding, and a touch of amusement before she said, "Naruto, are you forgetting we're summons? Summons that you are a contractor of. Go ahead and go with him, sweetie. You can summon us any time for anything." That eased her worries, but she still turned her gaze to her mother, looking for her blessing to go with Jiraiya. Karina sighed. She always knew get daughter would leave the island someday, leaving in search of her past, and humans who cared for her. But she thought her daughter would be an adult when she left the nest. Or at least close to it, but she wasn't even half grown. And was already thinking of leaving. She knew her daughter could summon her, but she wanted her little girl to stay in the nest for a while longer, damn it. However, she knew how much this meant to Naruto, and how much her blessing would mean. So though she wanted her little Naru to stay with her a while longer, she wouldn't take this away from her, couldn't take this from her. With another sigh she gave her daughter a loving exasperated look, and then nodded her head. The Cyclops, the Medic, and the Shadow. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. So I'm not overly confident I have the number right, but I was able to find an expanded map of the elemental nations, expanded because the original only had like 16 countries and a lot more have been added in movies and side arcs and stuff, and I think there's 42 counties and islands in total, but I might have miscounted. So don't blow up if I got it wrong, because I shouldn't be too far off. Same with the hidden villages. Oh, and in case you don't know, mutiny isn't just used for ships, it just usually is. Tsunade was making her way to Konoha with Shizune. That morning a toad had woken them up with a note from Jiraiya. She'd been pissed to be woken up, but Jiraiya's note had said it was extremely important, so with only a little grumbling they had both gotten ready to go, and left for Konoha. If it was anyone else she wouldn't have cared how important they said it was, she would have refused to go back to Konoha. But Jiraiya and her had rekindled the bond that had been frayed by Orochimaru's betrayal and years apart. When Naruto first needed a guardian, then when she went missing. So off she went, trusting that Jiraiya wouldn't have asked her to return without a damn good reason. It would take about 2 days to get there even with the way they were hurrying, but it would have taken longer if they hadn't been near Konoha already, so Jiraiya should consider himself lucky she was in the area. Jiraiya and Naruto had just gotten off the boat that took them from Isla Sorna back to Hai no Kuni. Jiraiya wrote 2 more notes when they disembarked the ship, summoned one of his toads, and asked him to deliver one to Kakashi, and the other to the Sandaime. After the toad had left, the two started walking. She didn't know where they were going, but Jiraiya seemed to, so she was just following a step behind. After walking for a few minutes her curiosity got the better of her and she asked, "Who are Kakashi and the Sandaime? For that matter, who's Tsunade? You sent her a note before we left the island. The reason you came with me was to meet the humans who love and miss you, wasn't it?" "Pretty much, yeah. Well, that's who they are. Tsunade is your birth mother's cousin, Huff. They were more like sisters despite the age difference between them, so she sees you like a niece. Kakashi was your father's student, and your father all but raised him after his father died, so he sees you as something like an adopted little sister. And Sarutobi Hiruzen is the 3rd Hokage, hence, the Sandaime. He may have had less of a history with your parents, but in the time he took care of you after their deaths he came to see you as a granddaughter. There are a small number of people who had dealings with your parents and or respect you for the burden you carry, but those are the other 3 besides myself who spent the last 7 years contemplating what they could have done differently to protect you, and missed you greatly." "I see. So I'll get to meet them immediately then. This is good. That being said, what's a Hokage?" "Ah, Karina-san told you what a shinobi is, correct?" "Yes, a shinobi is a human that has learned how to fight, use chakra to enhance their bodies and perform jutsu. And is usually but not always affiliated with a hidden village, for which they act as both its military and are paid to complete jobs the village has accepted like mercenaries." "Well, that's a rather basic explanation of shinobi, but I suppose it covers the main points. Anyway, in the elemental nations there are 42 various countries and islands in total, not counting the string of islands you grew up on, since other than you they're uninhabited by humans. Of those 42 countries, 19 have hidden villages. Of those 19, you have what's known as the 5 Great Shinobi Counties. The title of Kage is given to a village's shinobi leader, however it's reserved for the leaders of the 5 Great Shinobi Counties, and is generally accepted as its strongest shinobi. Additionally, each of the Kage titles are unique to its country. The Hokage for Hai no Kuni, Kage for Kage no Kuni, Tsuchikage for Tsuchi no Kuni, Reikage for Kaminari no Kuni, and last but not least Mizukage for Mizu no Kuni. "Oh, okay." She lapsed into silence for a moment thinking, then, why do people become shinobi? Well, I suppose it differs from person to person, and there are a ton of reasons to become a shinobi. To protect your village and loved ones. To become powerful though, unless you have a good reason to want power. I'm not sure I agree with that reason, wanting power purely for the sake of power usually leads to corruption, or because it's a family tradition, to name a few. Why are you interested in becoming a shinobi? I would say you're behind your classmates since they've been training for 2 years. Or longer if they're from a clan, but what I saw of your skills on Isla Sorna says that you're ahead of them. I'm thinking about it. Do you think wanting to find your place and purpose in life and protect your loved ones is a good reason to become a shinobi? As for my skill set, well, there's nothing I can do but see where I'm at in comparison to where my possible classmates are, and if I'm behind, catch up. Sure, those are great reasons to want to become a shinobi. Then with a grin he adds, though I don't think your family needs your protection. Getting a shrug in return, he added a bit more seriously. And while I certainly hope Tsunade, Kakashi, the Sandame, and I can be added to your list of loved ones, I know we're not on there just yet. Glancing over at Jiraiya, she said, perhaps not. But in comparison to people who celebrated when they thought I was dead, you are off to a great start just by actually caring. She finishes by giving him a warm smile, which he happily returns. Sarutobi had been shocked when 2 days prior Tsunade had shown up out of the blue. He quickly went from shock to confusion when she told him Jiraiya had asked her to meet him there, considering he was on the mission to find out what happened to, and possibly rescue Nobuo. He wondered what Jiraiya could have possibly found out there that spurred him to ask Tsunade to come to Konoha. Now he was curious, because while he was listening to Kakashi's mission report, a courier toad had appeared and handed both him and Kakashi notes before dispelling itself. Opening the short note, he quickly read it over. Sensei, I'll be returning at 10:30 to 11 p.m. Please meet me at the gate and bring Tsunade. You're going to want to see this for yourself, and you're going to want to see it as soon as I get back. I've asked Kakashi to meet me there as well. Please make sure he's on time. Jiraiya, glancing up at Kakashi, he wearily remarked, I'm supposed to make sure you're there on time. Signing heavily, Kakashi replied, oh, very well. Jiraiya rarely asks me to be on time, so I suppose I can just this once at least. Later that night the three of them walked to the gate Jiraiya would be coming through, and waited for him. For the first 25 minutes everything had been just fine. Hiruzen had been absently smoking his pipe and trying to figure out what Jiraiya found so important. Tsunade had been gazing at the sky, her thoughts on a similar path, and Kakashi had been reading his book, not bothering to wonder as he knew he'd find out soon enough. Then Kakashi giggled perversely. Tsunade had immediately snapped her gaze to him and started to move towards him. She'd noticed him reading Jiraiya's perverted books, but had managed to ignore it till he giggled. Now she was contemplating how badly she could beat him without killing him, while walking towards him cracking her knuckles. Kakashi had put his book away and started backing away with his hands up in a placating gesture. Hiruzen had pulled his gaze from the ground at the sound of movement and cracking knuckles, then chuckled at Kakashi and Tsunade's antics, as now Kakashi and Tsunade were circling a nearby tree. Kakashi trying to get away and Tsunade trying to grab him. This was the scene Naruto and Jiraiya walked up on. When Naruto and he had crested a hill and he only saw his sensei, he'd been worried Tsunade wasn't there yet and Kakashi was late. Then he'd gotten close enough to notice that sensei was watching something off to the side and looked amused. Upon passing through the gates he'd seen Tsunade and Kakashi, and wondered what his pseudo-son's student had done this time. However, as amusing as it wasn't what was important now, so he shook his head and said, really Tsunade, I know Kakashi can be irritating, but there are more important things to discuss. He barely suppressed a grin at all three of them jerking and twitching at his sudden to them at least appearance. He had to redouble the effort when he saw them all focus immediately on him, and more importantly not notice Naruto. Yet anyway, he'd remedy that quickly. Oh, like what, Jiraiya? A miracle, he replied seriously. Then he gestured towards Naruto. He saw all three of them freeze, immediately recognizing her. Hiruzen's pipe hit the ground when his mouth gaped on shock. Tsunade looked ready to faint, and Kakashi actually stumbled back and fell on his ass. There was a small silence where the other three stared at Naruto, till she broke it when she tilted her head and proclaimed to him, these people are weird. No, Naruto. As I explained on the ship, everyone thought you were dead. They're just shocked you're alive. Stooping down and collecting his pipe, Hiruzen said, I'm not sure shocked is the word for it, Jiraiya. We should head to my house. I have a feeling it's going to be a long night, and I don't particularly want to spend it in the street. Besides, Naruto is going to need a place to stay till we figure something out anyway. Turning to the Chunin guarding the gate, he gave them his most commanding stare. He ordered them to not speak a word of what happened. After getting rapid nods from both of them, the five set off to Hiruzen's home. When Jiraiya had asked her to meet him in Konoha, she didn't know what she was expecting, but whatever it wasn't this. She never thought she would arrive and find that during the course of a mission to some islands off of Hai no Kuni, Jiraiya had found Naruto. Naruto. An alive, healthy Naruto. It boggled her mind that Naruto had not only survived the sea, but she washed up on an island, where she's been happily living and growing up since. She was a bit startled that she's been raised by a summons, but she'd heard stories of animals raising abandoned children. So it wasn't overly surprising that a species of their more intelligent counterparts had done the same. After getting the summary of Naruto's life from the girl, and the whole story of Jiraiya's time on the island, she found herself incredibly happy that Naruto had come back for the explicit purpose of meeting and getting to know her and the others. After Jiraiya and Naruto had finished telling them what happened, Kakashi mentally made a promise to Naruto, his sensei, and himself. He would do everything in his power to keep her safe this time. This was his second chance and he wasn't going to waste it. Upon hearing that though she'd come back to meet them, she was now contemplating becoming a shinobi, Kakashi had immediate shot a look at the Hokage. He continued staring till the cage had looked his way. Then he narrowed his visible eye in a way that made it abundantly clear that Kakashi would never accept anyone else but himself being her Jonin sensei. Well, he mentally amends, glancing at Jiraiya and Tsunade. He could accept one of them being her sensei too, if it came down to it, but it most likely wouldn't. Jiraiya, though he could relax a bit more and spare the time to visit occasionally now, still had his job as Konoha's spymaster to attend to. Even though they had regained some of their lost strength since the Kyuubi attack, they were still weakened. And as such he still had to be gone more often than not. Tsunade on the other hand would be difficult to get rid of, now that she knew Naruto was alive and back. However, with her back, the Hokage would probably ask her to take over the hospital, which would make her a bad candidate for a Jonin sensei as well. Considering she'd be spending so much time at the hospital, she wouldn't be able to give any team the proper amount of her time to train them adequately. So having reached a conclusion, Kakashi set his mind to getting Naruto's team, if she did become a shinobi, when she graduated. He would fight the Hokage, the Shinobi Council, and the Council Elders if he had to. Hiruzen mentally sighed at the look Kakashi gave him, then the contemplative glances he gave to Jiraiya and Tsunade. And could practically hear the line of though Kakashi's mind was going down concerning the two. He quickly reached the same conclusions Kakashi did about the two, and realized that if he even tried to give Naruto's possible team to anyone else, he'd probably have a mutiny on his hands. Hearing Naruto begin asking him various questions about the academy, and being a Konoha shinobi, he quickly refocused his attention on her. Study. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And so first of all I'm going to temporarily limit the number of chapters a day to 2. This is because my birthday is on the 30th and I want to be able to pre-write, since I'm probably not going to write anything that day. Oh, and it occurred to me when Rebmule brought it up that I forgot to mention that the story pick is what Naruto's wears and what she will continue to wear, as though I fully understand that style changes with age. That outfit was actually what she wears as an adult and teenager in my mind. And I couldn't think of what to have her wear as a child. And answering the guest who did they wanted something different, I probably didn't write it well enough to get what I was trying to say across. She's becoming a shinobi to find her purpose in the human world, and because she wants to be able to protect those she loves. Right now that just means her mother and aunts. She's hoping to add Jiraiya and the others to that list of people she wants to protect. I think if Naruto can aspire to protect people stronger than him in canon, my female Naruto can do the same with her raptor family. I hope that helps some. Naruto had been in Konoha for 2 weeks. During the first week Naruto had thought long and hard about whether or not she was going to become a shinobi. And she hadn't hesitated to ask any questions she thought of. Eventually she'd reached her decision, she'd join the shinobi ranks. Before that though she needed to attend, and graduate from, the academy. However before she could, the Sandaime needed to know where she was in terms of skill, because when starting the academy late the student wishing to join needed to have their skills and knoll DGE up to an adequate level relative to their soon-to-be classmates. During this week Jiraiya stayed as long as he could getting to know his goddaughter, but inevitably he needed to head back to work as Konoha's spymaster. He managed to stick around for almost the entire week, but had to leave on Naruto's 6th day in Konoha. Also during the week the council both civilian and shinobi realized that Naruto was not only alive, but back as well. The civilian council had been furious that she was alive and almost immediate began demanding her execution. Sarutobi had informed them that would never happen with all the authority Hokage possessed. During all this Jiraiya had taken advantage of the chaos, and taken guardianship of Naruto as her godfather, then named Tsunade her secondary guardian and primary caretaker when he was away, something that had made her insufferably pleased. And caused her to start cleaning up the Senju clan compound, so Naruto, Shizune, and herself could live there. She didn't have to worry about repairs, as Hiruzen had made sure her home stayed in good shape should she return. So by the end of the first week the house had been cleaned, slightly refurbished for their needs. And the three were moved in. The Shinobi Council on the other hand had been highly relieved, and for various reasons. Most of them respected her for the fact she and some ink on her stomach were the only things standing in between Kyuubi and Konoha, along with the rest of the world. And on top of that many of them considered one or both her parents' good friends. Tsunade of the Sannin had declared that she would only come back to Konoha for the girl, and now that Naruto was back Tsunade had a damn good reason to stay. After Naruto had been kidnapped and been presumed dead, they'd almost lost Jiraiya, the only other loyal Sannin. Naruto being alive and in Konoha would pull Jiraiya back. Lastly, when Naruto was dead, Kakashi had all but gone off the deep end, becoming worse than ever before. His bad habits became intolerable. He went from habitually being 3 hours late to 5 hours, no longer bothered to give excuses, as ridiculous as they were before, at least. He bothered or even acknowledged the reprimand more than half the time, and that was a big if he even remembered whatever meeting he was asked to in the first place. Not to mention that nowadays he hardly ever heard anyone anymore. This lack of attention had brought him back from missions in critical condition more times than someone of his caliber should. During the first 2 days of the second week, having come to her decision Tsunade and Kakashi helped her out, by testing her in all the skills her peers in the academy had been learning, to see how much makeup work she'd have to do. It would have only taken 1 day. But Hiruzen had wanted a complete evaluation of her skills, not just on the academy skills she should know, which were currently limited, and fit into 2 categories. Theoretical knowledge. History, something she knew almost nothing of, but Tsunade was already teaching her. Reading and writing, she was ahead of her peers in this category, due to her practice sealing, and reading the raptors' scrolls. Math. Naruto's mother had taught her basic math due to knowing Naruto would leave someday, and realizing Naruto would probably need it when she did, but she could use some improvement. So Shizune was tutoring her. Science, something that was practically non-existent in terms of how much Naruto knew, Tsunade was helping her with this as well. Geography. Her mother had once shown her a map of the elemental nations, but it was only once and the map had been very outdated, because the Velociraptors hadn't had a summoner in a long time, and had lost contact with the other summons over the years. So Shizune was teaching her. And finally human anatomy. The extent of what she knew was limited to personal experience, and what little the Velociraptors knew, being med. Both Tsunade and Shizune were teaching her about the human body. Kakashi was handling her practical knowledge, because Tsunade and Shizune were too busy with the hospital. The only reason they were able to teach her the theoretical stuff was because they could give her a scroll or book, tell her to read a certain section, then answer any questions Naruto had written down when they got home. Of the work for these lessons was theoretical, but since it was mostly practical, and what wasn't was reinforced by using what they learned in the academy training grounds, the lessons were labeled as practical. And included chakra control. Kakashi had learned this was something Naruto had to work extremely hard for, as the massive size of her chakra stores made it incredibly difficult to control. So they spent a good chunk of time every day practicing chakra control exercises. Taijutsu she knew, and was excellent at, the style her summons taught their contractors, but would need to learn the academy's taijutsu, which Kakashi was helping her learn. Genjutsu. Because of her poor chakra control, the best she'd ever be able to do in this area was recognize and dispel a genjutsu, so after teaching her how to do this, Kakashi left this area alone. Ninjutsu. Kakashi had quickly learned that though she didn't know a single one of the 3 basic jutsu, Naruto did know quite a few incredibly useful jutsu. Even some he'd never heard about, but she needed to know the basics, so he set about teaching her the Kiwarimi and Henge. He also got permission from the Sandaime to teach her the Kage Bunshin, since she probably would never have the chakra control required to use a regular Bunshin. Basic trap setting. Naruto understood the art of traps very well. After all, Velociraptors used it quite often in one form or another. However, she'd never set a trap with the tools shinobi used. So Kakashi had begun showing her how, and quickly discovered she absorbed everything he could think of to teach her like a sponge. And finally there was basic shinobi weaponry. This topic covered both the use and care of kunai and shuriken. Naruto knew next to nothing about it. Sure, she had her daggers and took good care of them too, but they weren't kunai, which was the closer of the 2 weapons to her daggers, and they weren't metal. So Kakashi had to start her at the very beginning and work from there. Lucky for him, she seemed to be a natural when it came to weapons, so it wasn't too difficult. Now as for her non-academy skills and physical abilities, well, this is where Naruto excelled, which was to be expected. She grew up on a ridiculously dangerous island, and while being able to chase a predator off with a small jutsu or something was nice, a large or stubborn one wouldn't fall victim to such attacks so easily. Usually such animals needed to either be snuck around or outran. Plus, when you're not busy trying to avoid being someone else's prey, being strong helped quite a bit when trying to take down your own prey. Physically, despite her age, she was faster and stronger than most Chunin, and due to how raptors hunted, she was also a more stealthy than most Jonin. While certainly no master, the years of studying seals put her at least at apprentice level, the second of the 5 levels of mastery. When Jiraiya found out she'd been studying seals, he began sending her scrolls via the toads so she could learn more. She was also incredibly good at tracking. Plus, after learning the henge, she had found that not only was she exceptionally good at it, but that she could perform a solid henge. With her testing out of the way, she set herself into a routine of spending most of the day training or studying. When she wasn't doing that, she was getting to know Kakashi, Tsunade, Hiruzen, and even Shizune, who she thought was fairly pleasant company. While she was with them, they usually taught her about human culture, as she knew very little about her fellow humans. Though when it's meet Tsunade and Shizune, she usually only got to spend time with them during breakfast, and when they got home from the hospital at 9 p.m. Similarly, Hiruzen, due to his duties as Hokage, usually only managed to spend lunch with her. But he made it count as much as he could. And so 2.5 months passed, with Naruto learning so best as she could, and getting to know the people she could at least call friends at this point. Even Jiraiya was a friend by now, as even though he'd only managed to stop by once since he brought her back, he'd spent as much time as possible when he had, even helping Kakashi train her just to spend more time with her. It also helped that the courier toads had been kept busy by their frequently exchanged letters. Not that the toads minded. They were ecstatic Naruto was found alive. Now though, those 2.5 months later, she was deemed acceptably caught up to her soon-to-be classmates. As such, Tsunade, as her secondary guardian, had filled out the paperwork. And she was to start her classes on Tuesday, meeting Sasuke and disputing thefts. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And I know last chapter was different and probably wasn't that good. But I wanted to establish Naruto's skill level, so I apologize if it was boring. And no, I'm not bashing on Sakura or Ino, they were insufferable fangirls after all, I'm just writing how they currently are. It doesn't mean I'm always going to paint them in a bad light. And while Sasuke's fangirls never got along, I could see them banding together to chase off a new girl. And Naruto doesn't have interest. Now, but she will later. Tilda laughing face. Naruto was both excited and nervous. She was finally going to start the academy today. Now when you get there, pay attention to your teacher, don't be afraid to ask questions if you don't understand something, and don't let anyone bully you. Don't start any fights either, but don't be afraid to stand up for yourself. Also, here Shizune cut the worrying Tsunade with a grin. You know Tsunade, I think you might actually be more nervous than Naruto is. But, Tsunade-chan, Shizune-chan is right. I'll be fine. Well, probably. She tacked the last part on with a bit of nervousness. Of course you'll be fine, Naruto. Don't let Tsunade's worrying get to you. She's just that, worrying. You'll see by the time school's out today, you have nothing to be nervous about. If you say so, Shizune-chan. If you don't mind going to school 30 minutes early, Shizune and I can walk you there on our way to work. Sure, it's not like I'd be spending tea time doing anything other than waiting here anyway. Then after we finish breakfast you need to get ready. Okay. 20 minutes later, the three arrived at the academy gates, and Shizune handed her a package with a smile, and a simple, "Here, I made you lunch," since I figured Tsunade would be too busy worrying to remember. At which she was proven right, when Tsunade blushed in embarrassment, ousing some of Naruto's nervousness to burn off as she couldn't help but smile in amusement. Shooting Shizune a grin, she accepted the lunch with a thank you, which was followed by a quick round of goodbyes. After that Tsunade and Shizune hurried off so they wouldn't be late. Naruto watched them go till they rounded a corner, then turned towards the academy. Hesitating for a brief moment, she entered the gates, and walked up to the building. Again she hesitated a mere moment, then walked into the building, up to the receptionist, and asked, "Excuse me. Where is Yumino Iruka's classroom?" The receptionist automatically smiled upon hearing a voice, then she scowled upon seeing who it was. Since Naruto had returned she hadn't bothered hiding at all, walking freely around. This meant it hadn't taken long for the citizens of Konoha to realize that she was alive and back. As such the receptionist recognized her immediately and sneered, "What are you doing here, you demon brat?" "I'm here for my class." "So where's Yumino Iruka's classroom?" The receptionist glared at her, finding it hard to believe the Hokage would let her become a shinobi. However, she realized the demon probably wouldn't leave her alone unless she answered her question, so she snapped, "Up those stairs 2 floors, down the hall, take a left at the first intersection, and his classroom will be halfway to the next turn. Now go the hell away." Naruto didn't bother thanking the rude woman, and instead just followed the route she received. Upon arriving she opened the door and found that other than her new teacher she was the first one there. Upon hearing the door open Iruka-sensei looked up at her, smiled, and asked, "Oh, good morning. Are you the new student I was told about?" "Yes, I'm Uzumaki Naruto. It's a pleasure to meet you, Iruka-sensei." "Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. You're a bit early, aren't you?" "My guardian walked me, but since she had work I had to come early." "I see. Well, go ahead and take a seat. There's still 25 minutes till class starts." "Okay, anywhere is fine, right?" Getting a nod in return, she sat in the middle row, next to the window, and waited for class to start. 20 minutes later almost all of her new classmates had shown up. As soon as people noticed her they started staring and whispering, wondering what was going on. Then another of her classmates had shown up. He was pale, with black hair and eyes. As soon as he walked in everyone else quieted down and started glancing between the two of them. He noticed her and stared for a minute, then made his way to her, and said, "You stole my spot. Move." When Sasuke got to class, he immediately noticed that everyone stopped talking, and started glancing between him and something else. Following their gazes he found a girl he'd never seen before sitting in his usual seat. He'd stared for a moment, then he'd made his way up to her and told her to move out of his spot. She met his gaze and calmly replied, "Iruka-sensei said any spot was fine. Which means there isn't assigned seating and this spot doesn't belong to anyone." This had left Sasuke and in fact the rest of the class as well incredibly shocked. There wasn't anything in her statement that was shocking. No, the shocking part was that she'd argued with him, Uchiha Sasuke. Very few people argued with him since his clan's massacre, and not a single girl close to his age was among those few. They all wanted to please him too much as fangirls, and the two non-fangirls he'd met were too shy to argue with him. So it was extremely shocking that she was arguing with him. Composing himself, he didn't get a chance to answer, as just then the bell rang and Iruka called, "Okay kids, sit down. It's time for class." Sasuke sat in the seat next to the girl with a frown. Although on the plus side, not sitting down till the bell rang meant no fangirls had a chance to sit in the seat on his other side. Then he forced himself to pay attention as Iruka continued, while gesturing to the strange girl, "As I'm sure you've all noticed, there's a new person with us today. This is Uzumaki Naruto. She's a new student, and is joining our class." Seeing some about to protest, he put his hand up and said, "There will be no arguing, as per academy rules when allowing a new student to enter late. She's at the same level as all of you. So she won't be holding us back while she tries to catch up. Because the academy rules state that a new student must catch up before they're allowed to join the academy." A few people still grumbled, but no one protested, well, not out loud anyway. Naruto was having a nice quiet lunch, when halfway through its shadows fell on her and the ground around her. Looking up, she saw many of the girls from her class glaring at her. At the front were a pink-haired girl and a blonde. The blonde spoke first. "Just what did you think you were doing earlier, stealing Sasuke-kun's seat?" Nor giving her a chance to reply, Pink one immediately started in on her as well, "Yeah. And what made you think you could just come in here and start making moves on Sasuke-kun? Seriously, who do you think you are sitting next to, Sasuke-kun?" Once again not getting a chance to talk, the blonde picked the verbal attack. "Exactly. What makes you think you can just show up and try to steal Sasuke-kun from us? We've all been working on gaining his affection for at least 2 years, and you think you can just waltz in and try to steal him? If anyone deserves him, it's one of us." Cutting across the pink-haired girl before she could do more than take a breath, she replied, "All I did was walk in this morning, and take a seat as Iruka-sensei told me to. I don't understand how this gives you the impression that I'm stealing Sasuke-san from you. But I assure you I'm not. You're more than welcome to him, as of no interest in him." This, however, was apparently the wrong thing to say, as now the girls did a complete 180, and defended that she wouldn't want Sasuke. The blonde started up again, angrily asking, "Are you saying Sasuke-kun is ugly?" Thankfully Naruto was spared replying by the bell signaling lunch was over, and that everyone had 5 minutes to get to class. What she didn't know was a certain Uchiha was nearby and had heard everything. Team assignments. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And forgot to mention there was going to be a time skip this chapter. 4 years later, Naruto had, over the course of her time in the academy, risen in the rankings and had become top kunoichi. A fact that made her precious people extremely proud. Now it was time for the genin exams. Normally she would have passed her tests easily, but Hiruzen Jiji had asked her to do something. He'd gotten a report from Ibiki that heavily suggested Mizuki was a traitor and was after Naruto. So upon her agreeing to it, Naruto had been privately given her genin exams, secretly becoming a shinobi a month before her classmates, and given the mission of trying to bait Mizuki into showing his true colors. Normally he'd have another shinobi do it instead of graduating someone early just to do a mission. But it would take a while for one of them to find hard proof of his treachery, and it might be too late by then. However, Mizuki was known to get sloppy when he almost had what he wanted, and Naruto dead was one of his targets. If they could convince him that she was vulnerable and in a prime spot for him to take advantage of, it was almost guaranteed he'd take the opportunity and get sloppy. Putting Naruto in an amazing position to smoke Mizuki out. So she'd been purposely and gradually letting her grades drop, faking falling prey to the pressure of the approaching exams. She didn't like the looks it got her from her classmates, and felt guilty about the sympathetic and encouraging looks she gained from Iruka by tricking him, but a mission was a mission. So she'd ignore the looks and guilt, and focus on her mission. They'd done most of the tests and all that was left was the jutsu exam. Upon hearing her name called, she made her way to the side room they were testing students in. Normal. Lee Shi would have left a cage bunshin in her seat and smirked at Sasuke, as a competition of sorts had started between the two after her first day, to get and keep the window seat. She couldn't though. She had to fail at least 2 jutsu, and the Kiwarimi was so easy, that even if she was faking nerves getting the better of her, Mizuki would know something was up if she failed the Kiwarimi. Walking into the room, Iruka gave her an encouraging grin and asked her to perform the 3 academy jutsu. As planned, she put on a show of failing the cage bunshin and Henjin looking extremely disappointed. After getting the final verdict of failure from Iruka, she left the room and went back to her seat, which she was surprised to find Sasuke hadn't stolen. Then she had to hide a grimace when she realized Sasuke had left it for her to make her feel better should she fail. Over the years she'd come to see Sasuke not only as a friend, but her best friend, and she didn't like lying to him one bit. Later she sat on the swing outside of the academy and made sure she seemed dejected. As predicted, not long after Mizuki approached her with a smile and said, "Cheer up, Naruto. It's not all bad. You can retake the exams next year." "But sensei, I tried so hard. It's not fair." "Well, if it really means that much to you, I have a makeup text you could take." "Really? What do I have to do?" "Just tell me and I'll do it. You have to infiltrate the Hokage library in the Hokage Tower and grab the biggest scroll you can find." "Really? That's it? Don't get cocky, it's harder than it sounds, but I'm sure you can handle it. After you get the scroll, meet me outside Konoha before midnight, and you'll have passed." "Okay, I'll be there for sure." After Mizuki left and she couldn't feel his chakra, Naruto got up and snuck into the Hokage Tower to report to the Sandaime. After informing him what happened, Hiruzen gave her a voice recorder and the scroll so she could get evidence, that way no one could claim Mizuki was innocent by saying it was his word versus Naruto's. Sneaking back out of the tower and out of the city, Naruto made her way to a clearing about a mile from Konoha. Some Anbu would be waiting on standby. But so there wasn't a chance of Mizuki sensing them, they had to wait far enough away that they wouldn't be in regular sensory range. Naruto was to flare her chakra as soon as she had a confession. So Naruto sat down to wait. Naruto knew that so Mizuki wouldn't get suspicious, the Hokage had to gather some shinobi and inform them of the theft. She was still incredibly shocked when Iruka showed up and immediately asked her what the hell she was doing. Before she could reply, however, Mizuki had shown up, frowned, and said, "You weren't supposed to be here, Iruka. This changes things." "Mizuki, what are you talking about?" "Well, you see, I convinced Naruto here to steal the forbidden scroll of sealing for me. I was going to kill her, take it, and leave, but now I'm going to have to kill you so there aren't witnesses. The brat's probably gonna run when I do that, so I'm gonna have to chase her down too." Then turning from the shocked Iruka to a furious Naruto, he asked, "Tell me, brat. Do you know why the villagers hate you? Do you remember the lesson of the Kyuubi attacking Konoha? When we teach this, we tell of the Yondaime killing the Kyuubi at the cost of his own life. But that's not what happened. The Yondaime did defeat the Kyuubi and it did cost him his life, but he didn't kill it. He sealed it into human form. Do you understand what I'm saying? You're the Kyuubi." Naruto glared furiously at Mizuki. She may not be close to Iruka, but he was one of the few people who saw her as Naruto, not the Kyuubi, and this bastard was threatening him. She wouldn't tolerate this, in the slightest. She didn't bother listening to him talk about the Kyuubi, other than to note that he'd broken the Sandaime's law. She already knew of the Kyuubi after all. After he was done talking, she glared at him even harder and told him, "You made a very stupid mistake, Mizuki. See, I may not be close to Iruka, but as someone who sees me for me and not the Kyuubi, I care about him, and I will not tolerate you threatening people I care about. Oh, and for your information, I already knew about the Kyuubi. My godfather thought I deserved to know why those two tried to kill me when I was 10 months old." Finished talking, Naruto put her hands into the seal for cage bunshin, created about 50, and proceeded to beat Mizuki into a bloody pulp. It was only after Naruto finished beating Mizuki that she remembered to flare her chakra and signal the Anbu. Upon arriving, the Anbu took one look at Mizuki and asked her, "I thought you weren't supposed to fight him." "Yeah, well, he shouldn't have threatened someone I care about." At that, the Anbu captain just sighed, muttered that it wasn't his problem, and left with Mizuki in cuffs. Naruto What's going on? What you two just said implies you knew Mizuki was a traitor. Quote, looking at Iruka, Naruto sighed and said, come on. I need to report to the Hokage, I'll explain on the way. Needless to say, Iruka was rather shocked by the time Naruto finished explaining everything. The next day Naruto was wearing the Hitite she revived upon her secret graduation for the first time. Upon entering the room, more than a few people gave her confused looks. Wondering what was going on, she ignored them and made her way to Sasuke, who had taken the window seat. The Tem, who gave her a look just as confused as their other classmates, but hidden much better. She just gave him an, I'll tell you later, look. Before anyone could question her presence, Iruka entered, called the class to order, and gave them one final lecture on what it meant to be a shinobi. After that he started calling out team assignments. She was glad that being technically graduated already meant that the past month of purposeful failure didn't influence her team placement. Because it meant she should be on Sasuke's team as top kunoichi. Team 7 consists of Inuzuka Kiba, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto under Jonin-sensei Hatake Kakashi. Team 8 consists of Aburame Shino, Haruno Sakura, and Hyuga Hinata under Jonin Sensei Yuhi Kurenai. Team 9 is still in circulation. Team 10 consists of Akamichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino under Jonin Sensei Sarutobi Asuma. Your new senseis will be here after lunch, so be back by then, if you leave. I wish you all luck. Second N. So I put Kiba on the team for some very simple reason. The tradition of putting Rookie of the Year, Top Kunoichi, and the Dead Last together. With Naruto not the dead last, I'd imagine Shikamaru's laziness would earn him that spot. However, I don't think they will. Want to break up what's supposed to be the next Inoshika Cho generation, plus everyone knows Shikamaru isn't actually dead last, he's just lazy. So I think the second to last, who I believe would be Kiba, would be put on the team. Evil unholy demon spawn. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And I don't really have much to say about this chapter except that the thought of my Naruto and Anko meeting would be scary. That is, if I didn't find it so funny. Kakashi was on time. The other Jonins looked like they were about to have a heart attack, but she knew Kakashi wouldn't allow himself to hinder her in any way. And that included being late to anything involving her. So Naruto didn't bat an eye at it and just waited for Kakashi to call their team. After a few more Jonins called their teams, Kakashi spoke up. Team 7, you're with me. She and her team followed Kakashi to the roof, where they all sat down, Kakashi on the railing, and them on some steps, before Kakashi said, all right kids. Even though you guys probably know each other, I don't know you, so introduce yourselves. Name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, goals, that kind of stuff. Even though Kakashi knew her, Naruto took the initiative, and went first. My name's Uzumaki Naruto. My likes are training, my summons, my loved ones, my best friend Sasuke, delicious steaks, and ramen. My dislikes are prejudice assholes, people who threaten my loved ones. Annoying fangirls, and the civilian council. My hobbies are training, spending time with my precious people, sampling different restaurant foods, especially meat, and trying different flavors of ramen. My goals are to become strong enough to protect my precious people, protect them when I'm strong enough, and to reintroduce the various dinosaur summons. This last one was a request from said summons, when the Velociraptors had lost contact with humans, and the other summons, the only ones they'd remained in contact with, was the other dinosaur summons. The other dinosaur summons had learned that the Velociraptors, through their summoner, would be re-establishing contact with the human world. Many of them had decided it was time for them to do so as well. So they'd contacted the Velociraptors, and through them asked her to find them summoners. When she'd agreed, they had given her basics of what each of them looked for in a summoner. So now Naruto was looking on their behalf. Alright, you next, dog boy. My name's Inuzuka Kiba, and this is Akamaru. My likes are training, my family, and Akamaru. My dislikes are people who make fun of me and my clan for our animalistic traits. People who threaten my family are Akamaru, and when my sister teases me. My hobbies are learning my clan jutsu, playing with Akamaru, and spending time with my family. My goals are to be a great clan leader, and become one of the strongest nin in the world. Alrighty then, suppose that just leaves you. Sasuke had been startled when Naruto verbally acknowledged their friendship. But he'd also been pleased, so he decided that if she was going to, he would acknowledge their friendship as well. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I don't like many things, but amongst them is my best friend Naruto, tomatoes. And training, not necessarily in that order, and don't any of you ever tell my fangirls. He said the title with a heavy shudder, and Kakashi gave him a sympathetic look while Naruto patted his shoulder. About me liking tomatoes, they'd make me hate them. My dislikes are many, but to name a few: fangirls, people who hate others for no reason. He'd noticed the looks Naruto received. And he didn't like it one bit. Treacherous bastards, and one particular treacherous bastard in particular. I don't really have any hobbies other than training, and hanging out with Naruto. And my goals are to kill that particular treacherous bastard, revive the Uchiha clan, and find a way to not be forced to marry a bunch of my fangirls when I turn 17 because of the Clan Restoration Act. They could all completely understand that last goal, and didn't blame Sasuke one bit for shuddering violently in horror at the mere thought. Well, I should probably introduce myself. My name is Hitaki Kakashi. I might be your new Jonin instructor. If you can pass my test anyway. Kiba let out aloud. What do you mean pass your test? We already passed our tests, and was so focused on what test Kakashi was talking about that he didn't even notice Kakashi had only given them his name. Sasuke noticed though and narrowed his eyes at the lack of information. Naruto noticed too, but she knew a lot about Kakashi, so it didn't make much difference to her. Your academy exams only test to see if you know the basic techniques in all categories. Each Jonin, however, tests Hefel genin of whether or not they actually have what it takes to be a shinobi. Think of the academy exams as only one half of your exams, but a half you have to pass before you can start the other half. In this sense the academy exams are the theoretical exams. You passed your theoretical exams, but now it's time to see if you can apply that knowledge in the practical exam, and it's going to be at least 10 times harder than the theoretical. By the time he was finished all three of the genin hopefuls had an air of grim determination about them, and Kakashi smiled, before adding, I'm testing you tomorrow. So meet me at training ground 7 at 4 a.m. Oh, and you probably shouldn't eat breakfast, you'll likely throw it up. With that he disappeared in a shunshin. As her teammates got up she told them, don't listen to the not eating thing. As shinobi it's better to throw up your food, than be weakened by not eating. Sasuke nodded, agreeing with her logic, while Kiba only hesitated for a brief minute before agreeing. The next morning Naruto, having a feeling Kakashi would be late as part of the test, grabbed some ration bars on her way out. After meeting Sasuke and Kiba at the bridge, and waiting 3.5 hours she was glad she did. Handing one each to Sasuke and Kiba, she got extremely grateful looks in return, and figured they were glad she did too. When, 30 minutes later, Kakashi finally showed up, or rather reveled himself, since he'd been observing them for an hour it was to slightly tired, really bored, but not extremely hungry like they were supposed to be, glaring at him genin. He'd seen Naruto's ration bars and commended her for thinking ahead. Pulling out a clock he set it on one of the 3 wooden posts in the training grounds, pulled out 2 bells, and said, you guys have till noon to get these bells from me. After saying this he tied the bells to his left hip. But sensei there are only 2 bells. Kiba pointed the obvious out. Indeed, only 2 of you will pass. The third will be tied to this post and have to watch the rest of us eat lunch. They'll also be going back to the academy. Your time starts now. With that all 3 of them scattered. Naruto was thinking, Kakashi was a Jonin. They couldn't honestly be expected to be able to steal a bell from him of their own. Which meant they needed to work together. That was fine though. These people were supposed to be her packmates, and packmates worked together. So with that in mind she went to find Sasuke and Kiba. Sasuke had been relatively easy to convince. Kiba, on the other hand, had been difficult, and had only agreed to help if he was guaranteed one of the bells. That was acceptable, he and Sasuke could have the bells, she was going for something far more precious. They quickly set up a plan, and got into position. Once assured the other 2 were ready, Naruto launched herself at Kakashi and began attacking him viciously. Once she had as much of his attention as Shish. He could force him to give. She signaled her teammates. Immediately Sasuke attacked his right side and Kiba, with Akamaru, attacked his back, forcing him to turn, and putting the bells right in front of Naruto. She didn't grab them just yet as she knew Kakashi would expect an immediate grab. She was proven right when Kakashi's hand twitched toward the bells. They continued attacking for a while, and Naruto made sure to follow the plan by staying on his left, and continually attacking high, letting Kakashi get used to her attacking his head and chest. Then when the time was almost up, she signaled. Her teammates who redoubled their attack, darted forward, and then jumped away from Kakashi. Sasuke and Kiba quickly disengaged and joined her, and she handed each of them a bell seconds before the clock went off. Kakashi appraised them for a minute then asked, "So, you've taken it upon yourself to be the one to go back to the academy, Naruto?" Giving him an evil and sharp-toothed grin, she replied with demonic glee. "Not in the slightest, Kakashi-sensei. See, I may not have a bell, but I do have this." With that, Kakashi was quickly horrified as she pulled his beloved orange book from her pouch. He was unable to stop himself from asking, "When did you get that?" "It doesn't matter when I got it, all that matters is that I do, and that I'm positive Sasuke wouldn't mind giving me a hand in burning it." Okay, you all pass. You were going to pass anyway since this test is about teamwork, just don't hurt Precious. With that, Naruto immediately burst out laughing, and as the book disappeared in a poof of smoke said, "I couldn't have damaged your book anyway since that was just a shadow clone with a solid hinge on it. Your actual book was still in your pocket, but I knew you'd be too panicked to double check it was missing." Confirming what she said by checking his pocket, he glared at her and proclaimed, "You are evil. Pure evil incarnate. The Kyuubi's got nothing on you, you evil brat." To which Naruto just started laughing even harder, and was now joined by a laughing Kiba and snickering Sasuke. Kakashi glared at them all for a few seconds before saying, "I need to go report that you evil brats passed. And that I'm now stuck with you. Meet me here tomorrow for training." With that, he shot one final glare at them and left via Shunshin. After calming her laughs, Naruto looked at the other two and said, "I'll see you guys tomorrow. Though fair warning, after the stunt I just pulled, Kakashi's probably going to be brutal with his training." Sasuke snorted before replying with, "I'd rather have a brutal sensei than one who hardly gives us any training." To which the other two nodded their agreement before the three said their farewells and left. Kakashi couldn't believe the little brat had pulled something like that, had an even harder time believing he fell for it. He was so moody he didn't even realize he forgot to eat lunch with his students or that he was showing up on time to report. Though he did realize the latter when we noticed everyone gaping at him, and many looking like they were 2 seconds from a heart attack. He didn't have time to think about it, though, since the Hokage started questioning him as soon as he got over his shock. "Kakashi, what happened? You look very upset. And did your team pass?" "Yeah, those evil unholy demons spawn passed." Getting a raised eyebrow from the Hokage, he elaborated, "I gave them the bell test. They passed since, other than disappearing in separate directions when I started the test, they worked together the whole time. That's not all though, they actually managed to get the bells off me. Astonishing. However, that doesn't answer my question of why you're upset." "I'm upset, as you put it, because those brats are evil, pure evil. Naruto was actually the one to grab the bells while her teammates distracted me. Upon giving the bells to Sasuke and Kiba, I asked her if she planned on going back to the academy. However, that brat pulled out my precious Ika and threatened to burn it." Wait. Are you telling me one of your kids actually managed to steal your Ika? Kakashi wasn't sure what Anko was doing there, but he answered her question nonetheless. "No, it's even worse than that. The brat knew I'd be so panicked, I wouldn't double check my pouch, so she just created a cage bunshin. And had it preform a unique skill of hers, the solid hinge." Anko stared at him for a minute then asked, "So, you're telling me one of your brats forced you into passing her, by stealing the bells, supposedly stealing your book? Threatening to burn your book, then after you passed her reveled she tricked you?" Upon getting a nod, Anko began cackling loudly, before declaring, "You gotta introduce me to the kid. We'd probably get along great." Kakashi could see the Hokage trying to hide a grin out of the corner of his eye and could hear the blatant chuckling from his fellow Jonin, but he had more pressing matters. Like the horrifying thought of Naruto and Anko together. So he quickly said, "Anko, you stay the hell away from my student. You two would get along far too well for my liking and I won't have you giving her ideas." Anko just grinned at him. Kakashi wondered what he'd done to make Kami hate him. The wave mission begins. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. NLY one chapter today as I was busy and this one is almost twice as long as the other chapters. So Kakashi's a stricter teacher in this because of how much he cares for Naruto. He wants to give her the best possible chance he can for her to be a successful shinobi. So when it comes to her training, and therefore her teammates, since he doesn't want to show favoritism, he gets kinda tough-lovey. And holy crap, Kakashi talked a lot this chapter. Warning, this part's a rant on gravity seals and my personal opinion on how most people depict them. So gravity seals are something a lot of people use in fanfics and I'm not saying it's bad in using it here. However, what bugs me are some people's explanations of how the gravity seal works. Many people say it increases the gravity the user's under, like physically increase the gravity on one's body, and actually changing their weight. Now, ignoring the repercussions of the gravity itself, I find the weight thing annoying. Sure, there are people like the Akamichi, and that's fine and dandy. But when the gravity seals at, say, level 10, with shinobi who hop from tree to tree, and are on rooftops often. Let me put it this way, I looked it up and in Shippuden. Naruto weighs 112 pounds, that doesn't sound correct to me, but that doesn't matter. The idea of the gravity seal is that each level increases the gravity on the user. Level 1 has normal gravity, level 2 has gravity x2. Level the gravity x3, etc. So if you take Naruto's weight and put it at, say, the level 10 from earlier, I think you can figure it out, but in case you can't, physically increasing Naruto's weight by 10 times would make him 1,120 pounds. Not good for the tree traveling, rooftop running shinobi. Like I said, sure, there are shinobi like the Akamichi, but I don't think any of them weigh that much. Anyway, that's just my opinion. I don't want to hear anyone say I'm overthinking it, I'm aware I probably am. And also, this rant wasn't about the gravity seal itself, but how some people say it works. So my gravity seal doesn't actually increase the gravity on someone, nor their weight, it just strains the body as though it's under increased gravity. Rant over. Naruto was GETTING a mission with her teammates yet again. They'd been doing D ranks for a while, and she thought they were incredibly boring. She didn't really understand why they had the shinobi, genin or no, do them. They could just have the academy students do them with the fact they were nothing more than chores. Well, she supposed the academy students probably couldn't handle that demon cat Tora. She'd said as much to Hiruzen. And he'd looked rather thoughtful at the idea, so she wondered if who did D ranks was going to change soon. When her team wasn't doing missions, Kakashi was putting them through a brutal training regiment. She wasn't complaining though, they were getting stronger at an incredibly fast pace because of it. She'd even gotten Kakashi's permission to apply gravity seals to herself and her teammates. She'd learned them a little while back and had been dying to try them out. This, along with their training regimen, often left them all very exhausted, but pleased, especially Sasuke. Currently she was up to level 4. Sasuke was only a couple days away from Kakashi clearing him to up to level 4 with her, and Kiba was only a bit behind Sasuke. Sasuke had to wait for Kakashi's okay. Because it had been a rule he insisted on, he didn't want one of them hurting themselves by thinking they were ready to up the seal when they weren't. Naruto was abruptly pulled from her though. By Kiba losing his temper and yelling, "No, no, 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 no. I won't do another one of those stupid D ranks." At this point Kiba turned to Kakashi and started begging, "Please, please, please, Kakashi-sensei. We've been training really hard, and I can't take another of these stupid D ranks. Please get us a C rank." Kakashi looked at him in amusement for a moment before glancing at first Sasuke, then her. Seeing the way they were both staring at him, Kakashi sighed before saying, "Well, I suppose you have been training incredibly hard." "Oh, very well, Hokage-sama, I would like to request a C rank for my team please." Hiruzen had looked amused at Kiba's outburst, but grew serious at Kakashi's request. He eyed them for a moment before asking, "Are you sure they're ready, Kakashi? It's only been 2 months since their graduation." Quote, "Hokage-sama, I've been training them so hard, they've been ready for 2 weeks at least." "Very well if you're sure. I have a mission perfect for your team right here." Then looking at a shinobi standing at the door to the client waiting room, "Bring in Tazuna." The shinobi bowed his head before disappearing into the room. A few moments later he emerged and moved back to his previous position beside the door, revealing an older man with a bottle of sake who eyed them for a moment before asking, "These brats are supposed to guard me. They look like they couldn't even defend themselves. Much less another person, especially the short blonde one." Naruto, rather than looking offended, smiled at him rather sweetly and said, "Appearances can be incredibly deceiving. Especially when dealing with shinobi. I could break you as easily as you'd snap a twig." Tazuna looked rather scared of her, but that might have been because she'd purposely showered her kunai sharp teeth when she smiled, causing the grin to look more bloodthirsty than sweet. Kakashi watched the proceedings before telling Tazuna, unknowingly predicting part of the mission, as AC rank. "We should only be facing bandits and the like, however I'm confident my students could take on some lower class missing nin at this point. So I'd very much appreciate it if you didn't insult their skills." Tazuna merely hesitantly nodded before Kakashi straightened, and added, "Team 7 you're to gather your mission supplies, and meet me and Tazuna at the gate in 45 minutes. Do not be late." He said the last part with a stern look. Then after they straightened and nodded, gave Tazuna and the Hokage a nod before shunshining away. 45 minutes later Naruto saw Kakashi walking up to them with Tazuna, and straightened, causing her teammates to turn to see what she was looking at, and mirror her movements. Kakashi looked at them over his book and said, "If you're all ready, and you better not they come to the gate unprepared considering 45 minutes was more than enough time to get everything you need, then let's head out." After walking for about half an hour all the shinobi noticed a puddle. More specifically a puddle that shouldn't be there since it hadn't rained in a week. Even Kiba, who wouldn't have noticed until Akamaru told him before he started training with Kakashi, noticed it. Here's no way he wouldn't since Kakashi had made sure he put them through observation training. Something that ranged from going to a tea shop in the market and having to write down observational reports on anyone Kakashi pointed out, to following a route through their training grounds section of forest that was filled with traps, differing greatly from extremely obvious to cleverly hidden. 7. Traps on a route you know your target was taking wasn't uncommon for shinobi after all, and you never knew when reading someone as untrustworthy would save your life. So they all noticed the puddle and subtlety prepared themselves. Which meant that when the demon brothers surged out of hiding when Kakashi passed, instead of meeting unprepared, caught off guard Genin as they thought they would, instead had Naruto already jumping on top of one, pinning his arms to the ground with her knees, and slamming the blunt loop at one end of a kunai into his head, knocking him out. The other only a few seconds after had Sasuke ramming his knee into his gut, then planting that foot back on the ground, and kicking him in the side of the head when he doubled over, making him join his brother in unconsciousness. The rather pitiful fight was over in less than a minute, and should really be called a beat down instead of a fight. The Genin didn't even realize their opponents were Chunin, low Chunin admittedly, but Chunin nonetheless. After the two were out the Genin tied them up. After surveying the two enemies, and making sure his students and Tazuna were okay, Kakashi turned to Tazuna, and with a pleasant eye smile asked, "So Tazuna, do you want to explain to me why this mission that was supposed to be a C rank is not, and is at least a B rank?" Tazuna looked nervous for a minute before re-spilling everything about Gato and what he'd done to Wave, finishing with, "My bridge will connect the mainland to our little island and will severely weaken, if not outright break Gato's stranglehold on Wave. I understand if you wanna abandon me for lying about the mission, but Gato's hold means that the people of my country could only scrounge up the money for a C rank." Kakashi looked thoughtful for a moment before, "You're lucky that the Hokage is a rather understanding man. If you pulled this with one of the other countries they'd probably not only abandon the mission, but would probably refuse any mission requests from your country on principle. And you were incorrect about one thing. While a village won't accept a mission from an individual if they don't have the money, in the rare Case of a mission being requested by a county, a shinobi village will accept a mission in advance. This is because it's a much harder for a county to try and rip us off, plus if they refuse to pay lat. Remembering a country so you can refuse mission requests is, for obvious reasons, much easier. That being said, I was only going to intervene in this mission if you guys were struggling with it, OT. Herwise I was only going to observe you kids. However, if I actively participate we can handle this mission, if you kids wanna continue. Normally we'd just turn back, explain what was going on to the Hokage. Let him set up a new mission contract with Wave using Tazuna as its representative, and he'd send a higher ranked team. However, you kids need to learn to adjust when a mission's rank goes up sometime. As we can't always pull out and sometimes are forced to complete a mission we may not be prepared for. Admittedly, most Jonin sensei wouldn't teach this practical lesson on your first real mission. But you know I've always been rather sink or swim with you kids. I will however be nice enough to let you kids pull out if you want. Naruto gave Kakashi a deadpan look and replied, ignoring fact I don't want to abandon Wave to fend for themselves, we kinda can't pull out if you're turning this into a practical lesson on adapting to sudden changes on a mission. That would be all but saying we couldn't handle missions yet, and then you wouldn't let us take another C rank for a month, if we were lucky. The other two nodded in agreement before Sasuke added, exactly, plus if you're going to actively help Kakashi-sensei. This should be much easier than if we were trying to do it ourselves. With that decided, Kakashi summoned Pakun and sent a message back to the Anbu about the capture of two Mizu missing nin. Since they were so close to Konoha and neither the Anbu nor Pakun would be slowed by a civilian, they waited to assure the missing nin wouldn't escape. Within 3 minutes 3 Anbu appeared and took the two away. With that, Team 7 departed. Even though they were in a boat, Naruto was keeping her senses sharp for enemy ambush. The thick mist would be a great spot to attack them. And since Kakashi had taught them both tree and water walking, she knew it was entirely a possibility they'd be attacked out in the water. However, they arrived to the mainland without indecent. 20 minutes later she threw a kunai into some bushes she saw some movement from, causing her teammates to all draw kunai and ready themselves. After signaling Sasuke to move to an appropriate distance, to jump in her way at a moment's notice, she looked in the bushes a moment before pulling a dead rabbit out, and whipping around with a look of warning, holding the rabbit up, the pure white out of season. And obviously previously held in captivity rabbit. Kakashi took one look before yelling, "Get down!" and shoving Tazuna down with him. Sasuke and Kiba threw themselves to the ground, narrowly avoiding getting their heads cleaved off. Naruto ducked even though she was out of the way anyway, purely on instinct to obey Kakashi's orders when he used that tone. Quickly getting up, they all saw an enormous sword embedded into a tree, and a man standing on its hilt. Kakashi eyed him for a minute before saying, "Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. I had a sneaking suspicion we'd see you. After all, you and the demon brothers almost always work together, enough so that you're collectively called the demonic trio." Zabuza snorted then replied, "Copy nin Hataki Kakashi. That explains why the demon brothers failed. Though if you thought you might run into me you really should have turned back, instead of bringing those green shinobi babies here." Kakashi immediately pulled his head protector up, revealing his Sharingan, then ordered his team, "Stay back and protect Tazuna. You may have been able to take out the demon brothers, but he's an entirely different matter." With that, the two started fighting eventually, though, even with the fact he'd been sending a steady flow of Mizu Bunshin at the genin, Zabuza managed to trap Kakashi in a water prison jutsu. Upon doing so, Naruto finished off the most recent batch of Mizu Bunshin and signaled her teammates to protect Tazuna. After getting their acknowledgement, she threw down a smoke bomb, and while concealed created 9 cage Bunshin. At which point all of them used a solid henge and transformed into Velociraptors. Before she did though, she threw another smoke bomb close enough to Zabuza that the smoke would reach him out on the water. When she had discovered her solid henge, she'd asked her summons family to teach her how to move and fight in that form. So with cover to use the signature Velociraptor stealth, she and her clones rushed Zabuza. Quickly but quietly, some of her clones circled around so that she could attack from almost every angle, then they began attacking Zabuza. Zabuza had wondered what the brat was planning when she threw a smoke bomb down, but didn't feel too concerned. Then another smoke bomb had been thrown and he, with Kakashi, was enveloped in smoke. Keeping his senses peeled, he was a bit unnerved when he, a master of the hidden mist jutsu and therefore used to fighting without his eyes, couldn't detect anything. He became slightly freaked out when some sort of creature jumped at his back. He'd only sensed it at the last few seconds, and whatever that creature was scared him, just a little. He'd only gotten a brief glance at it, as he'd dodged its initial leap and bite by stepping closer to Kakashi. Then he'd struck it and it disappeared into smoke. He soon got a much better look at the fearsome creatures than he'd ever wanted, as that first was followed by 3 more. They seemed to be large lizard things. But they had movements a bit like birds of prey. He managed to destroy 1 more while keeping his hold on the water prison, before he was forced to relinquish it when 2 more came out of the smoke. One jumping and attempting to land on him, and the other, joined by the 2 he hadn't managed to dispel, attacked low with its jaws as the other 2 attacked large scythe-looking toe claws he somehow hadn't noticed before. Relinquishing his hold on the water prison, and therefore Kakashi, he jumped away and out of the smoke, valuing his life more than keeping Kakashi caged. Out of the corner of his eye he noticed that the smoke was disappearing from around Tazuna and the genin, but noticed the blonde was missing. He realized the smoke he'd just jumped out of was beginning to disappear as well and absently wondered where the blonde had disappeared to. Surely she couldn't have been in the second smoke area. She was just a genin and he definitely would have heard her. When the smoke had cleared enough he could see 9 shadowy figures inside. He knew one was Kakashi, and realized with a blanch that the other 8 were those creatures if their shapes, which were rapidly becoming clearer, were any indication. They may disappear with 1 hit, but Zabuza was becoming more frightened of them the longer he saw them. He realized absently that their sudden appearance, which obviously had something to do with the blonde considering she threw the smoke bombs just before they showed up, meant that they might be a summon, but he'd never even heard of creatures like them. And summons were always counterparts to regular animals, and they dispelled easier than any other summons. He realized that they may be summons to extinct creatures, but that still didn't explain why they disappeared so easily. It occurred to him that if they were intelligent, by being summons or some other means, then the way they attacked him in the smoke may have been due, nay in such a way as to purposely instill fear into him. This thought only lessened his fear slightly. It hadn't taken long to go through these thoughts, and by now the smoke was almost gone. The 2 genin and Tazuna seemed unnerved by the creatures, but Kakashi seemed to recognize them and said, "Good job Naruto. But I need you to go back to Tazuna. Now, this fight will be above your level of skill." Then much to the shock of everyone except Kakashi, the creatures all disappeared in puffs of smoke. One however when it cleared reveled the missing blonde, who immediately jumped back to her teammates. With a jolt Zabuza realized what had happened. Earlier when fighting his clones, she'd reveled that she knew the Cage Bunshin. So Zabuza connected the dots and realized why those creatures had dispelled so easily. They had been Cage Bunshin. Though the reveal of her clever trick left him with another question. When he'd punched one of her clones he'd felt the scales, but the henge was an illusion, he shouldn't have felt that. Hell, considering the shape of the creatures his hand should have gone straight through, since the girl wouldn't have been where the illusory head was. So, how the hell hadn't he gone through it, and instead actually felt the texture of the creature's skin? If he didn't win this fight, he needed to tell Haku so he could analyze it, because that genin wasn't someone he could ignore. He now got the distinct feeling that if he even tried she'd tear him to shreds like one of those creatures she'd turned into. At the end of the fight just as Kakashi was about to finish off Zabuza, 3 Senbon had struck Zabuza in the neck, killing him. After that a person claiming to be a Kiri hunter nin who was hunting Zabuza appeared. The genin didn't relax, and instead called him on his lies as Naruto had recognized the spot as a pressure point that, when hit, simulated death, as she'd been training with Senbon herself for a few months with Shizune, who had also been teaching her vital spots in the body. Kiba and Akamaru had smelled Zabuza's smell on him, and it was strong enough that there was no way he didn't spend most of his time within 10 feet of Zabuza. Sasuke on the other hand had noticed that the hunter nin picked Zabuza up instead of taking the head as proof of the kill, and burning the body immediately, as was protocol in all the elemental countries. Nly knew this as he'd been recently contemplating becoming a hunter nin himself. Of course they didn't tell the fake how they knew he wasn't a real hunter nin, no reason to reveal more of their skills than they already had after all. The fake hunter tensed at being called out, but didn't attack. It would be stupid to do so in the current situation, and the genin knew they had the advantage. Before they could attack, however, the fake hunter vanished with Zabuza in a shunshin. After they confirmed the two were gone, Kakashi passed out. After having some of her clones collect Kakashi, they finished making their way to Tezuna's house. While passing through the village, they got their first real look at what Gato had done to the country. The streets were littered with people, beggars were all over the place. There were starving children in the streets, and people were sitting slumped against walls in obvious depression. None of the genin liked leaving them as they were, but they knew there was nothing they could do just yet. So for now the three gritted their teeth and kept moving towards Tezuna's house. However, there was one more thing that was common in many of the people, and it was something very strange indeed. Both children and adults looked at them in pity, as though they were the ones suffering. Unable to contain her curiosity, she turned to Tezuna and asked, "Why are they looking at us like that? They have no reason to pity us, and many reasons to be pitied." Tezuna glanced at her, then at the people surrounding them before replying, "Gato has made a point to publicly torture and execute any who dared challenge him. When he gathered crowds to watch, he even put guards around to kill any who tried to leave, forcing them to either watch someone be tortured and executed or die. I don't need to be a mind reader to know for a fact that many of them are thinking they'll soon be watching the same happen to you. I welcome Gato to try. It would save me the trouble of hunting him down so I can kill him." Tezuna glanced at her before asking, "You're going to kill Gato?" "Don't get me wrong, I, and everyone who isn't one of his mercenaries, want him dead more than anything. But I thought shinobi didn't kill someone who's not either in the contract or attacking you and or your client. Normally we don't, but there's no way we're leaving him alive." Sasuke said this with utter calm and certainty. Kiba and Naruto nodded their agreement. It was at this point they arrived at Tezuna's house, and upon entering, Tezuna called out, "Tsunami. I'm home. Despite their ages, I brought some really good shinobi. But one of them is unconscious. Where do you want us to put him?" A woman entered the area and hugged Tezuna before saying, "Father, I'm so glad you're home safe." Then taking a step back and sweeping her gaze over the genin, she spotted Kakashi and added, "There's a spare room upstairs, you can put him there. After that you guys come back down and eat." Taking Kakashi up and laying him in a spare bedroll, the genin went back down to get a well-deserved lunch. "Haku, don't move. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And it's been a while since I watched the Wave arc. So I can't remember if the wound Kakashi got when he stopped Zabuza's attack on Sakura was the one on his hand, or the one on his chest. Not that it really matters for my FIC, but if it's inaccurate I apologize. And yes, Haku's a girl, because this one's longer as well, only one chapter today as well." After 2 days Kakashi had woken up. After that they began doing shifts of Huwa, Tched Tezuna and who trained for the day, with Kakashi leaving a clone with the two who were training, Naruto leaving some of her summons to guard Tezuna's family, and Naruto also leaving a bunch of clones to help Tezuna build the bridge. She may know nothing about construction, but as long as her clones followed Tezuna's instructions to AT, then there wouldn't be problems. None of them, shinobi or otherwise, had seen the summons. But they knew they were there. They'd often get the distinct feeling they were being watched, or heard bushes rustling, or hear strange clicking noises around the house's perimeter. Naruto said the only reason they even noticed her summons was because they weren't really bothering to hide, except for sticking to the thin layer of foliage surrounding the house. Kaka, she estimated that Zabuza would be fully recovered from the weakening after effects of being put into a death-like state in a week. So they were training themselves into the ground. Everything was going fine till Inari snapped on the 4th day they were there. Slamming his hands on the table before yelling, "Why are you still here? If you stay and challenge Gato, you're just going to die." They stared at Inari for a minute before Naruto began calmly talking, "Is this about your stepfather?" Kaiza, seeing Inari's shocked look, she explained, "Tezuna told me. I don't see why you're giving up, to be honest. You've obviously never lost family." Inari snapped back, "Actually I have. See, I'm an orphan, however that isn't the family I'm talking about." Have you ever heard those stories of children being raised by animals? Seeing Inari hesitantly nod with a look of confusion, her teammates looked confused too. It was obvious the three were wondering what that had to do with the conversation. She continued. Well, while summons are more intelligent than their regular counterparts, they're still animals. From the time I was 10 months, till I was 8, I was raised by summons, among a pack of their non-summons counterparts. In one of the most dangerous places in the world. Seeing everyone else gape at his pseudo-little sister in disbelief, Kakashi butted in saying, it's true, she was found on an island called Isla Sorna. She was born a Konoha citizen, so when a Konoha shinobi who knew her, and had previously thought she was dead, due to the fact she'd been kidnapped and abandoned by someone who wanted her dead, found her, he brought her back with him after she agreed to come back. The island is so dangerous, that the shinobi who know of it, along with local fishermen, call it the Island of Death, and avoid it as much as they can out of fear of that island. Or rather the strange and fearsome creatures that live there, and don't exist anywhere else in the world. Naruto nodded before she continued talking. Indeed. Back then those I called my family and friends may have not been human, but as summons they're just as intelligent as humans. Anyway, my point is that at one point a Tyrannosaurus, one of the most dangerous creatures on the island, came into our territory, trying to take it over. A huge fight broke out between my family and the Tyrannosaurus. It lasted quite a while. And I lost family and friends in that fight. My point isn't about me though. The fight for Wave's freedom from Gato may be lasting longer than that fight with the Tyrannosaurus, but the point is, if my family had given up because we lost family and friends, we'd all be dead. And while Gato may not kill you all physical, if you guys let him have his way with you, he'll kill your spirits. Then this place will be a depressed, starving hell until Gato dies of old age, and even after that if he has an heir. That's just my opinion though. Having said what she set out to say, she excused herself to take a shower and go to bed, leaving everyone but Kakashi staring at their food in thought. Naruto hadn't been exactly hiding her past from anyone, but she'd never revealed it to anyone who wasn't Kakashi, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Tsunade, or Shizune before, more because she didn't have a reason to. Now that she had, however, she was nervous how her teammates would react, so she'd been avoiding talking to them about anything that wasn't mission or training related. She could tell they wanted to talk though, and were getting frustrated by her successful dodging. Eventually though they managed to corner her 2 days after she revealed her past, one day before Kakashi estimated Zabuza would be ready to fight. Sasuke spoke up first when she tried to get away, grabbing her waist as she darted past, then putting her down with her back to a corner, cornering her in an extremely literal sense. Oh no, you don't. We wanna talk to you. Why didn't you tell us about how you were raised? We would've been more understanding of your strange quirks if you had. Kiba nodded rapidly and added, yeah, and we would have been able to help you get more used to people. She stared at them for a minute before hesitantly asking, you guys, you don't think I'm a weirdo? Sasuke snorted, before saying, you'll always be a weirdo. But you're our teammate, our weirdo. Naruto stared for a minute more before letting out the sweetest smile the two had ever seen. Of course. She thought, they're my packmates now. Of course they'd be understanding. The next day Kakashi let her sleep in since he didn't think Zabuza would attack immediately. And since she'd had an emotional couple of days worrying about her teammates' reaction. She woke up when a scream tore through the house. She'd had to dispel her summons 2 days ago, and upon running downstairs, realized it was only now that Gato attacked the house with thugs. Inari had a kitchen knife in hand and was demanding they let go of his mother. When they didn't comply, he charged them with the knife. Just as he was about to be stabbed though, she quickly created a clone and had it Kiwarimi with him. Once he was safe, she effortlessly took down the thugs. She helped Tsunami up and inside, and smiled at Inari, congratulating him on gaining the courage to save his mother. Afterwards she told them to stay in the house, as she was going to leave some summons behind, and left, only pausing for a minute outside to summon her velociraptors and explaining the situation to them, then rushed to the bridge. Arriving on the bridge, she hid in a tree and surveyed the situation. She saw the bridge in a thick mist, but could make out Kiba protecting Tazuna, Sasuke in some sort of ice mirrors, and couldn't see Kakashi and Zabuza. Then she spotted Zabuza appear in front of Kiba. His weapon already swinging down fast enough Kiba wouldn't be able to react in time, and for a split second she panicked. Then Kakashi appeared in between Kiba and Zabuza, and stopped the blade with the back of his hand. The metal plate on the back of his glove took most of the blow, but gave leaving Kakashi with a shallow cut on his hand. Calming down at seeing her pack alive and only mildly hurt, she jumped down. But stayed hidden, and summoned her mother to keep an eye on Kakashi's battle and jump in if he needed help, but asked her to stay hidden otherwise. After that, seeing him struggle, she moved closer to the dome. Sasuke was in and eyed it for a minute, but continued to hide for now. Eventually she just decided to go the simple route, and sent a fire jutsu at the mirror domes outside. However, when she did she had announced her position, and Haku capitalized on it. Shunshining to behind the girl, grabbing her, shunshining back to the center of her crystal ice mirrors with the girl in tow. And quickly hopping back into her mirrors before the genin could attack. Sasuke glanced at her before saying, "Nice try, but I already did that. It doesn't do anything, and now you're stuck in here too." Seeing her stare at him he asked, "What? If my face is messed up or something, there are more important things to concentrate on right now, so focus Naruto." Naruto shook her head before informing him, "No, it's not that, though you actually look surprisingly good for someone who's been fighting." "No, I was staring because your Sharingan has awakened." Sasuke's breath hitched. Then he shook his head and said firmly, "That's not important now. We need to beat this chick." Before Naruto could reply Haku interrupted with, "I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. I can't allow it to. Zabuza-sama is counting on me. So though I don't want to kill you, I will for Zabuza-sama." With that Haku brought up her arms and prepared her Senbon. For 20 minutes Naruto and Sasuke dodged as best they could, trying different methods to either catch Haku, or break the ice mirrors. Finally though Naruto decided to try something she hadn't done before, she warned Sasuke to stand back. Then she used her solid henge and transformed into a Tyrannosaurus. Not even waiting for the smoke from her jutsu to clear she charged the ice mirrors, and slammed her transformed shoulder into them as hard as she could, adding chakra for good measure. The result caused Kakashi and Zabuza to stop fighting and gape, along with Kiba and Tazuna. Zabuza had been fighting Kakashi for a few minutes when a fireball flew past and slammed into Haku's mirrors. A second later Haku reappeared in her mirrors with that blonde in tow, causing him to worry momentarily for Haku's safety. He had to push it aside though as Kakashi almost stabbed him in the heart in his moment of inattention. 20 minutes later he and Kakashi both paused as a loud poof sounded from inside Haku's mirrors accompanied by a large amount of smoke. Immediately Zabuza tensed. Since she hadn't actually seen the jutsu she couldn't be sure, but Haku thought that the girl's jutsu was some sort of solid henge. And even worse, since the girl had only attacked with clones that dispelled after a single hit, Haku didn't have enough information to figure out what the justice abilities were, other than the fact it was solid, or how to counter it. And on top of that, that plume of smoke was too big, which meant the girl was turning into some other horror. All this went through his head in a fraction of a second, then he felt and heard it. 3 loud booms and the ground jerking with each one. At the third sound something large slammed into Haku's mirrors, and to his utter shock, they shattered instantly with explosive force, and Haku, inside the mirrors she'd shattered, went flying, before hitting the ground hard, bouncing a few times, and rolling to a stop. It was then he got his first look at the creature the blonde had turned into this time. As before it was in the smoke. It was another lizard-like creature, and instilled the same fear in him as the other creatures, but it was massive. He thought that, if he was standing right next to it he would only reach its ankle, as it walked in its toes instead of its entire foot. Then the girl let out one loud roar, and after released the jutsu. Everyone was staring at the girl in shock. But she merely watched Haku calmly. Haku was incredibly still, and to a civilian eye would appear dead. A fact that was proven when Gato appeared and started clapping. Then he opened his mouth. "Well, I'd wanted to kill that brat myself for breaking my hand, but I suppose I'll just have to. Accept him being dead in general, but don't worry Zabuza, you and the Konoha shish. Anobi will soon join that little bastard." Zabuza narrowed his eyes at the man before saying, "Well, I would ask what you're doing here, but you already answered my question." "Stupid move Gato. trying to rip a shinobi off. Then he started to move towards Gato, ready to kill him for betraying him. He only got one step though, before the blonde appeared in front of him, and said, "I apologize if you want to kill him, Zabuza-san. But he's mine for what he's done to the people of Wave. I promised Inari I'd personally kill Gato when he sent his thugs to kill Inari's mother less than an hour ago." Zab. Uza eyed the girl for a moment before deciding he didn't want to get on her bad side, and replied, "Just make him suffer. I know you probably don't care, but he tried to betray me, and just said he'd been planning on killing Haku." The girl gave him a bloodthirsty grin, and he saw needle-sharp teeth, sharper even than his or any of the other 7 swordsmen's teeth. Then she said, "I'd already planned on it." Then she turned to Gato, and with an unholy gleam in her eye, called so he could hear her. "You made a stupid mistake coming here, Gato. Before, if I'd hunted you down, I probably would have gotten in trouble. However, you not only came to me, but you just admitted to plotting to kill my team, which means I can kill you without worrying." As she said this, she'd cut her thumb with a kunai, then made hand signs before adding to the end of her small speech while slamming her hand on the ground, "Kuchio's no jutsu." And with that in a poof, a large plume of smoke appeared. It wasn't large vertically though, which meant she'd summoned numerous creatures instead, a large one. To Zabuza's horror, when the smoke cleared, those creatures from the first time he'd attacked the Konoha shinobi were there. One of them turned to the blonde and asked, "Naruto-chan. What's happening?" The blonde, Naruto, gave her a bloodthirsty grin in return and simply said, "Breakfast, Aunt Blue. Just make s. You guys keep the midget in sunglasses alive as long as possible, he deserves it. You can be nice and kill his thugs before eating them if you want though, I'll leave that up to you." With that creatures turned back towards Gato and his men and attacked. Barely more than blurs until they had slammed into the thug of their choice. The one that had talked to Naruto though, Blue, went straight for Gato. The other genin and the now standing Haku had to look away from the gruesome sight that followed, and they flinched at every blood-curdling scream. Tazuna threw up, and even he and Kakashi winced at the sight. The blonde merely smirked in satisfaction, and from their place right next to her, him and Haku, who'd at some point moved to his side, could even over the screams hear her mutter quietly, "An eye for an eye. You made the people of Wave suffer, so you'll suffer in turn. The only difference is your suffering will be over quick, while the people of Waves was prolonged." With the act that Zabuza and Haku weren't under contract to kill Tazuna, they'd made a bit of a truce with the Konoha shinobi. They didn't want to pick a fight they knew they'd probably lose, and Team 7 didn't want to make enemies of them again. Naruto had been talking to Zabuza and Haku, and to Kakashi's exasperation had made friends with them. Zabuza was a bit exasperated with himself and Haku as well. Ut had decided that the quirky girl was just too likable to do anything about it. Realizing just how attached Haku had become, he'd asked Kakashi about Konoha's policies. Some counties let nuke ninjo in them as long as they agreed to a questioning, and to be unable to take missions without a supervisor for a certain amount of time. The amount differed village to village, and similarly each village had its own way to ensure they didn't lie during questioning, and it was a questioning, not interrogation, though it was done by each village's T&I division. After talking with Kakashi and Haku a bit, and contemplating the decision, he eventually decided to go with the Konoha nin when they left, so as to talk to the Hokage. With the help of Naruto's clones, the bridge was finished 2 weeks after the battle that took place on it. And the entire village they'd been staying in came to see them off. After saying their goodbyes, Team 7 with Zabuza and Haku left. They wouldn't know till later, but Tazuna later named it the Great Naruto Bridge, in honor of the woman who freed them from Gato. Hiruzen sighed and wondered if he should take the aspirin he kept in his desk for his headache or drink of the sake from the stash he also kept in the office. Team 7 had arrived in his office 40 minutes ago with an A-rank Nukenin and another person he didn't recognize. Then they began giving their report, and he'd gained a massive headache. And the other two looked shocked at the realization that this was their first non-D mission, and that Team 7's genin had only graduated 2 months ago. Though he couldn't blame them by the end of the report, and hearing how well the genin had handled the two and the demon brothers, which also seemed to shock the two. They'd apparently made the Their reasonable assumption that Kakashi had taken them out, and were understandably shocked to hear that Kakashi hadn't done anything in the fight, preferring to see how his genin did instead. After Team 7 had finished giving their report, he asked the other two why they had come. Upon hearing they wanted to join Konoha, he immediately sent for Ibiki, and dismissed Team 7 before they gave him a bigger headache. Naruto grinned at him in amusement, like she could sense the headache he'd been hiding. He wouldn't put it past her to know somehow. Gaara afraid. Exams, start. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. New warning. Language, N. So once again only chapters since it's longer than usual. Also I fell behind in trying to pre-write chapters for tomorrow because my sister, who I haven't seen in months, came to town for my birthday, so no update tomorrow. I'm sorry. Kakashi had informed them a month ago that the Chunin exams were coming up. Now Naruto was walking down the road with Konohamaru and his friends. Due to the fact she'd been periodically visiting Hiruzen since she was 8, Konohamaru and her were like siblings. Udon and Moegi were walking on either side of her while Konohamaru was running ahead. She sped up, however, when she heard Konohamaru shout. Coming around the corner, she saw Konohamaru being held off the ground by a boy her age from Suna. He was yelling at Konohamaru to watch where he was going, while the other Suna Nin, a blonde female, was asking him to not start anything. She could sense Sasuke and someone else in the nearby tree, so she glanced at Sasuke and signaled about the other in the tree with him, to which he just nodded, showing he already knew. After that she turned back to the Nin holding Konohamaru, who now looked a few seconds away from hitting Konohamaru, and called. I would suggest you put him down. He's the honorable grandson of the Sandame. She didn't like calling Konohamaru honorable grandson, but it would serve its purpose in this situation. She was proven right about its effectiveness. When the two Suna Nin blanched, then the male quickly put Konohamaru down, and began apologizing to Konohamaru. At that point the person who'd been in the tree with Sasuke made themselves known, by performing a sand shunshin to right beside the boy who'd been holding Konohamaru and glared at him. Deciding to drive the point that they were guests in Konoha a little deeper, she called out, I'm assuming you're here for the Chunin exams, but I'd like to see your papers. Even though she was only a genin, any shinobi of N.Y. rank was permitted to demand seeing foreign nins' travel papers, and complying was a requirement. Most didn't, as if they did the nin in question would then be needing to stop every couple feet, however, like she was doing now. Some would ask to make a point clear. The blonde obviously knew what Naruto was doing, and she looked embarrassed by the male's actions, but she brought out her papers. Taking them, Naruto looked them over quickly. Then, coming to the conclusion everything was in order, handed them back to Temari, as that was the name on the papers. Then she turned to the male, raised an eyebrow, and extended an expectant hand. He blushed and quickly dug his papers out. When she got his papers, unlike the females, she made a point of going over them slowly. She was making the point to him and not the girl after all. Finally, after almost 3 minutes, she declared everything in order and handed Kankuro his papers as well. At that point the boy who'd been hiding in the tree turned as though to walk away. She stopped him with a simple, I do believe I asked to see your papers. She knew why he thought he was excused from showing his papers. The Kyuubi had warned her that he was the Jinchuriki of Shukaku. As soon as she sensed him, she'd met the Kyuubi when she was 9, and they were on relatively good terms after he'd told her of the Rouge Uchiha who'd been controlling him. Still, being a Jinchuriki didn't exclude him from the rules, so she told him as much. Just because you're Shukaku's Jinchuriki, doesn't mean the rules don't apply to you. So papers, now. Temari and Kankuro were gaping at her in shock. Though whether it was because she knew he was a Jinchuriki or because she'd still demand he'd do something even after knowing what he was, Naruto didn't know. The D head turned back around and stared at her for a minute, then seeming to decide on something, the cork to the gourd on his back flew off, and sand started flowing out. Getting a warning from Kyuubi that the redhead was preparing to attack, she pulled her dagger, the one made from a Velociraptor claw, and moved right in front of him with her dagger to his throat. Seeing the three's shock, she assumed they either didn't expect her to recognize him readying his attack, react so quickly, move that fast, or a combination of the three. She merely stared the redhead in the eye and said, I wouldn't do that. I would also advise you stop trying to bring your sand around. I could kill you before your sand reached me. Now, normally I would report you attempting to attack a Konoha shinobi, however it's rather obvious you did it because you're used to getting everything your way and no one questioning you, so I'll let you off with a warning in this. We don't tolerate that kind of shit in Konoha, and you're just a regular nin. You won't get special treatment here. Giving him one final glare, she backed off and said, now. I won't ask again. Papers, now. Gaara eyed the girl in fear. She'd gotten in his outer sand shield like it was nothing. As long as she had the strength and desire to get through his sand armor, she could have killed him just then. Just like that, his existence, the existence he'd tried so hard to prove, would have been extinguished. He'd never feared anyone, but now he feared her. So with a shaky hand, he gave her his papers. Just like with Konkuro, she made a point to take her sweet time carefully checking over every little detail on the papers. Afterwards she handed Gaara his papers back. Just like Temari and Konkuro, she'd learned his name from his papers. That she gave all three of them a stern look and said, I'm only going to warn you all this once. Don't start anything. Now go. Gaara nodded sharply and walked away stiffly, his shaky siblings following. Naruto watched them go with narrowed eyes. She said she wouldn't report it, and she wouldn't, not to the Hokage anyway. But she would mention it to Kakashi. When they turned a corner, she turned back to Sasuke and nodded subtly. The Sand Trio wouldn't be bothering her again. They saw Gaara as an alpha, and by successfully holding Gaara at dagger point, where she could have killed him if she wanted, she'd proven herself a superior alpha. Well, she didn't know the human terms they thought in, so they probably didn't think alpha, but it was still true. They knew she was stronger. How? Veer, instead of leaving Sasuke, hopped down and told her that Kakashi had sent him to find her while he went to get Kiba for a team meeting. Nodding in understanding, she turned to the scared Konohamaru trio. She smiled gently at them and spared a few moments to calm them down and apologize for needing to leave. Then she gave each a hug and left with Sasuke. After meeting her other packmates at their training grounds, she interrupted Kakashi before he could even start speaking to inform Kakashi what had happened. He frowned at the fact a foreign nin had tried to attack a Konoha nin, and that another had mildly assaulted Konohamaru, but agreed with how she handled it. He did inform her, however, that while she said she wouldn't report it, he would inform the Sandaime, though with the way she had handled it, he knew the Hokage wouldn't do anything except keep an eye on them to make sure there were no further incidents. After that, he officially informed them of the fact he'd nominated them for the Chunin exams. Officially, because they'd known for a month that he was going to. After informing them, he handed them their registration forms, told them they needed to be at Academy Room 305 by 7 a.m. if they were going to participate, and left. Baki was worried. His team had come back an hour ago. When they had, Temari and Konkuro had looked terrified, and Gaara had this grave silence to him. This was actually normal. What wasn't normal was that Temari and Konkuro's fear didn't seem to stem from Gaara as it usually did, and Gaara's silence wasn't his usual silence. There was something strange about it today. Baki didn't know what it was, but there was something even more terrifying than usual about Gaara. Eventually, after 5 more minutes, he couldn't take not knowing anymore. So he asked Temari what happened, as she was usually the more level-headed one. Temari stared at him a minute before saying, "We met a Konoha genin today." Konkuro was starting shit as usual when she came along. After making Konkuro stop before he stupidly hit the Hokage's grandson, Gaara appeared and glared at Konkuro. Then she demanded to see our travel papers. The way she looked over Konkuro's, as obvious she was making a point about us being guests in Konoha. When Gaara started to leave, though, she stopped him and demanded to see his papers as well, despite the fact she somehow knew he was a Jinchuriki. After turning back to her, Gaara obviously decided to kill her for daring to make demands of him, as the cork on his gourd flew off. Baki interrupted here, thinking the girl dead, and not wanting to hear how she died. If Temari and Konkuro were this freaked about an occurrence they were semi-used to, Gaara had obviously come up with a new way to kill people, so he said, "So you see Gaara kill people all the time. Get over it." To his confusion, though, she shook her head before saying, That's just it, Baki-sensei, she's not dead. Baki gaped at her, unable to believe his ears. Wait, are you saying Gaara was merciful? That he changed his mind about killing someone? Kankuro answered before Temari had a chance to, muttering, more like she forced him to change his mind. The only thing running through Baki's head was, how could anyone force Gaara to do anything? So he turned to his female student and demanded, explain. I just don't believe Gaara would change his mind about killing someone. Quote. Once again she shook her head, then she began speaking as though her mind was elsewhere. It's worse than that, Baki-sensei. The genin recognized the sand as the thread it was and pulled this strange claw-looking knife. She moved so fast Gaara's sand couldn't keep up. 1 second she was 10 feet from us, the next she paused and stared at her hands as though she couldn't believe what she was about to say. Then she said something that would terrify Baki for the next month. She was right in front of Gaara, inside his automatic defense, and she had him at knife point. Baki-sensei. That girl could have killed Gaara right then and there. She even knew when Gaara began to recover and bring his sand back in, but she let him go. She spared Gaara. More importantly, she scared Gaara into submission. The next time she asked for his papers, I don't think Gaara felt he could hand them over fast enough. Baki stared at the two in silence for 5 minutes at least. He couldn't even think at first, but after 2 minutes his mind seemed to finally kick in. Someone scared Gaara. Had him at knife point, and could have taken his life if they wanted to. And this girl's a genin. She's probably in the exams to boot. Oh dear Kami, what kind of monster could best Gaara? And without even trying, Baki almost wished he hadn't asked. Naruto met Kiba and Sasuke at the gates of the academy. Together they walked in. Upon arriving at the second floor, the three stared in disbelief at the genin who couldn't even detect a simple genjutsu. Hell, they didn't even need to detect the genjutsu. They just needed to use their heads and realize they'd only walked up 2 flights of steps instead of 3. Though the team that was causing a scene was probably just acting to help the Chunin pretending to guard the door to room 305 feet. They had a Hyuga, there was no way they didn't know, which meant they were helping the Chunin weed out the weaker Chunin hopefuls. Making their way past the crowd to the next staircase, they went up to the real 305 where Kakashi was waiting outside, after informing them he was glad they all showed since you had to have a full team to participate. He bid them good luck, and left. Entering the room, Sasuke was quickly assaulted by Ino and Sakura, so he shot her a desperate pleading look. Sasuke's fangirls were terrified of her. Her senses were enhanced by having the Kyuubi sealed in her from such a young age, as such their high-pitched noises hurt her ears. Something she'd never tolerated, so when she leveled ki at them warning they fled to the other side of the room as though all 9 of the Biju were after them. A few minutes later the genin, minus Sakura and Ino, were conversing after they'd greeted each other. When a silver-haired genin walked up to them and said, "You guys might want to lower your voices, you're drawing attention from the other genin." Glancing around the room and seeing the other genin glaring, Naruto answered before anyone else could in the form of addressing the glaring genin, "Oh, knock it off. First of all, none of you are scary. Second, if you can't handle a bunch of people talking, you shouldn't be shinobi at all. Much less trying to become Chunin. Also, not only are we just talking, but we aren't running our mouths about any of you being weak or anything." Sure, Kiba expressed confidence, but he didn't insult any of you. "I'm confident you could hear our conversation since we weren't trying to be secretive, and if you guys are bothered by genin grading each other and catching up, you should probably drop out now. Third, don't even try to start shit. Konoha doesn't allow examinees to fight outside of the exam portions we fight in." A voice abruptly cut in, "Exactly, you scum. So, unless you want to be disqualified before the first exam officially begins, I suggest you take a took at the bulletin board and move to your assigned seats." After getting in their seats, and having the test explained to them, Naruto quickly figured out they were supposed to cheat. Instead of trying to get answers herself, she caught her packmates' eyes and signaled them for help. They could get the answers easier than her. What with Akamaru and the Sharingan? One was meant to rely on their packmates so she would, rather than risk getting them disqualified. At the 10th question she and her packmates watched as genin after genin quit, not willing to risk not being allowed to become a Chunin. Eventually though, After it being about 2 minutes since the last genin quit, it became clear to T the rest of the teams would stick around till the end. So Ibiki said they passed, explaining the 10th question was a metaphor about taking potentially dangerous missions. At that point a black ball burst through the window, before unfurling to reveal a woman who introduced herself as Anko and the proctor of the second portion of the exam. After telling them to follow her, she led them to a heavily fenced-off training grounds. She began explaining about the second exam. However, once she reached the part about death waivers, Sakura yelled in shock. In retaliation, Anko threw a kunai at her, cutting her cheek. Then she appeared behind her and licked the blood from the cut. Then she held a kunai to another genin's tongue when he stood behind her and extended his tongue to extreme lengths. Hi's tongue looped around her kunai and held to above her shoulder. You shouldn't sneak up on me, she warned, you're likely to get hurt. The other genin merely chuckled, before replying, my apologies. I wasn't thinking things through clearly, as the sight of blood excited me. I was merely returning your kunai. She stared at him a minute, before putting her kunai away and grabbing the one he'd extended, putting that away as well. Before saying, why thank you. How kind of you. After that whole fiasco they got back to explaining the test. Apparently they would be given a scroll in return for their forms. That basically just says that if they die after this point, Konoha wasn't held responsible for it. There were 2 scrolls, heaven and earth. They needed both to proceed to the third portion of the exam. Half the examinees would be getting the heaven scroll, and the other half would get the earth scroll. They would have 5 days to find a team with the scroll they needed, get the scroll, and get to the tower in the center of the forest. After signing the papers and turning them in, they received a heaven scroll. Walking to their assigned gate, they began to talk about basic strategy. Eventually deciding Naruto would hold the scroll. They would proceed through the forest with Kiba taking point, as his nose was stronger than Naruto's, whose was stronger than Sasuke's, Sasuke WOU. LDB in the middle scanning with his Sharingan, and Naruto would be bringing up the rear, as she had the sharpest hearing to hear people coming up behind them. Waiting for Anko to signal the start of the exam. Through the speakers above each gate, they readied themselves to leave as soon as it was time. Hearing Anko yell a countdown from 5, they tensed. At the go they shot into the forest at high speeds. The second exam had now begun. Scratch that. No, you can't. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. So I've been writing and posting these with my phone since the beginning. Hat said I'm sorry I didn't update yesterday, but halfway through the 30th my phone got soaking wet. So I had to turn it off and put it in rice. Then there were some difficulties getting the water out from under my screen. But my phone's okay now, mostly. Only one for today, probably unless craziness takes over, because I'm still trying to get back in my groove. I'm sorry if there are more mistakes than usual. Like I said, my phone's mostly okay, but it's been doing weird stuff when I try to write. After jumping from tree to tree for 10 minutes, Naruto and her packmates stopped. Kiba could smell some nin nearby and had subtly signaled them. Naruto, making sure to be loud enough to be overheard, told them she needed to go to the bathroom. Sasuke said something about a password, and they made some ridiculous poem. Using it would be a dead giveaway. It wasn't them, since they'd already decided on one before coming into the forest of death. A few minutes later, Naruto came back. Sasuke immediately questioned her, what's the password? Quote, Naruto rolled her eyes, before answering, the password. Geez, my own teammates act like they can't recognize me from a fake. Sasuke and Kiba didn't even wait for the password. They attacked as soon as Naruto stopped talking. Fake Naruto jumped away from their attack and yelled, what the hell are you two doing? Attacking your teammate, are you two crazy? Sasuke glared at the fake before snapping, oh, drop the act, we know you aren't Naruto. She doesn't call us her teammates, she calls us her packmates. Plus, she doesn't talk like that. And besides, I could hear you walk up. I can't hear Naruto move around unless she's being purposely loud, which she has no reason whatsoever to do here. The real Naruto, coming out of seemingly nowhere, kick Ed the fake in the side of the head before she could answer. She had the fake's teammates tied together with a length of rope, and she was dragging them by one end of it. Then she smiled at the two, and said, "These three aren't very good, are they? 10 minutes in and they're already without a scroll." Sasuke just smirked at her, while Kiba replied, "So one of your two had it. Is it the Earth Scroll?" Naruto's grin told him all he needed to know. "Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go." Naruto stopped him quickly. "We want to get there as fast as possible to assure no one steals one of our scrolls. I'll solid henge myself and a clone into Velociraptors, and we'll carry you guys. It'll be faster this way." Her packmates glanced at each other, before shrugging, turning back to her, and nodding their okay to the plan. 10 minutes later, Sasuke and Kiba hopped off Naruto and her clone's backs, letting the clone dispel and Naruto release her solid henge. After looking around the room of He Tower and finding nothing more than an incomplete inscription on the wall, they opened the scrolls. As soon as they opened them, Naruto saw, and recognized, a seal that summons a person and told Kiba to throw the other scroll down. As she'd tossed hers as soon as she recognized the seal. After a few seconds of lightly smoking, the scrolls abruptly gave off an explosion of smoke. Once the smoke had cleared, they saw Iruka standing there, gazing at them in clear disappointment. Iruka was surprised when he felt the pull of the scrolls. He thought the teams would at least wait a day before one of them thought it would be a good idea to open the scrolls. It seemed someone couldn't wait though. So answering the pull and allowing the scroll to bring him to it, he immediately looked to see who opened their scroll. And was incredibly disappointed to find Naruto's team. He was so disappointed he didn't even pay his surroundings the slightest bit of attention. He signed heavily before saying, "Why? Oh, you guys couldn't wait to get to the tower. I thought you'd do better than this. I'm sorry, but since you couldn't wait to get to the tower with both scrolls before opening your scroll, you're disqualified." Naruto tilted her head rather similarly to a bird, or more accurately her summons, and said, "But Iruka, we are in the tower. And we do have both scrolls." This caused Iruka to stare at her for a minute, before looking around. And finding yes, they were in fact in the tower, and yes, they had both scrolls. He turned back to Naruto and her teammates, and simply gaped at them for a minute, before saying, "You three made it to the tower with both scrolls and not a single scratch in." He paused to glance at the clock on the wall, before his eyes bugged out even further, and he squeaked out, 25 minutes. How is that even possible? The previous record was 5 hours and 43 minutes. Naruto and Sasuke both smirked, while Kiba grinned and said, "Oh. We shattered the previous record." Naruto's smirk turned into a smile before she added, "Good. Ero Kyofu keeps telling me the other nations still aren't taking us seriously. Maybe this will show them Konoha means business." Again, Sasuke and Kiba nodded their agreement. Then she added, "So what happens now, Iruka? We're here with the scrolls. Do we wait in the tower, or do we leave and come back when the 5 days are up?" Iruka blinked at her in shock before answering, "Well, first I read that inscription to you. It's missing words, but the missing words are heaven and earth. The inscription then says this: if qualities of heaven are what you desire, acquire wisdom and knowledge to take your mind higher. If earthly abilities are what you lack, train your body in the fields and prepare to attack. When both heaven and earth are open together, the path of peril will revert to the righteous path forever. This person is the secret way that guides us on from this place today." This inscription was written by the Sandaime himself. "Do you know what he's trying to tell you, Chunin? Hopefuls?" Naruto tilted her head again before answering, "Heaven is referring to one's mind and earth to your body, isn't it? It's saying that if we lack mental prowess to study and sharpen our mind." Sasuke picked up the explanation, "But if we lack physical strength, we should train our bodies." Kiba finished it off by saying, "And that we need both our minds and bodies to be in harmony, to have mental and physical abilities balanced, if we want to succeed." Iruka smiled at them in pride, and said, "Exactly. You three have grown so much since you were my students. I'm proud of you all. Now there are rooms and a cafeteria upstairs. I'll show you where you can sleep, and get some lunch. After that I need to report that you've passed, but don't leave the tower. You'll be disqualified if you do." 30 minutes later, Iruka knocked on the Hokage's door. He could sense the Jonin inductors and the exam proctors, probably discussing something about the exams. And wondered how they'd take the news Kakashi's team had already completed the second portion of the exam. Hearing the order to enter, he walked in. He instantly had everyone's eyes on him. And although he was nervous about having so many people looking at him, most Jonin to boot, he cleared his throat and said, "Hokage-sama, I came to report that a team has finished the second exam." At this almost everyone's jaw dropped. Kakashi and the Suna Jonin instructor didn't look surprised, though the Sunanin looked like he expected it to be his team. The Hokage shook his head, dispelling his shock, before asking, "Already? That was fast. Which team was it?" Iruka let his smile come out and replied, "A mere 25 minutes into the exam, Team Kakashi passed. They didn't have a single scratch or even look out of breath. I showed them to their rooms and the cafeteria before coming to report." The Suna Jonin looked shocked it wasn't his team. While the Hokage looked proud, normally he'd hide his pride at Naruto's accomplishments out of not wanting anyone to claim he was having favorites, but since it was the exams, and one of Konoha's teams had done exceptionally, he allowed the pre-D to shine through as it was appropriate. Kakashi on the other hand merely looked pleased before he said something while standing, no doubt to go meet his team, that had them all staring at him in shock. "Good. I expected nothing less from them. I would have been incredibly disappointed if they'd even taken half a day. After all, I don't train them into collapsing in exhaustion for them to give a subpar performance." Kurenai spoke up at this point. Kakashi surely taking a full day to complete the second portion of the exams would have been acceptable. They may be shinobi, but they're still just rookies, still kids. Would you have really been unhappy if they took a full, or even half as you said, day to finish? Kakashi stared at her for a minute, then said with finality, "Yes. I expect my team to perform exceptionally at all times. You probably don't know this, Kurenai, but my team only takes the weekly minimum requirement of missions, so as to focus almost entirely on training, and unlike most genin, my team is incredibly driven. Instead of complaining like most genin, if I'm not training them brutally and ruthlessly, and I don't have a damn good reason, my team gets pissed. Being driven as they are, I train them till they drop, then they take a half-hour break, get up of their own initiative, and we train some more. If I have to create clones and carry all three home most days, they better damn well show heavy improvement." With that he turned his head towards the Hokage, gave him a nod, and left once he received a dismissive nod in return, leaving a completely stunned group behind him. An hour later Baki left after receiving word Gaara's team had finally passed. Meeting up with them, he looked them over. Gaara was as usual uninjured, Temari was only lightly scratched, while Kankuro was more heavily injured and out of breath because of the cracked ribs, his worst injury. Normally they would have been the first, given shocked looks at their time, lack of wounds on Gaara, the superficial nature of the ones on Temari, and the rather mild injuries on Kankuro. However, they were barely spared a glance by the few in the tower, who'd come earlier than usual in case other teams came early like Kakashi's. After all, they were second to arrive by more than an hour, and only one of their team was uninjured. Temari looked confused at the lack of shocked looks, though, not that he could blame her. She didn't know of the other team. He spoke before she could ask, "You aren't the first team to arrive." He received shocked looks at that. Even Gaara seemed startled, before continuing, "Not only that, but you guys are injured." The other team was officially logged as completing the second exam in 24 minutes, and without a single scratch on any of them to boot. Temari and Kankuro stared in utter disbelief, while Gaara simply looked thoughtful, before asking, "This team, have you seen them?" Getting a nod from Baki, he asked, "Was there a blonde girl with them, blue eyes, 3 marks on each cheek, and sharp teeth?" His siblings paled at the description, while Baki nodded again, now confused. Gaara didn't reply, however. He just walked away, a strange look none of them had seen before on his face. So Baki turned to Temari, his expression demanding an answer. Temari swallowed thickly before explaining, "It's her, Baki-sensei. It's the girl who could have killed Gaara. And apparently her teammates can keep up." Baki wondered if Kami hated him. Gaara says you're crazy. Disclaimer: I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And I'm not great at fights, so I apologize if they seem messy or bad. Minor story spoiler alert: so recently I read a fanfiction that brought up a point that I totally agree with. If Kankuro is going to forfeit in the tournament, he doesn't deserve to be there. So he goes no farther. Also, something that's always bugged me is that they had the preliminaries because they wanted to make the tournament shorter. But Shikamaru dragged his fight so long that they could have done a bunch of fights in the time it took him to complete his plan, and then he turns around and forfeits anyway. I just don't think a bunch of important people would be happy to sit there for hours while they waited for the shadows to lengthen so Shikamaru had longer reach. So he doesn't get to pass either. Don't misunderstand, I rather like Shikamaru, he's one of my favorite characters. I even liked his fight in the tournament portion of the exams, I just don't like how long they took. Spoilers over. At Darkjaden. You say that like she had any to begin with. Grins evilly. When 5 days had passed they gathered everyone who had made it to the tower in an arena-looking area on the first floor. While the proctors were setting up, Naruto and her team were examining the competition. Observing their physical statuses and seeing how difficult each would be to fight. When there'd only been on our left, Sasuke had asked Kakashi if there'd be a preliminary because there seemed to be way too many people to go straight to the third round. At the time Kakashi had been standing with the other Jonin and Hokage, so they'd had to walk up to him to ask. He'd look at the cage, obviously asking a question with his eyes. The Hokage had looked thoughtful for a minute, before informing all the Jonin instructors that they could give their teams a warning in advance. As long as their teams thought to ask, they couldn't just tell them. An small test on the Genin's observational skills. After getting confirmation from Kakashi, they walked off to observe the other teams. And Kakashi had joined them to see how well they did, after getting permission from the Hokage to leave, of course. At that, the other Jonin instructors had been told they could leave, and Naruto's team were fairly certain they were trying to subtly manipulate their students into asking about a preliminary. Most of them didn't seem to be overly successful in their endeavor though. After 30 minutes of waiting for the proctors to get everything set up, they were finally ready. They called for all the Genin to stand in orderly lines with their team in the center of the arena. After getting situated, the Genin listened as the Hokage began to speak about the real meaning of the Genin exams. As he told them of the fact it was a substitute for war, and a chance to show potential clients why they should hire their village instead of the others. When he began explaining that this meant there were too many participants for the tournament in front of so many important people, a proctor abruptly appeared kneeling at his feet. And asked if he could take over the explanation, as he was the proctor for this exam portion. After getting a nod from the Hokage, who stepped back, the proctor turned and began talking. My name is Gecko Hayate, I'll be the proctor for both the third round of the exams and the preliminaries that are now necessary. As Hokage-sama said, there will be many important people at the third portion of the exams. With how many contestants there currently are, the third portion would drag on for hours, possibly taking all day. Something we can't allow with so many important people coming to watch. As such, a preliminary round is now necessary to cut the number of contestants, and therefore fights, in half. If anyone would like to drop out, now would be the time. After waiting a full minute after Kabuto dropped out, he continued, if no one else is going to drop out, please turn your attention to the board, at which point he pointed at a panel of wall that was sliding out of the way to reveal an electronic board, then continued, you will be fighting a randomly picked opponent. When 2 names are picked, I want everyone except the 2 fighting to please leave the arena. And more up to the observation area. After this round, when your name is called, you'll come down and fight your opponent. So would everyone except Uchiha Sasuke and Nara Shikamaru please leave the arena. After heading up to the observation floor, the Genin immediately grouped into their teams. Naruto, Kiba, and Kakashi were discussing Shikamaru's status. Naruto was currently the one talking. Well, Shikamaru and his team didn't get here till just 3 hours ago, and Shikamaru-san looks mildly injured and tired, compared to Sasuke's uninjured, fresh, and well-rested status. Kiba nodded his agreement before replying, yeah, but Shikamaru's a Nara, he's defiantly smarter than Sasuke. That being said, I'd put money on Sasuke being both faster and stronger. Kakashi gave them his signature eye smile, while ignoring the other Jonin's shocked looks that he didn't have Ika out, replying with, very true. However, I'm almost certain that Sasuke has more chakra too, even if Shikamaru managed to get Sasuke in his Kage, Sasuke could probably overpower it. Hayate looked at all the examinees before saying, "I'll write the rules for these fights or anything goes. However, the fight is over when I say the fight's over. I'll call the fight if one of the participants can't continue, forfeits, or if it becomes obvious they've lost, such as being held at kunai point with no way out. If you don't stop the fight when I say, you'll be disqualified." Understood. Once getting a nod from all the genin, he turned to Sasuke and Shikamaru in particular, and asked, "Ready? Then begin." After saying this, Hayate jumped back. Sasuke immediately began testing Shikamaru's defenses, starting by throwing kunai and shuriken. After seeing his reaction times and his speed when dodging, Sasuke started testing how close he could get before Shikamaru deployed his Kajimane no Jutsu. Once he did, Sasuke quickly jumped back and shot a fireball at Shikamaru, to force Shikamaru to release the jutsu. Shikamaru jumped out of the way, and continued trying to catch Sasuke with Kajimane, so Sasuke quickly jumped up on the statue of two hands making the ram's seal, then jumped from them to He roof and stuck himself there with chakra in order to lengthen the distance the jutsu would have to go to reach him. Shikamaru paused, obviously weighing going after him to finding a way to make him come down. While Shikamaru was weighing his options, Sasuke was thinking about what he knew about the Kajimane. He knew it required a good light source, which meant that no light was when it was weakest. They were indoors and there were no windows. So, Sasuke thought, if I take out the lights, his jutsu is practically useless. And not only will it deal with his jutsu, but I doubt Shikamaru has been trained to fight without his eyes like my team has. With his plan decided, Sasuke grabbed some kunai from his pouch, and cut the chakra to his feet. While he was falling, he threw the kunai, taking out the ceiling lights, and plunging the entire arena into darkness. Once he landed, it was rather easy to pinpoint Shikamaru. Without the use of his eyes or jutsu, a quick punch knocked him out. Once Hayate heard the thump, he called, "Uchiha, Nara, respond or I'll assume that noise was one of you getting knocked unconscious." "I'm awake." "He isn't though," Sasuke replied. After waiting 10 seconds for Shikamaru to reply, Hayate said, "No response. Then the winner is Uchiha Sasuke. We'll take a break while we get someone to get the lights back." 5 minutes later the lights were back, and Hayate called the fighters for round 2. "Aburame Shino and Abumi Zaku, please come to the arena." 7 minutes later Shino was walking back up the steps and Zaku was being carried out on a stretcher. "Hey." 8 looked at the board again and called, "Kankuro and Hyuga Hinata." Their fight didn't last long either. As soon as Hayate called for them to start, Hinata, being a Hyuga and specializing in taijutsu, activated her Byakugan and rushed Kankuro. At the last second though, instead of hitting Kankuro, as she'd previously been aiming for, she twisted around him and struck the bundle on his back. Immediately, Kankuro dropped, and his face crumbled away, revealing a puppet. After Hinata informed him Kankuro was unconscious, Hayate approached the bundle he assumed was Kankuro and opened it. Upon confirming her statement, he announced her the winner. After Hinata went back to her team and Kankuro was collected by the medics, Hayate called the next fighters, Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino. At Hitch point, the most completely pitiful fight in the preliminaries so far happened. At one point Ino did manage to get Sakura with the mind transfer, but Sakura broke free after Lee, who apparently had a crush on her, though even Kami didn't know why, yelled at her to fight it. After that the fight came to a draw with a double knockout. Once both were deemed okay to just go back to their teammates as they didn't need medical attention. They were moved, so they were leaning against the railing on the observation deck, and left to wake up on their own. Hayate called for the next participants, Inuzuka Kiba and Akado Yoroi. Apparently Yoroi had some sort of touch-based ability, if the way he kept trying to grab Kiba was any indication. It didn't help him in the slightest, since he couldn't catch Kiba, who won very quickly, and without even using Akamaru. While Yoroi was being collected by the medics, Hayate commented, "Well, I suppose it's a good thing we had a preliminary." While Uchiha and Nara's fight would have probably been more interesting if it was outside, having 4 rather boring fights back to back would not have gone over well with those important people who always show up to watch the tournament. "Oh, and Tsuchikin and Hyuga Neji, please come down. Make that 5 boring fights," Naruto thought. The girl had just thrown some senbon with bells on them, when Neji had rushed her. She had managed to dodge the first 2 strikes, but went down after that. Then Naruto saw her name appear on the board, and after seeing who her opponent was going to be, she grinned. Then Hayate called it, Uzumaki Naruto and Gaara. Quote, Naruto hopped the railing while Gaara walked down the steps. Once they were across from each other and had confirmed they were ready, Hayate told them to begin. Gaara looked thoughtful for a moment before the cork on the gourd disintegrated into sand, and more sand began to flow out, forming a circle around him. At this point he uncrossed his arms, and immediately thrust his hand out as though trying to grab her. Responding to the action, his sand shot out, much faster than it had been during the incident with Konohamaru. Ah, Naruto thought, so his sand is faster when he uses his hands. Still not fast enough though. With that she seemed to disappear, reappearing and kicking Gaara in the head before moving away before the sand could grab her. It's continued like this for a few minutes before Gaara seemed to decide fighting head-on wouldn't work, as he made the ram seal and all his sand collected around him, forming a sphere around him. A moment later a small amount peeled away and formed an eye that floated above the sphere. Narrowing her eyes she threw some shuriken to test its durability, however they merely bounced off. So I need to attack directly to find out, huh? I'll have to be careful, I'm certain he's somehow capable of attacking in that state too. With that in mind Naruto rushed the sphere, managing to dodge around the spikes that appeared right in front of her. And deliver a powerful punch, that only left a small crater under her fist, before jumping back when more spikes attempted to impale her. Eyeing the sphere again, she decided that removing 2 levels of her gravity seal would be sufficient to break through. The gravity seal appeared as small circles connected together winding tightly around one's arms, each circle was other level of the gravity seal, so she pulled the chakra out of 2 of the circles, not that anyone could see her do it, as her gravity seals were under the gloves she constantly wore. Once that was done, she grabbed a kunai and rushed the sphere again, seeming to disappear to most of the genin, Gaara through his sand eye included. A split second later both the sand sphere and the wall opposite Naruto seemed to explode, as Naruto tore through the sand with her bare hand, grabbed Gaara by the throat, and kept going, slamming him into the wall. She immediately held the kunai to his throat, and pressed, cracking the sand armor and drawing blood. She then said, move 1 grain of that sand, and I'll end your existence. Gaara forced his sand to stop. He'd spent years killing people to prove his existence. He wouldn't let it end over some stupid promotion, or a crazy invasion plan. Because as far as Gaara was concerned attacking this demon's village was pure insanity, and he'd have no part in it. Hayate seeing that Gaara, wisely, preferred his life over trying to attack, called, winner, Uzumaki Naruto. Training with Kyofu. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And I don't know much about swords, but I looked it up, and apparently the sword Sasuke uses in Part 2 is called a chakudo. I'm not sure if this is correct, and the internet isn't the most accurate place. So don't get mad if this is wrong. Also, as I've said before, the picture I use for the cover image of this story is kinda what Naruto looks like. Something that's difficult to see is that Naruto has long hair. It's pulled into a high ponytail. Also, for those who don't know, Kyofu is one of the honorifics for Godfather. Mr. Kraken, be patient. I already know exactly when I'm going to drop it. And fan and more, you'll just have to wait and see, won't you? Mischievous grin. Avid reader, thank you. I think the next fight in the preliminaries was Temari vs Tenten. Naruto felt kinda bad for Tenten. The girl was obviously skilled, she just got a horrible opponent considering her skill set. Really, it wasn't very fair the long-range weapons master got put against a Fudan user. Then again, shinobi life wasn't fair. And maybe losing showed the girl the glaring hole in her fighting style. Though it wasn't really necessary for Temari to move her fan, so that Tenten landed on it, possibly breaking the girl's spine. Even if she didn't, there was no way there wasn't damage. Though if it was broken, Tsunade could probably heal her. After the medics took Tenten, glaring furiously at Temari for the damage, however light or heavy, to the poor girl's spine. Hayate called, Rock Lee and Tsurugi Masumi, please come down for your match. Another pitiful fight took place. Apparently this Tsurugi could dislocate his joints. Didn't help much against Lee though. Apparently he often coiled around opponents and crushed them like a snake, and damn if that didn't make the Konoha shinobi suspicious. As of him, but like his teammate with Kiba, it didn't help against someone he couldn't catch. Lee beat him rather quickly. As usual, there was a pause to let the medics collect the injured, in this case Tsurugi, before Hayate called. The last match is Kinyuta Dosu vs Akamichi Choji. Naruto could hear Choji's argument with his teammates. Apparently he didn't want to fight, before Asuma said Somethi ing about taking him to get barbecue if he fought, and paying for it if he won. Choji didn't win though. Motivated as he was, Kinyuta's style utilized sound waves, and even in his human bullet tanked Choji. I couldn't find a way to counter the ability. With the last fight out of the way, Hayate asked the fight winners to come down to the arena floor. Once they arrived, Anko walked up with a small black bag, and went to one end of the line of genin, at which point Hayate explained, "Please take one slip of paper from the bag. The number on the paper you draw will determine the order you fight in, and your opponent, in the preliminaries." Has everyone got a paper? Good. Starting with Tamari and going down the line, please call out your number. Tamari, 6, Shino, 4, Hinata, 3, Sasuke, 8, Naruto, 1, Kiba, 5, Neji, 2, Lee, 7, Dosu, 9. Hayate nodded, finishing writing on a piece of paper, then held it up while saying, "Here is the fight roster. In the first round the fights will be as follows: Uzumaki Naruto vs Hyuga Neji, Hyuga Hinata vs Aburame Shino, Inuzuka Kiba vs Tamari, Rock Lee vs Uchiha Sasuke, and finally the winner of the fourth fight will be fighting Kinyuta Dosu. This is a tournament, so the winner of the first fight will go up against the winner of the second fight and so on. Copies of the fight list will be given to your senseis. If you want one, ask them. The tournament will be held in 1 month, so as to give you time to recover from your injuries, and to train, as you've all showed the competition a good portion of your skills. That'll be all. Your senseis will escort you out of the forest to prevent further injury." With that, Hayate nodded at the genin and shunshined away. A few days later, Naruto was training with Jiraiya. As much as she loved her Kakashi ni, Sasuke needed to train too. And didn't have any family like Kiba, or pseudo-family like she did, to train him. And since all three of them were in the third round, they couldn't train together. Then they'd know each other's new techniques. They needed new techniques, since even though they didn't reveal much in the preliminaries, they knew each other's skills like they knew their own. And, since it was very likely there would be a fight between at least two of them, they needed to learn something their teammates didn't know about. Currently Jiraiya was quizzing her on the skills her opponents had shown in the exams so far. On the ground between them her copy of the tournament matchups and a list of who fought who in the preliminaries, and they were going over all the combatants. Her and Neji, they had no way of really knowing who she'd fight after all. "Okay, so your first fight is against Hyuga Neji. What do you know of his skills?" Without missing a beat, Naruto replied, "Neji was Rookie of the Year last year. He only revealed standard Hyuga family techniques in the exams, however he's hailed as a genius, and I got the feeling he knew more than just the standard Hyuga techniques. Similarly, Hinata only showed the same. Other than that I don't know much. I overheard him sprouting some crap about fate, so he's probably extremely cocky, believing his victory is already assured. I could probably use that to my advantage. He's on a team with Maeda Guy, Tenten, and Rock Lee." Jiraiya looked thoughtful for a moment, before saying, "That's not much, but the thing about most Hyuga is they rely on their Byakugan. If you could temporarily blind him you'd have a huge advantage. If you win and fight Hinata you might be able to use the same tactic, but it would be harder to catch her with it after she sees you use it on Neji. If Hinata loses her fight though, you'll be going up against Aburame Shino. What do you know of his skills?" Once again answering immediately, Naruto said, "Like Neji and Hinata. He only really showed aptitude for his family techniques. Though he's also extremely observant and logical. He seemed to favor a strategy using Mushi Bunshin and Kiwarimi." Jiraiya nodded as though he expected this before saying, "A standard Aburame then. When he switches with the Mushi Bunshin, just continue with your attack, but make sure it's one that will destroy a lot of the bugs he used to make the Bunshin with, then make it perfectly clear you'll just keep killing his bugs. I'll teach you some Kaden Jutsu that'll help you deal serious damage to the bugs making up the Mushi Bunshin. As logical and protective of their hives as Aburame are, he'll forfeit. The next fight is between Kiba and Temari. What do you know of their skills and who do you think is more likely to win? We'll prepare for both, but focus on countering the skills of the one more likely to win. Naruto frowned briefly before saying, I don't want to sound like I'm arrogant about my team, but Kiba's likely going to win. Temari is a long-range Fuden user, and uses a battle fan to accentuate her Fuden. I don't think she'll be fast enough to catch Kiba or Akamaru though. As for Kiba's skills, well, as I told you before my mission to Wave, I applied gravity seals on me and my teammates. Since then Kiba has managed to get his seal up to level 7, mine's at level 9. 3 months ago Kakashi deemed us ready for elemental techniques and tested us. Kiba's primary affinity is Doden, and he doesn't have a secondary affinity. You already know my primary is Fuden and my secondary is Suiden. Which puts me at a slight disadvantage, as Suiden is weak against Doden, though Kakashi has been firm that we all learn at least one jutsu of all the elements. He and Akamaru have been learning more of their clan techniques also. But thankfully my Kyuubi enhanced senses means that if he tries to use any strategies that take advantage of his Inuzuka nose, it'll backfire as my sense of smell is almost as good. Jiraiya thought about this for a minute. Good. We'll work on speed and dodging. It'll help a lot against Kiba or Temari depending on who wins, and it's bound to be useful for your other fights as well. I already said I'd teach you some Kaden Jutsu in case you fight Shino, but we'll add some Raiden Jutsu, since Douden is weak against it. The next people you might need to fight are Sasuke and Lee. This sheet says Sasuke beat Shikamaru in the prelims. I don't doubt your teammate's skills, but Shikamaru's a genius. How'd he win? Naruto smiled lightly before saying, Sasuke realized that if the Nara techniques are light source dependent they'd be weakest in the dark, so he took out the lights and used the training Kakashi has given us in not using our eyes to take him out. Sasuke has managed to get his gravity seal up to level 8. He's been improving with his Sharingan, and has adopted a fighting style based on precision. Instead of specializing in either speed or strength, Sasuke chooses to improve both at the same time, sacrificing being exceptionally good at either, so as to not only make each hit count with his precision and strength, but assure he can keep up with most opponents. And land multiple blows when an opportunity presents itself. Though both me and Kiba know pressure points, and other weak spots on the human body, Sasuke's knowledge is defiantly superior. As using a precision style of fighting is useless, if one didn't know where to aim to make each hit count. He's also been learning how to use a Chikudo, and has become very good with it. Then if he isn't a master yet it's something I need to be careful of, especially since unlike his clan Sasuke's fire affinity is only a secondary affinity, his primary affinity is lightning. As soon as he found this out Kakashi started teaching him how to infuse his sword with lightning. Jiraiya thought of all she told him before saying, that sword's going to be a problem, you may be a speed type. But if the final fight comes down to you and Sasuke, then it'll be a difficult fight. If he even touches you with that sword when it's infused with lightning, it'll mess you up bad. I already said it, but we'll definitely be working on your speed and dodging. We'll also expand on your Fuden knowledge, as that counters Raiden. Now what about this rock? Lee, she frowned for a moment, it seems speed training is something I need to work on in case I fight him as well. Rock Lee apparently can't mold chakra to use jutsu, but I think he's capable of basic things, like tree climbing and water walking. This just means he focuses entirely on taijutsu training, he's already a taijutsu master. Also when he put his foot on the railing to jump down during the prelims, his leg warmers shifted and I think I saw training weights underneath. I have no doubt that if he does have them, he'll be a force to be weary of when he takes them off. Jiraiya nodded. The last potential opponent is Kinuta Dosu, what do you know of him? Naruto sighed. He uses some sort of sound-based jutsu. It sends sound deep into the inner ear, at frequencies that cause a lot of pain, disorientation, vertigo, and nausea. I'm not sure how I should counter that, except to release all the levels of my gravity seal and beat him before he has a chance to use his jutsu. Then again, I'll only be fighting him if we both beat everyone else and meet in the finals. And I don't think he could beat Lee or Sasuke. That technique seems to be the only thing he has going for him. Jiraiya nodded. So, we'll be focusing on speed, dodging, Raiden, Kaden, Fuden. And finding a way to temporarily blind the two Hyuga, though if you could get him to fall for it as well, which isn't likely after using it on two opponents in front of him. It'd be useful to counter his Sharingan as well. Oh, and Gamabunta has convinced the Velociraptors to let you sign the Toad contract. Naruto smiled at that, unlike what some people thought having multiple summon contracts was possible. You just needed permission from your first summons to do so. They called them summon contracts for a reason. Each summon species had their own rules to follow. Though they were usually incredibly simple rules, and failing to comply with those rules got one labeled contract breaker, which meant the summons would never answer you again, and since they always spread the word to the other summons, such a person would never be accepted as a summoner for another species. One rule that all summons had though, was that if you wanted to sign a second contract, permission from your original summons was required, along with the new summons being fully aware that you already had a contract, what species that contract was for, and a meeting between the summoner, the boss of the first contracted summons, and the boss of the soon-to-be contacted summons. So the reason having two contracts was rare, was rather obvious. Most summons didn't want to go through such trouble for a potential summoner. However, Gamabunta was adamant that she become a Toad summoner. They'd had the required meeting a month ago, and by the end of it though they'd made sure neither the summon contracts rules contradicted each other, as they were supposed to. Aunt Blue still hasn't been convinced about letting her sign with the Toads. She'd have to summon Aunt Blue to verify, and Jiraiya knew she did, but she was sure Jiraiya and Gamabunta were telling the truth. She nodded at Jiraiya, before saying, "After I verify with Aunt Blue, I'll sign the Toad contract." Jiraiya smiled before saying, "Good. I hope you're ready, kiddo, because I'm going to train you into the ground. You won't be allowed to break for lunch, or dinner and sleep until I'm satisfied with your progress. And even then I'll barely leave you enough time to do so. We'll start right now." Naruto smiled at her godfather. She knew he was her godfather, just as she knew her dad was like a son to him. In her life where she wasn't kidnapped and assumed dead, he may have hidden this knowledge from her, but that life wasn't this one. She had been kidnapped, and she had been presumed dead. So Jiraiya knew just how precious their time together was, and as such the only information he withheld was her parents' identities, and that was because her father had asked the Sandaime to keep that knowledge from her for her own safety just before he died. So she said the only thing that came to mind in that instant, "I was hoping you'd say that Ero Kyofu. Tournament begin." Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And I can't do stutters. So Hinata's speech is written without breaking up. I'm sorry, just mentally insert the stutters. Sorry, this shorter than usual chapter is the only update, but I wanna save the rest of the Chunin exams for next chapter, and into tired, and frustrated with my glitching phone, to keep writing today. Anime 55 Kicker says the jutsu she used on her teeth may be a permanent physical transformation. But you seem to be forgetting an important fact. Solid henge. Na said. Don't get me wrong though, your comment made me laugh quite a bit. Laughing face. 1 month later, Naruto stood in the arena with the other combatants. The tournament started in 2 minutes, and everyone but Dosu was there. Of the contestants only her and Sasuke were visibly different. Sasuke had changed out of his usual outfit. And since he'd never cared about such frivolous things as clothing, she had no doubt they were picked to accommodate what he'd learned over the month. She had merely added goggles and a pair of senbon with bells dangling from the ends to her usual outfit. The senbon were going through her ponytail, with the bells dangling from the higher ends of the senbon. The goggles covered her eyes completely, and she had the straps over her ears. On the inner part of where the strap pressed against her ears, and on the inside of the eyes of the goggles, Naruto had put seals. She'd designed them to protect her from her Byakugan Sharingan counter. A Jonin walked up to them and said, "Good morning, my name is Shiranui Genma. I'll be the proctor for the third portion of the exams in Hayate's place. Also Kinuta Dosu seems to have gone missing, so unless this information is incorrect, he won't be participating in the exams. The fight schedule is still the same, other than the winner of Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee's match no longer needing to fight Dosu to see who goes to the next round." Here he paused and turned to look at the Hokage. Getting a nod, he turned back around and facing the crowd. Said loud enough for everyone to hear, the Chunin exam finals are now beginning. Participants, everyone except Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto, please leave to the waiting platform. As he said the last bit, he waved at a set of stairs and an observation deck above it 1/3 up the stadium wall. As the other Chunin hopefuls left, Neji and Naruto spaced themselves apart and readied for the fight. Neji decided to speak up, saying, "You should forfeit. You may have been top kunoichi of your year, but fate has already decided your loss." Naruto didn't say anything in return. If he was going to be arrogant, she wouldn't stop him. She could use it to her advantage after all. Genma glanced between them, saying, "Ready. Then begin." And he immediately jumped back. Neji activated his Byakugan and rushed her, trying to take her out with Juken before the fight really began. Naruto jumped back and pulled out a kunai with a tag on it, charging the tag and tossing it, not in a straight line, but so that it spun end over end a few feet in front of her. Neji, after seeing it wasn't an exploding tag, just kept going. However, when he was a foot away from the kunai, the G suddenly let off an explosion of light and sound that left him stumbling blindly and his ears ringing. Naruto called them concussion seals. They let off a bright flash and a loud bang, along with a huge flare of chakra, designed to temporarily, and without leaving permanent damage, render an opponent blind and deaf. The large burst of chakra was specifically for the Byakugan. It was a careful, measured burst designed to do the same as the flash of light, only making them temporarily incapable of seeing chakra instead of regular sight. She didn't know if affecting their regular sight would affect their ability to see chakra. So she'd added that feature when she invented the seal, just to be safe. Plus, unless Hinata saw the seal and deactivated her Byakugan, that feature would make it easier to use the seal on her if she won her fight, letting Naruto take advantage of the near 360 degrees Hyuga vision. The second the concussion seal went off, she rushed behind Neji, where he wouldn't hit with the wild flailing he was now doing, and struck him in the head, knocking him out quickly. She knew that the crowd probably wouldn't be too happy about such a quick fight, and that they probably hadn't seen Neji go down. She didn't know how effective the flash would be that far away, but she wasn't going to let a fight with a Hyuga go on any longer than she could help. After Genma regained his vision and checked on Neji, he called, "Winner, Uzumaki Naruto." Then more quietly to Naruto, "Not taking chances with a Hyuga, huh? Smart. Though I wish I wasn't blinded." Naruto grinned sheepy, and handed him a pair of goggles like her own. "Sorry about that. I didn't want Neji to realize the goggles were more than a strange fashion choice. If she wins her fight, I'm gonna try to use it on Hinata as well." He merely chuckled and accepted the goggles, slipping them over his head, but letting them dangle from his neck for now. At that point the medics finished collecting Neji and Naruto walked off. So Genma called loud enough for the entire stadium to hear, "The next fight between Aburame Shino and Hyuga Hinata is about to begin. Fighters, please come down and ready yourselves." On her way up to the observation deck, Naruto passed Hinata and Shino, and Hinata stopped momentarily to stutter out a question. That seal tag you used on Neji ni. It didn't do permanent damage, did it?" Naruto shook her head, replying with, "No, I purposely measured exactly how bright and loud it was, specifically to prevent permanent damage. He'll be fine, I promise." Hinata smiled shyly at her, then hurried to catch up with Shino. By the time Naruto arrived to where the other genin were waiting, Hinata and Shino's fight had already started. She got there just in time to see Hinata land a heavy combo to Shino. But as expected, Shino just dissolved, revealing it to be a Mushi Bunshin. Sasuke and Kiba turned to her when she walked up, and Sasuke said, "That was a rather effective seal. Did you make it or did you just learn it from your Kyofu?" She nodded to his comment before answering, "Made it. I call it the concussion seal." Ero Kyofu was rather proud, but the only reason I am so advanced in Fuinjutsu is because I've been studying it for most of my life. Kiba smiled at her before saying, "You're too modest sometimes, you know that. Your Kyofu has reason to be proud. You're incredibly skilled at Fuinjutsu. And it isn't just because you've been studying so long, you're naturally talented at it. Kakashi-sensei says so, and Kakashi doesn't compliment our skill in anything unless we're truly exceptional at it. Sasuke merely nodded in agreement, causing Naruto to blush under her mask, and fidget with her fingers at their praise. She still wasn't used to her packmates praising her skill, and it distracted her enough that she actually missed the end of Hinata and Shino's fight. She only just managed to catch Genma announcing Hinata the winner. She did turn to wish Kiba luck when his Interrogating fight was called though. Beside her Sasuke nodded his head, nonverbally wishing Kiba luck as well. To which Kiba gave them a small but sincere smile, then he put a bigger, but also fake, smile on. And loudly proclaimed that he didn't need luck, he had skill. Temari responded by glaring furiously at him, which was what he'd been aiming for, to get her angry and not thinking straight and told him she was going to tear him apart. When Genma told them to begin, an even more furious Temari, Kiba must have said something on the way down, didn't bother to play it smart and wait to reveal her best moves. Instead she swung her fully opened battle fan at Kiba, attacking with her strongest Fuden jutsu right from the start. Kiba merely dodged out of the way, and performed a quick combination of the Shikyaku jutsu, followed by the Jujin Bunshin, and finally Akamaru, and he began attacking with Gatsuga. A very standard Inuzuka attack, giving nothing of what he'd learned over the month away. After that, well, Temari put up a good fight, but as Naruto had predicted to Jiraiya a month prior, she simply wasn't fast enough to catch the two. Though she was faster now than she'd been a month ago. So she was apparently smart enough to realize most of the people in the tournament were faster than her, and did quite a lot of speed training to make up for it. When Sasuke was called to fight Lee, Naruto saw him adjusting his arm warmers. She knew Sasuke had a bad habit of messing with them when he was altering his gravity seal. It was a bad habit, because any habitual tell was bad for a shinobi. She realized that he was smart enough to not take chances with Lee, and had probably removed the chakra from all of his gravity seal's levels. He was probably going to control his speed in an attempt to not give just how fast he'd gotten over the month away. As soon as Genma called for the fight to begin, Lee was off, not but a blur to most, though she could see him, Sasuke. If the way he began easily dodging was any indication. They continued attacking each other with taijutsu for a while, then when Lee opened the first gate, and removed his weights, attempting to use Omate Renge. Sasuke pulled his Chikudo, infused it with lightning, and slashed at Lee. Landing a wound on Lee's arm, Sasuke didn't hesitate to capitalize on Lee's temporary immobility and knocked him out. The fight had taken around 10 minutes, and Naruto knew Sasuke had been holding back in showing how fast he was. She'd been hoping that Lee would force him to show more of how he'd improved over the month, but even if Lee hadn't, Kiba no doubt would. Mushi Bunshin Insect Clone, Shikyaku no Jutsu 4 Legs Technique Jujin Bunshin Beast Human Clone. Who's stupid? Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. It was time for Naruto to fight Hinata. Before Genma called their match to start, she reached into her kunai pouch. She was glad for her mask because it hid her smirk from Hinata. When the girl immediately tensed. No doubt the girl realized she was going to use concussion seals on her, but she didn't grab one of those kunai though. Instead she merely pulled out a regular one, and held it in a reverse grip. She tensed her muscles in preparation when Genma asked if they were ready, then nodded her assent to his question. When Genma called for them to begin, she immediately rushed Hinata. She didn't like the idea of a taijutsu match with a Hyuga, but if she wanted this to work, she needed Hinata focused on her hands. The girl's own weariness would help that. She however pushed chakra into the seals hidden underneath the black paint on the bells in her hair, activating the silencing seals after Hinata activated her Byakugan, so that Hinata wouldn't think anything of it while she was steadily pushing chakra into the seals inside the bell as well. The two's exchange lasted a good 7 minutes before Naruto's seals were ready, though that was only because she had to pump a tiny steady stream of chakra so Hinata wouldn't notice. When they were ready, she dodged Hinata's current strike by turning sideways and bending, just enough to put one of her bells right in front of Hinata's face. Then she activated the seal on the inner wall of one of the bells. It wasn't a complicated seal by any measure really. All it did was give her control of the hinges that allowed the bells to open and close. She opened the bell in front of Hinata's face, and activated the seal on the ball hanging from a chain inside the bell, that was what had taken so long to charge. The concussion seals she'd hidden on the ball inside each bell. It was the reason she used 2 belled Senbon instead of 1, by carefully positioning them so they made an X through her ponytail. She could technically catch someone from pretty much any angle around her, though it worked best if her opponent was at her sides or back. The concussion seal went off, temporarily stealing 3, including her ability to see and sense chakra, of Hinata's senses, and Naruto wasted no time knocking the girl out. After Hinata went down, she activated the seal controlling the bell hinges, closing the one she'd opened, and pulled the chakra out of the other readied concussion seal. She didn't want to accidental activate it on the observation deck after all. It would be rude to pull attention away from Kiba and Sasuke's fight when they were trying to show their skills and prove they were ready to be Chunin. She was a tad worried using the same tactic twice would hurt her chances of the same. I'd be giving the judges the impression she was a one-trick pony, but she supposed as long as she didn't use it on Sasuke, which would be difficult anyway, know that he knew her little bell trick, she should be able to show them the real extent of her skills. Jiraiya had assured her that should she do that, the judges would change their opinion from one-trick pony to cleverly finding a way to overcome the Byakugan and Jukin. And she was in the habit of believing Jiraiya. Nodding to Genma, who was pulling the goggles she'd handed given him down with a grin, she returned the grin and walked back to the observation area. When their fight was called to begin, Sasuke and Kiba immediately launched into a taijutsu exchange. She could tell quite easily that neither was giving their all just yet. They were testing the waters first, trying to gauge how strong the other had become in their month apart. She briefly paused to wonder how many people knew that 3 of the 4 semi-finalists were on the same team, but discarded the question. Once the two were done gauging each other, they separated from their taijutsu match and eyed each other from a brief moment. Then Kiba, seeming to decide he would have to stop holding back if he wanted to make it to the finals, yelled at Akamaru that we're doing that, whatever that was. She had a feeling Sasuke was about to be rewarded for hour 80 pulling the chakra from his gravity seals, though. She was proven right when Akamaru jumped on Kiba's head, who then jumped into the air, made a tiger seal, and called Jinju Kanbi Henge, Sotaro. And with that, Kiba and Akamaru disappeared in a poof of smoke, reappearing from the smoke as a giant 2-headed wolf. Kibamaru immediately used the Suga, if it was even called that in this form, trying to take Sasuke out quickly. Sasuke was having none of that, however, and managed to dodge out of the way, slashing with his lightning-infused Shakudo, which he'd drawn and charged in the Seiko. NDS it took Kiba to set up and transform, and landing a small slash. Kibamaru recovered from the shock of the lightning too quickly for him to press the attack though, so he jumped away, looking like He was thinking about how to take Kibamaru down. He was also clutching the juncture of his neck and shoulder in pain, making her worry and wonder if something had happened over the month, since she knew Lee hadn't landed a blow there. From there a game of Suga, dodge, slash, quickly started, and continued for a good 5 minutes. Then Sasuke seemed to make up his mind about something, and jumped back, kicked off the arena wall, and threw kunai with strange tags attached in a circle around the arena, close enough to the wall that Kibamaru couldn't get away, but far enough the crowd, and her and Genma, wouldn't be affected by what he was doing. Then he made a quick string of hand signs and all the tags lit up, before releasing a huge blast of lightning, electrifying everything inside the tags, Kibamaru included. The huge wolf staggered for a few seconds, then collapsed unconscious, turning back into Kiba and Akamaru with a poof of smoke, both out cold. Genma went to check just to be sure, then announced Sasuke the winner and called for the medics. She hopped the railing and asked the medic nins, "Are they okay? Or at least going to be okay?" Seeing Sasuke give her a hurt look, she said, "I can see you're okay. And you didn't get electrocuted, so it's not like I don't care, 'cause I do. And if you're hurt that my asking suggests, I think you would really hurt Kiba. I don't, but Sasuke, you have a tendency to overdo things. Accidentally hurting people occasionally. I trust you, Sasuke. I just don't think you know your own strength and capabilities." At that, Sasuke's hurt look disappeared, replaced by understanding. Then worry for his teammate. That went away too though, when the medics reassured them that Kiba and Akamaru would be fine. Of course that just led to Sasuke looking at her with uncertainty. And it was clear the reminder of how he overdid things made him worry he'd hurt her in their match, which would be called as soon as the medics got Kiba and Akamaru out of the arena. She just rolled her eyes with an exasperated, but fond, smile, not that he could see it, called him an idiot, and reassured him that she could take care of herself, then warned him that if he even thought about going easy on her she'd throttle him. Sasuke gave her a small but completely sincere smile, and she rolled her eyes again. All three of her packmates, Jiraiya and the others, were her family and pack. But they weren't her teammates, didn't fight alongside her on a regular basis, were incredibly protective of her, even though she was entirely capable of taking care of herself, and proved it via kicking their asses in spars. Still, she loved them and wouldn't trade them for the world. While she'd been thinking Sasuke had retrieved the kunai for the lightning jutsu, and she figured the jutsu took too much chakra, forcing him to use it sparingly. And Sasuke wasn't stupid enough to leave seals laying around the field when he was about to fight a Fuinjutsu master. Well, though she was just an expert. But the point still stood. Jiraiya had tested her just the day before, because he'd thought she was ready, and she couldn't do actual training, since she couldn't afford to risk being tired during the exams. They both knew a title wouldn't help at all in the fights, but she'd been getting restless, and Jiraiya had figured since he needed to test her anyway, cause she was as red. Why, as she was gonna get that, he might as well do it then, so she'd have something to do. So she was now officially a seal master. Her family, including Kakashi, since Sasuke couldn't train the day before, the exams either, and Jiraiya informed him. Because of that, had celebrated. She'd even received presents for her achievement, making it obvious they'd all known she'd become a seal master soon. She gotten a Senbon launcher that strapped to her wrist, and scrolls filled with tips and tricks on Senbon use from Shizune, a small, in comparison to Temari's anyway, one-handed battle fan from Hiruzen. Who'd also gotten her some kunai that were capable of channeling elemental chakra through them. Konohamaru blushed and gave her a red scarf with a thin black streak through the middle and a dark reddish-orange swirl at each end. Along with matching fingerless gloves with metal plates on the back, he looked at his feet and told her that he, Moegi, and Udon had made them with his mom's help, then had taken the gloves in to get the metal plates fastened to the gloves. She'd smiled, kissed his forehead, and thanked him, telling him to thank Moegi and Udon for her, since he'd see them before she did. Kakashi mentioned that she'd said she'd wanted to learn to play an instrument, and complained about her inability to cast genjutsu often, then handed her a metal flute with designs of wind, water, leaves, and fire, her affinities. Konoha, and the land of fire, and said that Jiraiya had designed the seals, and the engraving that hid them, and that he'd taken it down to a metal worker, informed her that he and Jiraiya had already tested it, and it worked. Casting genjutsu with it was much easier, so she should be able to do basic genjutsu once she learned them. Haku gave Naruto scrolls on elemental chakra, and studies into how Kekkei Genkai allowed people to combine them, and the incredibly few justice that had been successful derived from those studies. Zabuza told her that Jiraiya mentioned she wanted to learn to use more weapons, then handed her a Tonto also capable of having elemental chakra channeled through it, like her kunai. Jiraiya had smiled and commented on the FA court. She said she not only wanted to learn to use new weapons, but specifically wanted at least one weapon that would allow her to attack from a greater distance, and complement her stealth skills. Then he handed her a beautiful, but not ornate, she was a shinobi after all, bow and quiver. The quiver could hold 40 arrows, and had storage seals on its inside with more arrows inside them. He'd also designed a modified storage seal that wouldn't make the usual poof noise. At that point it was just Tsunade left, and she stood up and walked around the table to stand in front of Naruto. She said had Naruto had been trying to get her to give it to her for a while, and that she'd finally decided to trust Naruto. Then she'd asked Naruto to close her eyes. Once she had, Naruto felt something settle around her neck. And Tsunade kissed her forehead, then told her she could open her eyes. When Naruto had looked down, she'd found Tsunade had finally given up her necklace, and smiled. Ever since she'd found out about the so-called curse on the necklace, she'd wanted to protect Tsunade from the dark pain it caused her, and now she finally could. Naruto was brought out of her memories by Genma announcing to the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has finally come for the finals. The one who wins this fight, wins the tournament. The fight between Uchiha Sasuke, of Konoha's Team 7, and Uzumaki Naruto, also of Konoha's Team 7, is now beginning. Then he turned to them and said, "Give them a show," which means no concussion seals till later in the fight Naruto. "So, ready you two? Good. Good luck to both of you. Begin." While Genma was announcing the beginning of their match to the crowd, Naruto had pulled the chakra from her gravity seal. Sasuke didn't have any chakra in his seal, so she couldn't afford to leave her seal at even level 1. She was glad she had as soon as the fight started. Sasuke rushed her, trying to feel out her improved skill level, as he had with Kiba. The two continued their taijutsu exchange for a good 6 minutes, then she caught a glimpse of his neck he'd been clutching during his fight with Kiba, and saw a nasty-looking seal, with another containment seal around it. She was immediately alarmed. Even though he wasn't overly good at seals, she'd seen enough of Kakashi's work to recognize it. Kakashi wasn't the type to put a contain-me NT seal on something unless it was incredibly dangerous. They were shinobi after all. He couldn't go around sealing everything dangerous. He'd have to deal everything shinobi related, including the shinobi themselves. So why the fuck was there something that dangerous on Sasuke? She was going to tear whoever hurt her packmate apart, till they were in so many pieces it would be impossible to tell that they'd once been human. Up in the cage box pretending to be the cage, Orochimaru suddenly felt a cold chill of dread wash over him. He felt like someone had just signed his death certificate, buried him, then danced over his grave. He shuddered, and made a mental note to redouble his efforts in improving his immortality jutsu. Sasuke abruptly jumped back, and Naruto realized she'd frozen when she saw the seal. And that Sasuke had noticed, not that it was hard, she'd frozen right in the middle of their fight. A look of fury took over her features and she demanded, "Who?" When Sasuke started to shake his head, she furiously said, "No. Sasuke, you tell me who would dare hurt you, hurt my packmate, hurt one of my loved ones. I'm going to rip them apart for daring to hurt one of my precious people." Sasuke, rather than looking angry, looked amused and just the slightest bit happy that she'd called him a loved one, then said, "You can demand all you want. I'm not telling you, because I already know you'll go after them and they're too strong. So please, Naruto, please just drop it." She stared for a minute, fury in her face, then forced it down and coldly said, "For now." Asuke just sighed at her stubborn protecting nature. Then they both refocused on their fight. Sasuke drew his Chikudo, and Naruto pulled 2 of the kunai Hiruzen had given her the day before. The tant would be better to use in this situation, but she didn't know how to use it yet. So she channeled wind chakra into one of her kunai to counter the lightning chakra he was channeling into his Chikudo, and prepared herself to dodge like it was raining kunai. After they began exchanging blows, a pattern quickly formed. Sasuke would try to hit her, however glancing the blow was, in order to shock her with the lightning on his blade. Naruto would either dodge or parry with the wind-infused blade, and try to counter with her unenhanced kunai. She didn't want to kill him after all, and with the redding properties of Fuden, no, she refused to risk it by hitting him with her wind-infused kunai. Occasionally he'd grab that accursed seal, and grimace in pain, to which she'd scowl furiously, then it'd pass and they'd go back to fighting. As much as she loved fighting with Sasuke, he was always a challenge. She was getting annoyed with this dodging game. So she jumped back and threw a smoke bomb. Sasuke wouldn't dare follow. Not with the nasty things that usually happened under one of her smoke screens. She'd decided to use one of the many jutsu Jiraiya taught her, so she quickly put her kunai away. Then she flicked through 2 hand signs, slamming her hand into the ground, thinking indeed of saying, "Doden, Yomi Numa," managing to successfully catch Sasuke with the jutsu. Then while Asuke was stuck and distracted with trying to get out, she used a low-powered suiton on the ground and surface of Yomi Numa, allowing lightning to be conducted along it, and right to Sasuke. Flicking through hand signs, she thought, "Raiden, Jaibushi," releasing an extremely weak surge of lightning, using the water from the previous jutsu to guide it to Sasuke, shocking him just enough to knock him out, without causing permanent damage. Or, the incredibly permanent death. She used a small Fuden to clear the smoke from her smoke bomb, impatiently listening as Genma announced her the winner. Then she quickly countered Yomi Numa, and rushed over to Sasuke. She didn't have a tendency to overdo things like Sasuke, but she still worried anyway. When the medics arrived and confirmed he was okay, Naruto sighed in relief. Genma asked with a raised eyebrow, "You don't trust your own ability to control your jutsu?" She glanced at him wondering why he was asking, unaware that the proctors were judging their performances as well as she fought. If she couldn't even trust herself to control her jutsu, Genma couldn't give her his promotion approval. To his relief though, she shook her head and replied, "It's not that I can't control my own jutsu, or that I think I can't. Sasuke and Kiba have both become members of my pseudo family, and even if it's irrational, I can't help but worry when they get injured." Genma could tell she wasn't lying, and besides the genin never knew who was judging, except for the cages. However, her answer just left him with another possibly promotion-stopping question, which he asked, "Does it interfere when you're protecting clients?" Now she was really giving him a weird look, but she answered anyway, "No." As many times as I've felt the urge to rush to their sides when they get hurt, I've always been able to put the client first. I'll admit that I don't like doing it, but I'm more than capable of doing it anyway. Genma eyed her before smiling, having deciding she was once again being truthful. So he merely chuckled, and informed her, "You know kid, once you're a Chunin you can request not to be assigned escort missions, you'll still be assigned them on occasion. But you probably won't get them often, and I've got a feeling that despite being rookies, your whole team got promoted." She stared at him for a moment before saying, "You really think I'll get promoted? I thought I might have used the concussion seal too much." Genma stared at her in shock for a minute, then said, "Kid, you realized your first opponent was a Hyuga? And that your second had a 50-50 chance of also being a Hyuga, and made a strategy for that? You even realized that catching the second Hyuga with your seal would be harder after she saw you use it on the first. And found a way to catch her unaware as well. That's not using the same jutsu too much, that's playing it smart. Everyone knows going against a Hyuga in close combat puts you at an immediate, and huge, disadvantage. But it's also rather difficult to knock someone out from a distance. You found a way to be able to knock them out with reduced risk of injury and/or defeat. Like I said, smart, not repetitive." She smiled shyly at him then said, "Thanks Genma-san. I'll take your word for it, after all you've been at this longer than 6 months, unlike me." Genma smiled back, about to answer, but was interrupted. While they'd been speaking, the Hokage had been making what she assumed was a routine speech, talking about them doing well in the tournament, and other stuff. However, both he and Genma were interrupted by white feathers falling over the entire stadium. A genjutsu, and it was putting all the civilians asleep. Then the explosion started, Konoha erupting into pure chaos in seconds. Naruto only had one thing to say: what moron stupid enough to attack during the exams, where village pride is a close second to village safety. She readied herself to fight nonetheless. Genma just got ready to fight as well, chuckling all the while. Jinju Kondi Henge. Sotaro Human Beast Combination Transformation. Double-Headed Wolf. Suga Passing Fang. Doden. Yomi Numa E. Arth Release. Swamp of the Underworld Raiden. Jaibashi Lightning Release. Electromagnetic Murder. I'm sorry, Kakashi ni. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And the lack of proper punctuation in Guy's shouting was on purpose. Naruto narrowed her eyes upon noticing that half the invading forces were Sunanin, and she also noticed the Kazekage kidnap Hiruzen, taking him to the roof which was quickly protected by a barrier. Before he revealed himself to be Orochimaru, Jiraiya had told her about him. She casually said to Genma, "If you'll excuse me, I need to speak to a certain San Tanuki about his village invading mine." Quote, even though Genma didn't know Gaara was a Jinchuriki, he was able to figure out she was talking about him. Genma wondered why she would bother talking to a Nin who hadn't even made it to the finals, but figured she had a good reason. So he just nodded and said, "Indeed. I'm going to go see if our shinobi in the stands need help." "Good luck Naruto," she responded with a simple, "To you as well." Quote, after finding his chakra signature in the stands, Naruto jumped up to where Gaara was arguing with his team. None of them had noticed her yet, so she managed to hear their Jonin-sensei say. I don't care how strong she is, or how scared of her you are, a huge part of our plan is you transforming right in the middle of Konoha, and causing havoc and destruction. Naruto didn't know who else Gaara would be scared of than her, so decided to make her presence known by saying, it seems you lack Gaara's survival instinct and Baki Tem. She briefly spared me to give a mental smirk as Baki jerked around and eyed her in fear, before continuing to Gaara, from what I heard of that conversation. You seem to be refusing to do your part in this act of pure stupidity. Just to be sure though. She paused, letting a dark threatening look appear on her face. You weren't planning on attacking my village, were you, Gaara? I'd hate to have to. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Before remembering how effective that particular phrase had been in the preliminaries, end your existence. Though it was rather cowardly of your Kage to send his shinobi to invade us. And not even bother to show up himself. Gaara stared fear in his eyes before bowing his head, saying, of course not, Naruto-sama. I wouldn't dream of ever attacking your village. Gaara had never been respectful before. Never called anyone Sama, or bowed his head, but he figured it was probably best to be respectful of the woman who could easily kill him. Baki gave her a look. What are you talking about, you stupid girl? Our Kage is fighting your Hokage now. She raised an eyebrow, both at his pathetic insult, and his words, before replying, oh. I wasn't aware you had a new Kage. Though you really could have made a better choice than Orochimaru Tem. As she said this, she nodded to where said Sannin was fighting Hiruzen Jiji. The Sand team, minus Gaara who didn't care, tilted themselves to be able to see the cage box, where the Kage was supposed to be fighting, and still be able to see her out of the corner of their eyes. They threw caution to the wind and turned, fully with noises of surprise upon seeing that their cage wasn't there, and that just as she said Orochimaru was. She took in their surprised looks and added, he was posing as your Kage, I saw him throw off the robes. Baki turned back to her and wryly said, it seems we've been tricked. If Orochimaru has been posing as him, our Kage is probably dead, and has been for a while. Especially since our Kage didn't want to invade, thinking it foolish to challenge Konoha, then abruptly changed him mind about 3 months ago. Orochimaru probably killed him then, and has been impersonating him since. Then turning to his team said, we need to tell everyone, our part in the invasion must be stopped. Naruto grinned at that and said, I can probably help with that. Ignoring their confused looks, she found Lee and Guy in the stadium fighting next to Kakashi ni. She mentally apologized to Kakashi for what she was about to say, and shouted to them, Guy, Lee. I need your help. The Re has been a most despicable act of unyouthfulness. She shot Kakashi an apologetic look when he sent her one of betrayal. The next second, Guy and Lee were right there and Guy was shouting, what? What is this unyouthful act? Lee and I will do our very best to help you remedy it at once. Ignoring Lee's cry of, Yosh. We will not tolerate despicable, unyouthful acts. She quickly explained, it seems Suna has been tricked. And their Kage has most likely been dead for 3 months. Orochimaru has been posing as him since he wouldn't go along with attacking Konoha. We need to get word out to the Sunanin to stop fighting. Guy looked outraged at such an unyouthful act, and shouted loud enough for his voice to carry to a little over half of Konoha, and the invading Sunanin within that range. What? What do you mean Orochimaru killed the Kage and has been impersonating him for 3 months so he could trick the Sunanin into invading Konoha? Or rather, Guy's voice alone carried to half of Konoha. With Lee shouting with him, it carried the message to all of Konoha. This caused all the Sunanin within hearing range to blanch, and immediately surrender to the Konoha nin they were fighting. If their Kage had been dead this whole time, then they'd been had, and none of them were ready to die on a likely imposter's orders. The Sand team winced at the volume, but at least they understood why Naruto had called these guys over. There was no way any of the Suna shinobi didn't hear that. They should stop fighting. Naruto turned to Gaara and asked, could you help me with something? Gaara hesitated for a brief second before nodding, so she continued, you see that barrier, the one Orochimaru and the Hokage are fighting in. Could you have your sand go down it and see where it ends? Once that's done, could you take out at least one of the Oto nin producing the barrier? The more you can take out the better, as then the Anbu won't have to deal with them and can assist the Hokage quicker. Gaara nodded again and closed his eyes in concentration, forming 4 of his sand eyes. They weren't regular eyes though. Bracketing the pupil were 2 sand prongs forming a versus shape. Under that there was other sand versus, but it was solid. Instead of 2 spade prongs, she figured the 2 V's were to clear out anything in front of the eyes, so they could see the barrier. Jutting down from the lower solid V was a drill made of sand, no doubt to make a hole for the eye to go through. As he sent the sand eyes off, Gaara asked, "Those 4 Oto Nin, do you want them dead? Or do you want them just unable to fight?" She shrugged. "It doesn't really matter, as long they can't interfere with the Anbu helping the Hokage, I don't care." Turning to look at Guy, she said, "You should probably help the Hokage too. I don't think Lee could help in such a fight, as skilled as he is, but you'd probably be able to be of great help." Guy nodded and turned to Lee saying, "My most youthful student, our comrade is right. As skilled as you aren't ready for such a fight. Please go back to my eternal rival and give your assistance to him." Lee nodded and used his good guy pose while saying, "Yosh. I will do as you ask. Guy-sensei, I wish you luck in your most youthful battle to come." Then he smiled at them and ran back to Kakashi. Naruto watched him go, and when he made it to Kakashi, locked eyes with her sensei and Nisan. He gave her an understanding and forgiving look, causing her to breath out a sigh of relief. He understood why she would say the word youthful, and why she asked Guy for help instead of him. She was glad he wasn't mad. It was at that moment she heard screams, so looking towards the noise she managed to catch the barrier falling. Then Gaara said, 3 of the 4 are dead. The 3rd was quick enough to avoid death, but she's in no condition to fight. Naruto nodded and said, "Thank you for your help, Gaara. Though I must be going, I've got to go do my part. I hope we get a chance to speak on friendlier terms later. You seem like someone I could become friends with." The Sand team looked shocked, both at her words about doing her part, and at saying she wanted to be friends with Gaara. "So," Tamari said, "I think you've already done more than your part. Even if you didn't personally do it, you're the reason half the invading force, an entire village, surrendered. Plus you made the plan that got your Kage the reinforcements he's probably going to need. I can understand wanting to help fight off people invading your village, but you've already done more than your fair share in defending your village. And I thought you hated Gaara, now you wanna be his friend." Naruto turned back and watched her for a minute, then replied with, "Of course I'm going to defend my village. As for wanting to be friends with Gaara, well, I don't hate him. The first time I held him at knife point, it was to stop him from doing something stupid, and the second time was simply to win our fight in the prelims. Besides," she trailed off for a moment looking distant, then continued, "I wanna be friends with him, since he's what one might call my brother of circumstance. There may be 7 tails between our captives, but I'm sure that isn't enough to stop a Tanuki and a Kitsune from getting along." With that she gave Gaara and the others one last smile, then turned and left. Off to help stop Oto. She left 3 gaping shinobi and one who looked mildly surprised, which was saying something in and of itself for Gaara to let an emotion through. Kankuro couldn't keep himself from saying, "She's a Jinchuriki. Scratch that, she's the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. But she never used its power even once during the exams. And she fought and beat Gaara." Baki nodded sharply, saying, "Exactly, Kankuro. If she's that strong without Kyuubi's power, how strong is she with it? Especially since I think there was a lot she didn't show during the tournament." Nikuro looked terrified at the prospect of a Kyuubi-enhanced Naruto. 2 days later, Gaara's team was still in Konoha. As it turns out, the 3 genin are apparently siblings, and the late Kage's children to boot. A mere few hours after the fighting stopped, Baki, who had been talking to a rather irate Hiruzen, got a message from Suna telling him to call off the attack as they'd found the Kage's body. And from what they could tell, he'd been dead long enough that it was obvious he'd never changed his mind about the invasion. Baki was apparently Suna's Jonin commander, and therefore second in command to the Kage. So despite what Suna's council said, Baki now is acting Kage till a new one could be chosen, had stayed in Konoha to rewrite the alliance agreement between Konoha and Suna. The Sand siblings had also stayed an act of good faith, as even being the children of a dead Kage they were still held in high regard, especially since their family was one of Suna's noble clans. They weren't prisoners. Though they were constantly watched by Anbu, they had stayed as a way to show Konoha that Suna was willing to put a lot on the line to reclaim their status as Konoha's allies, important things. Like the only 3 members of one of their noble clans. It had worked rather well. Of course the fact they only attacked on what they thought was their Kage's orders, when real they'd been tricked and their Kage was dead, helped quite a bit too. After all, it was very rare that someone defied their Kage's orders, and they were labeled Nukenin for their efforts. Rebuilding was progressing surprisingly quick, though that might be because the invading force was halved almost immediately. So Naruto was given a 2-hour-long break, though that might have something to do with the fact she'd been summoning clones by the thousands to help rebuild, and none of the shinobi wanted her to drop dead from draining her chakra completely. Most of the shinobi that had a problem with her had grudgingly accepted her when she became a comrade. Having a hand in saving the Hokage's life and making the Sunanin surrender had done wonders for public opinion of her, especially shinobi opinion. So she was spending her break with the Sand siblings. Gaara had already respected her for her strength, but he'd grown closer to her when he found out about the attempt of her life that led to her being raised in what was probably the most dangerous place in the world. Though he had made a comment about that being part of the reason she was so strong. Out of the corner of her eye, she noted Gaara with an expression like he was debating asking something, so she said, "Gaara, I've told you at least 100 times already, if you've got a question for me, just ask." Gaara jolted. He'd been thinking hard enough that she'd surprised him, then nodded and asked, "I know I said growing up on Isla Sorna made you stronger, but the way you act, it can't be entirely responsible. So how are you so strong?" She smiled gently at him. Out of the corner of her eye she could see Temari and Konkuro perk up in curiosity, then replied, "A person becomes truly strong when they have precious people to protect." Gaara tilted his head. "Precious people?" Naruto nodded. "Precious people. Friends and family, those you love and care for. People you don't want to see hurt. When you have such people and you wish to protect them, whether it's directly or indirectly, that's when you become truly strong. Oh, that reminds me, one of my precious people, my Kyofu, is a seal master. I talked to him after. You guys told me about Gaara's inability to sleep, and Shukaku always talking to you, and he said he'd take a look at your seal. He said he'd find a way to fix it, and when he does you'll be able to sleep whenever you want. Plus you'll only hear Shukaku when you want to." Gaara nodded his acceptance of her statement about precious people, and smiled a tiny but sincere smile at hearing his seal was going to be fixed. Then turned away, a thoughtful look on his face, and muttered, "Precious people, huh?" She could see Temari wearing a guilty look in her face out of the corner of her eye, no doubt. Feeling horrible that Gaara didn't know what a precious person was, and decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So she said, "Hey Temari, could you teach me to use this? I know it's smaller than yours, but I figure you should still know how to use it, since you probably started learning with a smaller one anyway. Hiruzen Gigi got it for me before the 3rd portion of the exams as a present for passing my seal's mastery test." With that she pulled out the small battle fan, showing Temari. Temari smiled and nodded happily, pushing the depression that had begun to set in a way. The 4 had been learning jutsu and the like from each other, but she rarely had anything to teach the younger girl. While it was cool learning all sorts of wind jutsu from the younger girl, she'd begun to feel like the girl knew everything. Even though she knew that wasn't true, as Gaara had managed to teach the girl some stuff, so it made her rather happy to be able to teach her fellow Wind Affinity Kunoichi something. Besides, she shouldn't allow depression to bring her down when her little brother's seal was going to be fixed. Itachi enters. Oh, and Kisame too. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And no Orochimaru fight, as his hands were never sealed. No update yesterday, as I just wasn't in the mood to write, and was also a bit stumped on what to write next. Anime a 55 kicker. I was talking about the actual Biju themselves. Meaning Shukaku and Kurama not included. Mr. Kraken, minor spoiler, this wasn't when I'd planned on dropping it, but it just came out. Which is probably better than forcing it anyway. Naruto was saying her goodbyes to her pack, her whole pack comprised of her friends and family, not just her teammates. It had been 2 weeks since the Oto invasion, and Konoha was almost finished rebuilding. Almost dying to Orochimaru had made Hiruzen come to the conclusion that he needed to name a godime. He'd asked Tsunade to become Hokage. She hadn't immediately turned the position down. But she had asked Hiruzen to give her time to think before she made a decision. Right now they were leaving because Tsunade had made enough money to pay off some of her gambling debts. Finally it was just supposed to be Tsunade and Shizune, but Jiraiya was going since he needed to check on some of his contacts in the area. Naruto was going because Jiraiya wanted her to, and Hiruzen had given him permission to take her with. They were going at a rather sedate pace, since part of the reason for this trip was giving Tsunade a chance to think without the council pressuring her. Jiraiya was using this as a chance to teach Naruto, who had been officially named his apprentice after the invasion. He was currently teaching her one of the Yondaime's signature justice, the Rasengan. It was going rather well. She didn't know just yet that he was teaching her this specific jutsu because it was part of her inheritance from her dad, as she didn't yet know the Yondaime was her father. Sandaime had merely made it so she couldn't be told till she was Chunin, which meant that she could know now. Since Genma's prediction was right, her entire team was promoted. However, with the invasion, and Sandaime finding a godime, she hadn't been told yet, though Jiraiya was going to tell her as soon as they got back. 2 days later they arrived at a town and rented some rooms for the night. They could have easily gotten there in a couple of hours, but again they were taking their time for Tsunade. She'd finally finished the first part of the 3 steps to learning Rasengan. What she didn't know was that Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the others had long figured out that carefully controlling when they congratulated her was the best way to train her. Her accomplishments should be congratulated. But they'd discovered that if they waited a bit to praise her, she'd assume that her achievement was ordinary, and take whatever they'd taught her to the next level so as to be extraordinary. Some might call it mean. And often they had to fight the urge to praise her when she performed amazingly, but in their profession the stronger you are the more likely you'll survive. So even if it was slightly mean, if pretending her amazing skill with whatever they were teaching her was the way to get her to be stronger, then they'd bite their tongues to hold back their praise, and pretend they saw such things every day. They would congratulate her when she'd risen above the ordinary achievement. They wouldn't let Naruto believe though she was horrible after all. Low confidence could be as dangerous to a shinobi as a hail of kunai would be to a civilian. So even though Naruto had completed the first step of the Rasengan in 2 days, something that had taken Jiraiya a month and a half to do, Jiraiya just nodded like it was acceptable and showed her the second step. He felt as guilty as he normally did, but resolved himself to waiting to praise her till she'd finished learning it. His lack of praise would likely push her to complete it in an amazing time after all. Still he was grateful for Tsunade's understanding look and consoling pat on his shoulder. They all hated doing it to Naruto. Currently though, Naruto was in her and Jiraiya's hotel room. If she were anyone else or was older, Tsunade would have never stood for her sharing a room with Jiraiya. However, as much of a pervert as Jiraiya was, even Tsunade would never accuse him of being a pedophile. He'd never look at anyone under 19, not on purpose anyway. Even if she was 19 he'd never look at her like that. She was like a cross between a granddaughter and a niece. Tsunade knew all this, knew that she was probably the only girl in the elemental countries that was eternally safe from Jiraiya's perverted nature, and had let them share a room without comment. She was the only one in the hotel at the moment, as Tsunade had went to get a few drinks, and Shizune had followed to make sure she only had a few, and Jiraiya had left when a pretty woman began flirting with him. So when she heard the knock on the door she immediately tensed. None of the others would knock, and if Jiraiya had lost his key, which was completely unlikely, he'd just shout. Scanning the chakra on the other side of the door, she immediately concluded they were shinobi. Their chakra reserves were way too large to be a civilian. So he did the only logical thing to do when presented with potentially hostile shinobi when one is supposed to keep a low profile. She made a shadow clone to stay behind, in case they weren't hostile, jumped out the window, and headed for Jiraiya's chakra signature. Naruto watched the original jump out the window, then turned, straightened her cloths, and opened the door cautiously. There were 2 men on the other side. The taller vaguely reminded her of a shark, what with his bluish-gray skin, sharp teeth, and gill-like markings around his small white eyes. She recognized him as Hoshigaki Kisame, from the bingo book she'd been given when she and her packmates were promoted to Chunin after the exams and following invasion. The other man though, he was the one who really caught her attention. As he shared a remarkable resemblance to Sasuke, she knew exactly who he was, as Sasuke kept a picture of him to remind himself of his purpose. He had shown that picture to her in Kiba once, when Aide asked who that man he wanted to kill was, and why Sasuke wanted him dead. Sasuke told them what that man had done while showing them the photo. She'd learned then that his name was Itachi, and that he'd been Sasuke's older brother. By blood he still was his brother, but Sasuke refused to acknowledge that after he killed their entire clan in a single night. She also recognized their cloaks, as Jiraiya had warned her of Akatsuki. So now, knowing without a doubt these men were enemies, she jumped back and said, "Huh. Ero Kyofu, though that you Akatsuki guys wouldn't come for me just yet." I guess he was wrong. Though I'm a bit surprised they sent my packmate's older brother and Hoshigaki after me. Given my age and rookie status, I thought they'd send their weakest members, keeping their stronger ones for tougher opponents. She was trying to buy more time for the original. She may already have made it to Jiraiya, but Naruto didn't want to risk it. So she'd stall as long as possible, and try not to let them dispel her. It was the only reason she'd let them know how knowledgeable she was if the situation. She was squeezing every second she could, and shocking them even for a moment would buy time. Though she'd purposely left out who her godfather was, in the off chance they didn't know she was traveling with him and Tsunade. Itachi and Kisame looked shocked at the fact she was completely aware of who they were and why they were there. Itachi quickly regained his composure though, and said, "If you're aware of your situation, you should surrender. It would be foolishness to challenge us. And you capture is inevitable." She snorted, made a shadow clone, and said, "Me surrender. That'll happen when Orochimaru becomes a pacifist and starts preaching about love and peace." I same dispelled her clone, which was what she'd been wanting, as the clone had her knowledge of Itachi and Kisame, and dispelling it would transfer that knowledge to the original, and got this look he couldn't decide if he wanted to be horrified at the mental image of Orochimaru doing that, or laugh his ass off. As Kisame regained his bearings and took a step closer to her, she felt the family rush of information from a clone dispelling. The original had summoned one, so she'd gained the knowledge that not only had the original reached Jiraiya, but they'd already met up with Tsunade. So with a cheeky grin she said, "You know, when I saw who was knocking I didn't think the ruse would last long enough, but apparently even Uchiha Itachi isn't above being tricked by Kage Bunshin." Then she dispelled, just managing to catch their shocked, and slightly outraged, looks at being tricked. Naruto was standing in a clearing when she felt her clone dispel. Jiraiya had reluctantly agreed to use her as bait in an attempt to catch Itachi and Kisame in a trap. So he, Tsunade, and Shizune were hiding a bit away waiting for the two Akatsuki members to show up. Sure enough, a few minutes later she felt the two get within sensing distance and began moving towards Jiraiya and the others. Itachi would no doubt be suspicious if she was just standing around waiting, so she was to act like she was fleeing to Konoha. But move just fast enough that they'd reach her just as she reached the area Jiraiya and the others were hiding. Just as planned, she arrived just as Itachi and Kisame caught up with her, and Kisame called out with a grin, "You know, Gaki, we weren't aware of your trick. If you'd left your clone be until we dispelled it, you may have actually gotten away. It was smart to leave a clone to distract us, but stupid to dispel it." She didn't say anything in return, just allowed Jiraiya and the others to show themselves. Itachi cursed upon seeing two, not one but two, of the Sannin, and remarked to Kisame, "Not stupid. A trap." Gazing at Naruto for a moment, he made one more comment before the fighting began, "Clever girl." With that, Jiraiya immediately engaged Kisame, as Tsunade took on Itachi. She wasn't a good matchup for Kisame, since her fighting style relied on her chakra-enhanced strength, and with the fact Samahata drained chakra, well, it just wasn't a good matchup for her. As Tsunade kept trying to hit Itachi, who was desperately trying to make sure she didn't, Jiraiya was engaging Kisame in taijutsu. Shizune was standing in front of Naruto, ready to defend He girl from the two in the extremely unlikely event the Sannin lost. Though they all knew Shizune would be no match for either of the two S-rank Nukenin, they were hoping she could distract them long enough for Naruto to get away. They'd forced Naruto to promise to run if it came down to Shizune, something that had been extremely difficult, as Naruto was not happy with the idea of abandoning any of her pack. They had eventually gotten a promise from her, and they knew that while she'd lie through her teeth without a shred of guilt to people she didn't care about, she'd never break a promise to one of her precious people. To her pack. After a good 10 minutes of fighting, Guy showed up, not long after that Itachi and Kisame managed to escape. After they were sure the two were gone, Guy turned to her with an uncharacteristically serious expression and looked her over for injuries. Seeing none, he smiled in relief and said strangely quiet, "I am glad to see you are okay, Naruto-san. I was already planning on coming to warn you all after Itachi attacked Kakashi in Konoha and mentioned he was after you, but when your teammates found out, they all but begged me to make sure you were okay. Sasuke-san especially. It took a bit of time to get him to not run straight here when he heard, though I was mildly surprised he wanted to come check on you, rather than wanting to come because Itachi was here. If you're okay though, I should be heading back to Konoha." Naruto stopped him by asking, "Itachi and Kisame were in Konoha. Is Kakashi okay? What about Sasuke? He didn't run into Itachi, did he?" Guy smiled a smaller than usual but totally sincere smile, and said, "Sasuke-san is fine. Itachi wasn't anywhere near him at any point." He paused and frowned, before turning to Tsunade and saying, "Kakashi on the other hand was subjected to Tsukuyomi, so while I know part of the reason for your trip was to have time to think, I'm also here to request that you hurry on your trip so that you may come back quicker to heal Kakashi. Who hasn't woken since Itachi used Tsukuyomi on him?" Tsunade looked grave and nodded, saying, "Of course. I'll be as quick as possible. Don't worry about Kakashi, Guy. He'll be fine till then." Guy looked a bit relieved, then nodded farewell and left, on his way back to Konoha. Naruto looked at Tsunade, worry clear on her face, and asked, "Are you sure he'll be okay? It's not that I don't trust your medical knowledge, but..." Seeing the girl trail off, Tsunade smiled gently and reassured her, "Of course he'll be fine. We'll be as quick as possible, and we'll be back in Konoha soon. Then I'll heal Kakashi and you'll see for yourself that he's fine." "Okay kiddo. Just wait that long and you can see for yourself. Think you can do that?" Naruto hesitated a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Still worried for her Kakashi ni. Tsunade just gave her another reassuring smile. Girls unite. Unholy trio. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And I already have a warning about swearing. And yet to Yuya and Anko's mouths makes me feel like I should add another. At Rebmeal. That was the point. Orochimaru will be shaking in his sandals when he finds out. It'll give him nightmares for years. Upon their group arriving back in Konoha, Tsunade and Shizune had immediately set off towards the hospital. Jiraiya had mentioned research and walked off, so Naruto went to the Hokage tower to talk to Hiruzen Jiji. After arriving and greeting each other, Naruto asked how he was feeling. He just responded with, "Old." So Naruto changed the subject and asked about the woman that had helped make the barrier during Hiruzen's fight with Orochimaru. Only to find she still hadn't said anything, not even her name. Since she'd been promoted and the woman wasn't talking, she was allowed to request to speak with her, as she'd helped bring the girl down. Hiruzen contemplated her request for a few moments before nodding his assent. So she made her way to the T&I division. Upon arriving she ran into Anko, who was about to leave for the day, and Anko asked why she was there. After explaining, Naruto asked Anko to accompany her. Anko looked confused as to why Naruto wanted her there, since she obviously didn't want Anko there to protect her from the prisoner. She was more than capable of protecting herself, but she agreed and followed anyway. Naruto had seemed incredibly interesting ever since Anko heard she stole Kakashi's book while he was giving them the bell test, but she'd yet to have a chance to really talk to the girl and get to know her, so she seized this opportunity that Naruto had presented. Upon arriving at the cell that held the girl, Naruto with Anko in tow, went in. The red-headed girl jerked at her door being opened, then narrowed her eyes and snapped, "What the fuck do you want?" Here to stop questioning me and finally fucking torture me. Naruto set down the chair she'd snagged on hers and Anko's way down, then sat down on it while Anko leaned against the wall. Finally she replied with, "Oh no. I'm not even from T&I just requested to talk to you and Sandaime-sama allowed it." "Nay, Kunoichi-chan, since you brought it up why haven't you said anything yet? Surely you don't want T&I to torture you. Or are you just that loyal to Orochimaru?" Anko watched the proceedings with interest while wondering what Naruto was doing. The redhead narrowed her eyes at the blonde, then heatedly retorted with, "Fucking hell. Of course not. I fucking hate Orochimaru with a passion, but if I tell you guys anything he'll kill me." Naruto tilted her head, the bells in her hair chiming. She'd expected as much from what Jiraiya had told her about the snake Sannin. He ruled with immense fear. It didn't matter to him if his followers hated him with AP. Asanin would throw a celebration if he died, as long as they were obedient and didn't foolishly try to kill him themselves. So after a moment of thought, I don't see why he'd believe it was you in particular. Especially since he probably thinks you're dead. After all, Konoha has Jiraiya of the Sannin, someone who's famous, or infamous, for his spy network. Every country knows he has it, yet they extremely lucky to find even one of his spies. Not to mention Jiraiya was Orochimaru's teammate and rival. Orochimaru no doubt knows exactly how good Jiraiya is. Really, I don't see why he'd think it was you. Naruto had at first started out using a confused tone, then had trailed into talking like she was just thinking aloud. She'd done all this on purpose. After all, one didn't have the spy master as their godfather and sensei. And not learn quite a bit. She didn't like manipulating people, especially since she'd had a feeling this girl was going to become precious to her from the moment she saw the girl on the day of the invasion. She'd seen the Anbu medics take her away. However, that was part of the reason she was manipulating her to being with, to save the girl that just might become precious to her from torture. The redhead paused at that, a look of contemplation on her face, then with a tone like she was trying to convince herself to continue being defiant, asked while nodding towards Anko, "And who's she, huh?" Naruto glanced back at Anko, who seemed to have partially realized why Naruto brought her along. Naruto was just glad that she didn't seem upset. Naruto had predicted that the redhead would hate Orochimaru, and no one in Konoha hated him quite like Anko hated him, for good reason. Anko's hatred of the man the redhead was forced to serve was bound to help get her talking, this Anko had realized. Anko detached herself from the wall and introduced herself, though she left out that she was an interrogator as it wouldn't help this conversation. "My name is Mitarashi Anko, I'm a Tokubetsu Jonin. And loathe Orochimaru with the passion of 1,000 suns." The redhead looked interested at the last part and asked, "Oh. What did he do to you?" Anko scowled and said, "Before that fucking bastard betrayed Konoha, I was his apprentice. When he was fleeing Konoha I was unaware of his betrayal. So when he came and got me saying we had another mission, I went with him. I don't remember the month that followed, but I do know that fuckface experimented on me with one of his cursed seals. I was found by Konoha Anbu and brought back to Konoha. Even though T and I deemed T had I didn't betray them and had no idea of Orochimaru's betrayal, the majority of Konoha has hated and distrusted me since. He betrayed me in Konoha, branded me with his fucking seal, and ruined my life. A lot of shops won't even serve me, and if they do, quite often the goods are ruined and or extremely overpriced. Hell, some of my comrades tense up when I'm around and look like they're preparing themselves for me to go on mass murdering spree at the flick of a switch. The redhead didn't seem bothered that Anko had slowly lost her composure during her rant and listened the entire time with a sympathetic look on her face. Chiyuya knew what it was like to have your life ruined by Orochimaru, and she knew what it was like to not have anyone to talk to about it. After all, in Odo you couldn't trust anybody as they would likely stab you in the back if you did. After Anko was finished, the redhead looked down at the ground for a moment, then lifted her head and began talking. "My name is Chiyuya. I was forced to be one of Orochimaru's elite guards, the Sound Five." Almost 2 hours later, Chiyuya had spilled everything she knew, and answered Anko and Naruto's questions. After a few minutes of silence, Chiyuya shifted awkwardly with a hesitant look on her face, catching Anko and Naruto's attention and curiosity, though Naruto had a good idea about what Chiyuya wanted to ask. Her thought True when Yuya squared her shoulders in determination and asked, I know I was part of an invading force, but that was against my will. I also know that hidden villages will sometimes allow newkenin to join them. She didn't make it any farther as Anko's face had filled with understanding, and a bit of longing at the prospect of having another kunoichi around that truly understood what it was like to get screwed over by Orochimaru. Which was the other reason Naruto had brought her. She had been told about Anko by Kakashi and Jiraiya, and from her understanding the woman could use a friend that understood her. She'd figured Yuya could use one too. So Anko quickly said, you right they are allowed. If you're wanting to join Konoha, you'll have to go though a bit of questioning to make s. You aren't a spy or are going to betray us. It isn't torture so don't worry, though Konoha does have a way of guaranteeing that you don't lie during the questioning. If you'd like, I could set up the questioning. Though I'd have to be tomorrow. It's too late today to get something like that done. Yuya nodded happily. That's more than fine. Especially since I didn't think I'd be allowed even that. Given my part in the invasion and my association with Orochimaru. Even if I'm treated poorly by most of Konoha, I can't go back to Orochimaru, he'd kill me, and I don't want to go back anyway. Naruto smiled at Yuya, then said, as much as I'd like to stay and talk to Yuya-chan, it's getting late and I've gotta get going. And Anko probably does too. Anko nodded a bit put out that she had to leave. Yuya looked sad at the news, but nodded her understanding. With that the two bid Yuya good night, and Anko told her she'd see her tomorrow. After exiting the TNIHQ, Anko looked at her. Out of the corner of her eye before saying, so, you're the infamous little student of Kakashi's who stole his Ika during his bell test. You handled the situation with Yuya-chan rather well. Though, I'm curious as to why you came to talk to her instead of leaving her to the torture division. Naruto tilted her head causing her bells to jangle again, before saying, I helped make the plan that brought her down. Later I saw the Anbu taking her away for medical help, and so she could be locked up for the TNI to get info out of her. I just had this feeling from the moment I saw her that she'd become one of my precious people. I hope you're not mad about why I brought you. Kakashi ni and Jiraiya Kyofu have told me about you, and I figured you and Yuya-chan both needed a friend who understood. Anko smiled, well, normally I'd be furious, but if your intention was to help me it just wouldn't be right for me to get mad at you. Then Anko looked at her out of the corner of her eye again. This time giving her a rather weird look, before continuing, you know, I think you're the first person to try and help me without me having to fight for your trust. Why did you? You don't even know me other than the brief times we meet during the Chunin exams, so why would you help me? Naruto smiled at Anko before saying, because Anko-chan, most people deserve to have someone who understands them, you're one of those people. Besides, I've been wanting to properly meet you since Kakashi ni told me about you, and that was only strengthened after Jiraiya Kyofu mentioned you. They both spoke rather highly of your skills as a kunoichi and an interrogator. Anko looked startled at that, then she smiled happily and said, well in that case, I was planning on going and getting something to eat before heading home and going to bed. Would you like to eat with me? We can get a proper chance to talk. Naruto smiled and said, you know, Kakashi ni told me to stay away from you. Anko grinned and replied with, that's just because he thinks, and this is a direct quote from when he reported your team had passed the bell test, you two would get along far too well for my liking and I won't have you giving her ideas. Naruto gave a grin of pure evil in return, then put on a look of mock innocence and said, oh. And just what pray tell, would these ideas be? I would love to eat with you. Perhaps you can shed some light on why Kakashi ni would want me to keep my distance from such a delightful woman such as yourself, Anko-chan. Anko cackled in such a way that Kami himself would shiver in fear if he heard it. On the other side of the village, Kakashi and Jiraiya were talking about Naruto's training, when abruptly an Anko cackle echoed through the village. Kakashi and Jiraiya both stiffened, before. Kakashi asked, did you feel that? It felt like there was a disturbance in the very world itself. I don't think even the Kyuubi left me with such an unsettling feeling. Jiraiya nodded, then said, I don't know what Anko could be doing that would leave us with such a feeling though. He was obviously thinking hard, then he started talking again, I mean unless someone left her, alone. With Naruto. Jiraiya's tone had started out incredulous, like he didn't think anyone would be crazy enough to let such a thing happen, then he slowly trailed off as horrified realization hit him, which was mirrored on Kakashi's face, before yelling the blonde's name in desperation. The two took off at speeds Minato would have found impressive, both hoping that it wasn't too late to separate the two for the good of Konoha, no. The world. Little did they know that not only was it too late, but that soon, Tayuya would join the two and make it an unholy trio. The next day Naruto went to meet Jiraiya, who said he needed to tell her something important. When she got to the meeting spot, she raised her eyebrows. The area was laced with a ridiculous amount of privacy seals. Jiraiya was sitting in the middle of the clearing. A large man-sized toad holding two scrolls a little more than half its size and incredibly thick standing next to him, and a box in front of him. Naruto walked into the sealed-off area, and remarked, "Well, when you asked me to meet you, I thought it was for more training, but it seems you had something else in mind." Jiraiya nodded, before saying, "I'm sure. You remember what I told you when you asked about your parents. I said I couldn't tell you till you were either Chunin or 18. You're Chunin now, so I can finally tell you. Your mother was Tsunade's cousin and pseudo-sister, Uzumaki Kushina, a Jonin and Anbu commander. She originally came from Uzushiogakure, and was the heir of the most prominent and prestigious clan, the Uzumaki. Uzushio was wiped out specifically in the hopes that there would be no Uzumaki survivors. The entire attack was to wipe the clan out completely. The rest of Uzushio was considered collateral damage by their destroyers. You were allowed to keep her name since you look like your father. It's very rare for an Uzumaki to not have the signature red hair and gray eyes. Kushina was called here at the age of 8 by her grandmother Senju Mito, formerly Uzumaki Mito before her marriage to Senju Hashirama, to take Mito's place as the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, as Mito was nearing the end of her life. Mito called Kushina here a mere week before the attack on Uzushio, causing Kushina to narrowly avoid death, and be the only confirmed Uzumaki to survive, though occasionally someone pops up who's speculated to be an Uzumaki. Your mother had quite a few enemies just for being born an Uzumaki, but she made many more during her shinobi career. Jiraiya stopped momentarily, and opened the box in front of him. He pulled out what appeared to be a photo album. Before opening it to the first page, and handing it to her while saying, "This was your mother's photo album, and that's her team photo when she graduated the academy and passed her Jonin instructor's test." Naruto accepted the album, before looking at the picture. She was rather startled to find that the team she was looking at was entirely female. One of the genin was obviously a Hyuga, and held a striking resemblance to Hinata. Another was defiantly an Uchiha and looked startlingly like Sasuke. Naruto figured they might be Sasuke and Hinata's mothers. Finally she looked at the third girl. Her own mother. She stared at the photo for a while, just cataloging all the similarities between them. The shape of their eyes, lips, and chin, her mother's height from what she gleaned from the photo, the natural straightness of their hair. Eventually though, she dragged her eyes from the photo and back to Jiraiya, who'd been silently letting her process what he said and memorize her mother's face. Once she looked up he took the photo book back before he began flicking through the pages, obviously looking for one particular photo. After he found it, he started for a moment then handed the photo album back. She looked down at the photo before her and was immediately taken aback. Unlike her mother, the physical similarities were practically overwhelming. She inherited so much from her father. His blonde hair, blue eyes, lightly golden skin unlike her mother's pale coloration, his cheekbones and nose, hell even though she had her mother's lips she had even inherited his smile. After a moment of familiarizing herself with her father's face, she paused. She felt like she already knew his face, like she saw it every day. Tilting the photo this way and that, trying to figure out why he was so familiar, she completely missed Jiraiya and the toad sharing a look and grinning at her. Eventually she concluded it wasn't anything to do with the angle. Maybe whoever he reminds me of doesn't smile often, Naruto thought. Then she began mentally changing his expression from the smiling man to a serious look. Upon doing so she almost dropped the book in shock, then held the book up so that it was just under the Hokage monument, and began comparing. After concluding it wasn't her imagination she turned to Jiraiya and was about to ask when he cut her off. "Yes Naruto, That is a picture of the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, your father. I'm sure you can understand why this was hidden. It's also the reason most photos of your father was destroyed. As much as we'd like to think otherwise. There are no doubt spies in Konoha. You look so much like your father that more than likely the only reason his enemies haven't realized you're his child is probably because they're so blinded by their joy that he's dead, and because they don't even want to think about the idea that he may have had a child before passing. So the Sandaime had almost all of the photos of your father destroyed. Under the pretense of appeasing Iwa, but really so that the evidence wasn't constantly staring any spies in the face, forcing them to eventually realize the truth. Naruto looked back at the photo and began running her fingers over it, a photo of her father, Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime. Eventually she shifted and looked back at Jiraiya before asking, "Is that why you've been teaching me the Rasengan?" "Because it was my father's jutsu." Jiraiya nodded saying, "Yes. Your father's clan was legendary for their ninjutsu, your mother's for their fuinjutsu. Funny thing is, the Namikaze clan had a second affinity for fuinjutsu, the Uzumaki a secondary affinity for ninjutsu. Ever since I heard that, before your parents were even conceived, I thought those clans were a perfect match. Seems Kushina and Minato agreed with me. Anyway, your father's clan was all but wiped out in the Second Shinobi War, leaving Minato the only member. Your father taught me the Rasengan, but the scrolls with his other jutsu. And his clan's jutsu were all sealed inside this scroll and entrusted to the toads should he die, so that they wouldn't fall into the wrong hands, with explicit instructions to teach them to someone worthy if he died without having a child. Or as the case actually is, keep them safe for any children he did have, and give the scroll to them when they were Chunin. Regardless of whether or not they were a toad summoner. The other scroll is because your mother asked if they could do the same for her clan jutsu scrolls after she married your father and found out about his scroll. Which means these are your inheritance in the form of clan jutsu. Most of the rest of your inheritance is either money in your parents' bank accounts or belongings in their house, along with that photo album I have a few other things here. First off, the key to your parents' house, second both your parents' Hitai Atesh, third the paperwork to claim your parents' bank accounts and house. And finally both of your parents were the first to wear these masks, they were also the last as both masks were permanently retired. They're your parents' Anbu masks, your mother's fox mask, and your father's dragon mask. Your father retired from Anbu much earlier than your mother, though that was only because he accepted the position as Hokage. Naruto smiled gently, "Dragon huh?" Jiraiya returned her grin. Minato was a very patient man with a long fuse, but managed to anger him, and he was as fierce as a dragon, hence the mask. Anyway, while we're giving you your inheritance today, and your father's Hiraishin Jutsu is in one of the scrolls, I'd like you to wait till you finish learning Rasengan before you start trying to learn the Hiraishin though. Naruto nodded, getting all the paperwork done, checking the status of the bank accounts, the state of the house, and getting everything else that needs to be done. Finished today was going to take a while. It was going to be a long day. Wills and seals. Sasuke's mission. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. And sorry I haven't updated in a while. Sasuke's already developing feelings for Naruto, though he doesn't realize it yet. Ergo how he acts this chapter. Sasuke had been looking for Kakashi for half an hour when he finally found him. Kakashi was walking down the street, reading Ika as he often did when he wasn't with the team. So Sasuke called to him to get his attention, "Kakashi-sensei. I need to talk to you." After Kakashi turned towards him and Sasuke ran up to him, Sasuke continued, "Could we go somewhere private? It's important." Quote. Kakashi nodded before grabbing Sasuke's shoulder and shunshining them to Sasuke's house. Then tilted his head to the side and asked, "What's wrong, Sasuke? You seem agitated and worried." Sasuke sighed heavily then looked at Kakashi. He shook his head before saying, "I don't know what to do, sensei. This stupid seal Orochimaru Tem gave me keeps burning like there's fire under my skin. Plus it keeps flaring up and then his voice will be whispering things in my mind. Dark things I don't ever want to do." Kakashi looked concerned, then said, "Jiraiya did say he though the seal affected someone's mind, instilling loyalty to Orochimaru, along with forcing the recipient to hurt loved ones. Most likely so they'd have nowhere to go, but straight to him. Is that what you meant by dark things? Though the seal Jiraiya and I placed over it should have stopped it from hurting or influencing you. Sasuke looked away, unable to meet his sensei's eyes, before saying quietly, yes. I'm mostly able to control it except for when I'm near Naruto. Then he starts whispering the most horrible things. Trying to get me to hurt her, to kill her. He'd lower his head as he whispered the last part, then shot it up, pure desperation in his face, exclaiming, please sensei. You have to help me. I don't want to hurt anyone. Dropping his voice to a choked whisper with tears appearing in his eyes, he added, especially not Naruto. Never Naruto. Sensei, please, I feel like I'm slowly losing my mind. Kakashi bent to look his student in the eye and squeezed his shoulder in comfort. Then he said, don't worry Sasuke, I'll have Jiraiya come over right away. He can examine your seal to see if it's faulty, if not we'll figure something out. Until then I want you to stay home, keep the doors locked. And don't let anyone except me, Jiraiya, Godime Tsunade, or anyone we approve in. Not even Kiba, and especially not Naruto. Understand? Sasuke nodded, wiping the tears he'd just noticed from his eyes, and said, hi, sensei. Stay here, lock the doors, no visitors, only let you, Jiraiya, Hokage-sama, and anyone you three approve in. Kakashi nodded, then his face softened and he asked, are you going to be okay by yourself while I fetch Jiraiya? I can stay with you and send a Kage Bunshin if you want or need me to Sasuke. Sasuke looked at him in pleading, asking in a tiny vulnerable voice. Stay, please, I don't wanna be alone. It feels like the insanity destroys my mind faster when I'm alone. Kakashi just squeezed his shoulder and sent a Kage Bunshin to Jiraiya. Naruto was worried. Jiraiya was never late, yet him and Kakashi didn't arrive till 20 minutes after the will reading was supposed to start. The reading was in the council room with the civilian and shinobi councils present along with all the beneficiaries, which was her, Hinata, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. Sasuke was supposed to be here as well, but she didn't see him with Kakashi. She had completed all the necessary paperwork to claim her inheritance, but it couldn't be approved till her parents' wills were read, though as soon as they were finished here Tsunade would go back to her office and approve them. The Sandaime had sealed them in her birth certificate for her protection. Since it was the will of a Hokage and his spouse, they were required to be read in front of both councils. Normally the current Hokage would read the will, but since Tsunade was a beneficiary, the Sandaime was presiding over the will reading. The Sandaime looked at them and asked, Kakashi, where is Uchiha Sasuke? He is supposed to be here, and your clone said he was with you when it came and got Jiraiya. Kakashi nodded before saying, Sasuke can't be here for medical reasons. I have a letter as is required. The Sandaime looked it over before proclaiming, Uchiha Sasuke has given proof he cannot be here, as such rather than losing what he inherits today, they will be collected by Hitaki Kakashi, as per his request. The Sandaime cleared his throat before saying, very well. Now that Jiraiya and Kakashi are done with their important business, we can start. I've called you all here today because it is finally time to read the wills of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, the Yondaime and his wife. I told both councils 13 years ago that they were sealed for a specific person's protection. That person can take care of themselves now, so I've unsealed the wills. A member of the civilian council spoke up, Sandaime-sama, what is the Jinchuriki doing here? She should not be present for the will reading of Yondaime-sama. It was obvious to Naruto that the person who spoke, along with those now nodding in agreement, thought she was the Kyuubi, and therefore killed the very Kage whose will was about to be read. She keep her mouth shut though, and let Hiruzen deal with it, which he did, saying, Honorable council members, I am presiding over the reading, not you. I asked Naruto here for a reason. You'll understand that reason by the end of the reading, so please be quiet. If there are no more interruptions. Hiruzen gave all the council members, both civilian and shinobi, a heavy look. Making it obvious it was more of an order than a question. Once sure no one would interrupt, he nodded sharply, then grabbed one of the wills from the table in front of him. The tab had the two wills in the center of the table and two boxes bracketing the wills. Hiruzen opened the will and said, we'll start with Uzumaki Kushina's will. The will is as follows. I Uzumaki Kushina of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Being of sound mind and body, declare this my last will and testament, revoking all previous wills. As I am currently pregnant, I leave most of my worldly belongings to my soon-to-be daughter. And my husband Namikaze Minato. To Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minato I leave each of you with a scroll marked with your name and kept with this will. Inside of each is everything I leave to each of you, including a letter with my last words to each of you. Should any of the before mentioned four be dead at the time of this will reading, I leave their scrolls to my daughter. I also leave similar scrolls to my previous genin teammates and best friends, Hyuga Hitomi and Uchiha Makoto. Should they be dead by the time of this will reading, I leave their scrolls to their children. Should Hitomi pass before her child is born, I leave her scroll to her husband, Hyuga Hiyashi. Except for those scrolls and their contents, I leave everything to my daughter and husband. Should my husband, my daughter, and I die before this will is read, all my monetary assets are to be split equally between Tsunade and Kakashi. As agreed upon by both Minato and myself, as you will be able to confirm in his will. If we both have died and our daughter dead as well, if she was unborn, too young to have a will, or merely didn't write a will, our home, the Namikaze estate is to be given to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, don't complain, you're getting the house. When I'm writing this you still haven't bothered to get a house and keep sleeping in our guest bedroom. This way you'll always have a home to come back to. So concludes my last will and testament. Dated May 28, 2002, signed Uzumaki Kushina of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. The signature has already been verified. Out of the corner of her eye, Naoru could see many of the Shinobi Council members now looking at her in comprehension. It was clear to her that they had now realized why she was there. Hiruzen grabbed the box that had been next to her mother's will and walked over to them, handing each of the others their scrolls. Then he walked back to the table and picked up her father's will. Clearing his throat again, he said, "We will now move on to the Yondaime's will. The will is as follows. I Namikaze Minato of the Namikaze clan, being of sound mind and body, declare this my last will and testament, revoking all previous wills. First I would like to say that this will is being written much later than my wife's last will. Currently Jiraiya is completing some of the last details needed to be done to reseal the Kyuubi at my request, as it is October 10, 2002 and the Kyuubi has been forcefully removed from my wife right after she gave birth to my beautiful daughter. I am taking the few moments I have to update my will, as I now know I will be dead before the night is over. Secondly, as stated in Kushina's will, we both agreed that should Kushina and myself, as you will be able to confirm in her will, have died and our daughter be dead as well, if she was too young to have a will or merely didn't write a will, the Namikaze estate is to be given to Jiraiya. Jiraiya, as even when I'm writing this you still haven't bothered to get a house and keep sleeping in our guest bedroom, this is so you'll always have a home to come back to. Like my wife I leave to Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade each a scroll, marked with your name and kept with this will. Inside of each is everything I leave to each of you, including a letter with my last words to each of you. Should any of the before mentioned three be dead at the time of this will reading, I leave their scrolls to my daughter. The scroll meant for Kushina, who is most likely dead since the Kyuubi was removed from her, is to go to my daughter, unless by some miracle Kushina is alive and survives till this will is read, in which case it goes to her as it was originally meant to. I've also written letter to my daughter just before writing this. I've sked Jiraiya to have it put with the scrolls, as such it's to be given to her. The rest of my worldly possessions goes to my darling daughter. Should for some reason my daughter die before this will is read, all my monetary assets are to be split equally between Tsunade and Kakashi. As I'm sure this is being read much later than my death, and that Hiruzen sealed my wife's will, and my daughter's birth certificate for her protection, I will just say it now so no one can say it's a lie. Mine and Kushina's daughter is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, the soon-to-be Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. As I would like my last written request to be that my beautiful daughter be treated as the hero she is and with the respect she deserves as a hero, for keeping the village safe from the Kyuubi day after day. And that she most defiantly not be treated as the Kyuubi itself, which she certainly isn't. She's the prison, not her prisoner. So concludes my last will and testament, dated October 10, 2002. Signed Namikaze Minato of the Namikaze clan, Yondaime Hokage of Konoha. His signature has also been verified. There was a beat of silence as all the civilians and the very few shinobi who hadn't realized gaped at her in shock over her now revealed heritage. Then chaos exploded. All the civilians began yelling. She could make out shouts of, "No, there's no way the demon brat is related to our beloved Yondaime. Lies. It's all lies. The demon influenced the Yondaime into writing that somehow. How could the Yondaime do that? Leave almost everything to that demon. Surely he realize. His daughter died the minute he sealed Kyuubi in her. Hiruzen only put up with the yelling for a minute, two max, then blasted the civilian council with ki and bellowed, enough. Uzumaki Naruto, or as her birth name actually is, Namikaze. Uzumaki Naruto is Minato and Kushina's daughter. As such, everything they left her is rightfully hers. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. I just read Ram Minato's own will that his last written request was she be treated as a hero and respectfully. Every one of you that doesn't comply with that wish is spitting on his memory. And yet you claim he's your beloved Yondaime. The Yondaime is no doubt rolling in his grave. I will hear no more complaints. If you can't accept that Naruto is Minato and Kushina's daughter, leave now as the will reading is over. And your presence is no longer required. There was a heavy silence for a few moments before over 3/4 of the civilian council got up and left. Naruto made she to remember the faces of every single one of them. She may forgive them someday, but she would never forget. Once the civilians had left, Hiruzen straightened his clothing and continued, if no one else has any problems. Good. Ith that he grabbed the box with the scrolls Minato had left to everyone and handed each scroll to its owner. After handing the last scroll over, he said, that officially concludes the reading of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina's wills. Council adjourned. Tsunade was back in her office. She'd already signed her approval of Naruto's paperwork to claim her inheritance and sent it off with Shizune. After checking it over to make sure everything was in order, of course. The people it needed to go to, like the bank for Naruto's money, wouldn't hesitate to try and deny her if even the tiniest detail was off in the paperwork. They wouldn't want to give the demon brat their beloved Yondaime's belongings after all. Though they wouldn't dare attempt outright sabotage with her personal approval on the papers. She looked up when someone knocked on the door and called out, "Come on in." Immediately Kakashi, Jiraiya, and Uchiha Sasuke entered. She frowned and continued, "What's going on? Earl, wire at the will reading you said he couldn't come because of medical reasons, but he looks perfectly fine to me, a little tired and worn down, but otherwise fine." Jiraiya shook his head, and replied with, "It's the cursed seal. I was wrong about my initial deduction of what the seal does, partially anyway. It doesn't just affect someone's mind, there seems to be a piece of Orochimaru contained in the seal. I don't know if it's an imprint of his mind or a piece of his soul, but it's there. The original seal I placed over it to contain it uses Sasuke's will to contain the cursed seal. While it would have successfully held back the influencing of his mind as a function of the seal, it doesn't stop Orochimaru's imprint from affecting him, making it impossible for Sasuke to build up the willpower to keep the cursed seal in check. And I don't know a seal strong enough to hold it in back that wouldn't run on his willpower." Tsunade frowned heavily, then turned to Sasuke and asked, "Well, Uchiha-san, what's the status of your state of mind? How is Orochimaru trying to influence you, and do you believe you can resist it?" Sasuke hesitated, causing Kakashi to grab his shoulder and squeeze it in comfort, saying, "It's all right, Sasuke, answer the Hokage's questions." Sasuke swallowed noticeably before answering, "My state of mind is rapidly deteriorating. Orochimaru keeps trying to get me to attack my teammates and my other fellow Konoha shinobi. He's also been trying to get me to become a Nukenin and go to him, specifically for the power to kill Itachi. He doesn't seem to realize I'm no T as obsessed with that goal as I once was. I can already feel it poisoning my mind, and I know I can't resist it for much longer." As he said the last part, he dropped his head and whispered, "Klee." Arly ashamed of his inability to control and resist the seal, Tsunade got up from her chair, walked around her desk, and bent so she'd be at eye level with Sasuke if he head was up. Then she reached out and tilted Sasuke's head back up so he was looking her in the eye, and said, "You have nothing to be ashamed of, Sasuke. Orochimaru creep though he may be has always been extremely persuasive, especially since he's literally in your head with nothing else to do but attempt to persuade you. I doubt even half the shinobi in Konoha could resist that as long as you have, and doing so is a testament to your considerable willpower. Not weakness. Understand. Sasuke nodded, his eyes wide, so she smiled gently, let go of his chin, and straightened. Then she frowned lightly, walked back to her desk, sat back down, and continued, still. Something has to be done. You just said you didn't know another seal to use, and we can't just detain him, strong will or no, there's no guarantee he'll ever leer. And to control it, and we can't very well keep him locked up forever. This is a conundrum, isn't it? None of them said anything in return as she rested her elbows on her desk, locked her fingers, and rested her forefingers against her lips. Obviously in deep thought. Finally, after a few minutes, she sighed heavily and said, very well. I might have a solution, however it's extremely dangerous, Sasuke. It also doubles as an S-class mission. I don't want to hear complaints from you too, Kakashi, Jiraiya, as it's his choice. Chunin Uchiha Sasuke, the mission I propose to you is this. You fake giving into the seal and go to Orochimaru as it demands, then after you've gotten stronger from his training, kill him when an opportunity presents itself and he shows weakness. Jiraiya and Kakashi shouted, Tsunade and Hokage-sama, respectively, but shut up at a harsh look from her. She turned back to Sasuke, who was looking at the floor, contemplating deeply, and waited for his reply. Sasuke was silent for a few moments. Then finally he lifted his head and simply said, very well, Hokage-sama. It's better than possibly killing my comrades, especially Naruto. So when do I leave? Tsunade didn't look pleased. She knew very well that she was practically sending a 13-year-old on a suicide mission. Everyone else knew it too. Especially Sasuke. Enter Indominus Rex. Disclaimer. I don't own Naruto or Jurassic Park. I know short crappy chapter. I got attacked by plot bunnies that wouldn't leave me alone till I wrote them out, then found it difficult to get back in the groove for this story. I'm sorry. T_T. Naruto was pissed. Kakashi had just finished telling her and Kiba about Sasuke leaving soon, and why. He'd managed to convince Tsunade-sama to let him tell his team about the plan. Naruto understood the reasons behind her decision, but it didn't stop her from being angry at Tsunade for giving Sasuke such a dangerous mission. They may be extremely well-trained Chunin, but they'd only graduated from the academy 6 months ago, and now her best friend had been tasked with killing Orochimaru of the Sannin. Yes, Naruto was pissed. Currently she was heading to Sasuke's say to talk to him one last tone before he left, and because she'd finished talking to the pterodactyl summons who'd shown interest in having Sasuke as a summoner. She'd had to speak to them about Sasuke's upcoming mission, and had informed them that Orochimaru might force Sasuke to sign the snake summon contract. They'd said that if Sasuke agreed to become their summoner they'd visit the summon realm of the snakes and talk to them about Sasuke being a dual summoner for them both, without Orochimaru knowing, of course. Most would think it difficult to speak to a summoned species that lacked a summoner. But after she'd agreed to find contractors for them, each of the summoned species had made her an honorary summoner. This meant she wasn't fully a contracted summoner, so she hadn't signed their contracts. And she couldn't summon them for just anything, but she could and was allowed to summon them to discuss potential summoners and in case of emergencies. Arriving at Sasuke's house she banged on the door before yelling, Sasuke, open up. Kakashi said I could visit you for a bit. A few moments later Sasuke cracked the door and incredulously but quietly asked, seriously? But you're supposed to stay away. I can't really control the curse mark around you. She didn't reply immediately. Instead she shoved her way inside and covered the living room with privacy seals before turning to Sasuke, her expression completely sad, and said, yeah, I know. Kakashi told me when I was trying to convince him to let me see you, but as I told him, you're my best friend and I have a right to see you before you leave on what's practically a suicide mission. Besides, I have something that might give you a tiny edge over Orochimaru. If nothing else it should help you escape if the shit hits the fan. Sasuke's expression had softened at the obvious worry she displayed when talking about his mission, then looked extremely interested at the prospect of something that might help in his daunting task. When shish, He just grinned at his interest and didn't explain. He gave in to get silent demand to ask, "Oh. And just what is this potential edge?" Naruto grinned even wider then said, "Do you remember when I told you and Kiba about how velociraptors are dinosaurs? And how there are other species of dinosaurs?" Seeing him nod, she continued. "Well, this should be obvious, but my velociraptors aren't the only dinosaur summons. The dinosaur summons began to lose contact with the human world and the non-dinosaur summons a long time ago. However, when the other dinosaur summons found out that the velociraptors had a summoner, me, and that I was leaving Isla Sorna, they asked that I find them summoners. I've been speaking to a particular species called pterodactyls, and they are interested in having you as a summoner." Sasuke was gaping. Then he exclaimed, "Me? They want me for their summoner?" Naruto nodded then said, "Yup, you. Do you want me to summon their boss so you guys can meet and talk? Though, I was serious about talking to you before you left. I want to spend some time with my best friend before he leaves for Kami knows how long, so I'm gonna hang out so we can talk when you're done speaking to the pterodactyls." She'd given him a look during her last sentence, one that said there would be no arguing with her, so Sasuke just sighed before smiling fondly at her. With that, Naruto summoned the boss of the pterodactyl summons. It was now 2 weeks after Sasuke deserted, and Naruto already missed him horribly. Naruto shook her head. She couldn't allow herself to be distracted right now. She and Ero Kyofu were on a mission. Jiraiya's spy network had managed to find out about a base of Orochimaru's that was far too close to Konoha for the comfort of anyone who knew of it. So Tsunade had ordered Jiraiya to destroy it and raid it for anything worthwhile. She was with him because his spies had also informed him that Orochimaru wasn't in that particular base that was in fact currently only manned by a skeleton crew. They'd already infiltrated the base and killed or incapacitated all the people inside, so Jiraiya and her had split up to search the base. The base was kinda creepy though, so Naruto had summoned her Ka-chan and Aunt Blue to keep her company. Abruptly her mother and aunt stopped and looked at each other, before Blue said, "Do you smell that?" Her mother nodded, so she asked, "Smell what?" They both glanced at her before her mother began moving towards a particular door a bit down the hallway. As she did so she said, "It smells slightly like velociraptors." Naru, jerked in shock, then followed her mother and aunt. After disabling the rather pathetic seals on the door, they went inside. Inside the room a strange dome was right in the center. Around that a few feet away were multiple tables. Most of the tables were bare, but one had a pile of papers and scrolls on it. Temporarily ignoring the dome, she went over to the table and began going through the papers and scrolls. When she was finished she ignored her aunt and mother's questioning looks and walked up to the dome. Kneeling so she was eye level with the dome, she pressed her hands against it, and whispered to the dome. "Hello little ones. Don't you worry, I won't let Orochimaru have you." Aunt Blue finally seemed to get fed up with not having answers and demanded, "Just what the hell's going on, Naruto?" Glancing back at her aunt she began explaining, "Basically the gist of it is that Orochimaru somehow found out about me having you guys and became intrigued. So after doing some digging he found out about Isla Sorna and sent some of his men to either capture some dinosaurs, or if that wasn't possible gather samples of their DNA. Understandably, of the 50 men he sent, only 4 made it back. Though by some miracle, they did manage to get the DNA of 8 dinosaurs, amongst them Tyrannosaurus and Velociraptor DNA. When his 4 surviving men reported in the destructive power of the T-Rex, and amazing intelligence and abilities of the Velociraptors, he apparently foolishly decided to try and combine the two's DNA along with some other strands of DNA, including the snake summon boss Manda's DNA, to make a weapon. Inside this dome are the eggs of the little ones that are the product of his research. Though he apparently went to great lengths to make sure they were simply of the same species he created. And not related, as he wanted them to breed when they were older. Which was also why he made sure one was male and the other was female. He calls them Indominus Rex. Blue and her mother stared wide-eyed at the dome and her. Then turned their gazes to the dome. After examining the dome a bit, Naruto managed to open it and gain access to the 2 eggs inside. While she'd been doing that, her aunt had been helping her mother into a harness with a large pouch on either of her sides. Her mother had volunteered to carry the eggs for Naruto, as they weren't even hatched yet. The little Ones were too young to survive the reverse summon process, so they couldn't be taken to the Velociraptor's summon realm till they were older. Once Naruto carefully secured the eggs, she sealed all the papers and scrolls on the table into a scroll. They also detailed all the abilities the little ones should have, like the fact they should be able to camouflage like a chameleon, so she figured they might be useful for helping the little ones learn how to use their abilities when they get older. After that was done, she summoned her aunts Mira, Echo, Charlie, and Delta. After quickly filling them in, her aunts made a formation around her mother. Though they were all but certain everyone in the base had been taken care of, none of them wanted to risk two eggs being broken or crushed if a fight broke out if they were wrong. Once Naruto had finished raiding her half of the base, she headed to the rendezvous spot her and Jiraiya had agreed upon. Arriving to see that Jiraiya was already there, CKLY stopped the questions he obviously had by holding up a hand and saying, "I'll explain later." They were now halfway back to Konoha and were camping for the night. Naruto had just finished explaining why she'd summoned her mother and aunts. Of course that was only after she helped them build a nest to keep the little ones warm during the cold night ahead. Jiraiya looked towards the nest her other and aunts were guarding, keeping warm, before sighing and saying, "Normally I'd try to convince you that keeping them is pure insanity, since they're going to be so dangerous and you have no guarantee that they'll listen to the Velociraptors, but it's obvious that's a futile effort. So I'll just be grateful Orochimaru doesn't have them anymore, and tell you to be careful." Naruto smiled and nodded her assent. Sasuke was doing his best to hide his amusement. Orochimaru had just gotten a report about one of his bases being raided and destroyed. It would seem Jiraiya had been the one to do it, and Naruto had not only helped, but took something he considered very valuable. He wondered what Naruto took, but knew better to draw attention to himself by asking when Orochimaru was in such a foul mood. Not knowing what she took didn't stop him from applauding Naruto mentally though. Kiba wasn't happy, not one bit. First Sasuke got that stupid curse mark and subsequently that even dumber mission a month and a half ago. It had left Naruto borderline depressed, which was in and of itself depressing to not have the strange but usually happy girl not acting like herself. Now Naruto was leaving on a 2 to 3 year training trip with Jiraiya, which meant that the two people who'd managed to become his best friends were both leaving. No, Kiba wasn't happy in the slightest. There's no place like home. Developments in the Sasunaru department. Yes, I know in canon it wasn't 3 years, and yes, I know that Sasuke recruited Karen, Jugo, and Suigetsu after he betrayed Orochimaru, but shish. As I've said before, the story picture is Naruto. So while I haven't really mentioned it before, she's been wearing a face mask like Kakashi's for the majority of this fic. Though she started wearing one before she met Kakashi. Out of the corner of his eye Jiraiya could see Naruto was grinning ear to ear so widely he could see it through her mask. The two of them were finally returning to Konoha. Jiraiya knew that the 3 years she was away had felt much longer than that to his goddaughter, due to being separated from the majority of her pack, and the heavy training regimen he put her through. She wasn't just learning stuff like his and her father's signature jutsus. Oh no, he, Jiraiya, had made her truly his apprentice. Unlike her father who was his apprentice before her, he'd taught her as much about his spy networks and infiltration as he could in 3 years, without taking a huge amount of time away from other aspects of her training. This was for a very simple reason. Unlike Tsunade, he didn't use medical jutsu every day to negate as much of the negative side effects of aging as possible, so he was finally starting to feel the effects of the 53 years he'd lived, and the 42-ish years spent as a shinobi. After all, a single year was much harsher to the average shinobi than a civilian. He'd started to realize just before him and Naruto left 3 years ago, that if he didn't retire soon, he'd probably be leaving his shinobi career in a body bag. So when they left for their training trip, and after getting Naruto's assent, he began grooming her to take his position as Konoha's spymaster. Or rather mistress as the case would be. He'd informed his spies of this, and they'd actually spent a good portion of the trip traveling around so Naruto could meet some of his spies. That didn't mean they stopped training though, they just trained while on the move. Of course they couldn't meet all of them, and especially not the ones stationed in shinobi villages, since it had cast suspicion on those spies. But they'd met quite a few. Some of the ones stationed in more out-of-the-way places that were unlikely to find much of interest had even volunteered to start sending repo RTS to Naruto along with the ones they sent Jiraiya, so she could start getting experience. Of course they still reported to Jiraiya, in case something important did come up despite the unlikeliness of such an occurrence. As long as a report didn't contain urgent information, which hadn't happened just yet, Jiraiya wouldn't act immediately. Instead he'd discuss the report with Naruto, and evaluate what she believed should be done. If she believed action was required at all. So far Jiraiya was impressed by how she handled herself. Of course she was a beginner at it, so he'd had to correct her more than once. But Naruto had always been a quick learner, so it wasn't often to begin with, and was already occurring with less frequency. What Naruto didn't know was that Jiraiya was already slowly transferring an increasing number of his duties to her. She of course noticed that the number of informants who reported to her was slowly increasing, but for now Jiraiya explained it as simply making you or she could handle keeping track of the large amount of people in his spy network. Though she started off with a measly 16th of his contacts reporting to her, over the course of the 9 months sync. He began trusting her with his spies that had increased to a quarter of his network reporting to her. Another thing she was unaware of was that Jiraiya was slowly distancing himself from the spy network. He would tell her in about 6 months, but for now he wanted to see how she'd handle the job without him to fall back on, though he was still on standby in case an emergence occurred or she got overwhelmed. However, once he informed her 6 months from now, he would speed up the process of retiring from his duties. He estimated that it would only be about a year before he'd completely handed the job of Konoha's spymaster to her, and subsequently retire from Konoha's shinobi force. Of course, that was only if she proved she could handle the job, otherwise he needed to train someone else. While Jiraiya had been contemplating all of this, they'd closed the already short distance to Konoha, and just as Jiraiya wrapped up his thoughts, they arrived at the south gate. Naruto's grin got even wider when she saw Izumo and Kotetsu. During the 6 months that her full pack was together and doing missions, they'd spoken to the two often. Her team usually left through the south gate on the few missions outside Konoha they'd taken. And Izumo and Kotetsu usually guarded that gate. Since Kakashi usually gave them 40 to 45 minutes to prepare, but they only actually used 5 to 10 minutes to get ready and arrive at the gate. They'd stood around waiting for Kakashi on numerous occasions. During that time all three of them had become acquainted with the two jovial Chunin, and Naruto considered them friends. Perhaps not best friends or pseudo-family, but friends nonetheless despite the age difference between them and her. They hadn't noticed her yet, as they were checking over a trading caravan and signing the shinobi that had escorted them into the check-in logs, but once they cleared the group to go through the gate she cheerfully greeted them. Kotetsu smiled widely before saying, "Naruto-chan, Jiraiya-sama, you're back. Here I was thinking today couldn't get better from its great start, and you two shatter my expectations, but then again, that's what you two love to do and specialize in, isn't it? Shattering people's expectations, that is." Izumo nodded happily before joining in. "Yeah, it's great you two are back. Konoha felt weirdly off without you guys here. How have you been anyway?" Naruto laughed lightly. She agreed with Kotetsu. Meeting them at the gate was a great sign about how her already good day was going to proceed. Jiraiya may have Sannin travel rights, but she didn't, so she handed them her papers while saying, "I was good, but now I'm great, and I get the feeling today's only gonna get better." "What about you two?" Kotetsu grinned wider while Izumo checked her papers, and replied in a cheerful manner, "Same here. Good going to great, with a feeling that our day will only improve." Izumo nodded in the same genial spirits, while handing her papers back and adding, "Exactly. Seriously though, it's great to have you guys back home safely. I guess you two need to report to Tsunade-sama though, so we'll talk to you later." Still smiling widely, Naruto nodded her assent and began walking off with Jiraiya. On their way to Tsunade's office they ran into quite a few shinobi Naruto was vaguely familiar with, though unlike with Izumo and Kotetsu they didn't stop and chat, just waved in greeting. She almost did stop though, when they met Genma at the entrance to the Hokage Tower, but she stopped herself from giving him more than a quick greeting, as he seemed like he just received a mission. Since he seemed to be mildly hurrying, he did slow enough to smile warmly and return her greeting though, so she figured his mission was simply on a bit of a time constraint instead of an emergency. Her good mood was dampened when the realization hit her that she wouldn't see Sasuke. She knew he wasn't back yet since she'd made Tsunade promise to write her if he returned. She hadn't gotten word yet, so she knew he was still on his mission. When the thought that he might be dead began to form, she brutally crushed it. She refused to let such thoughts plague her. Sasuke would come home. He would survive his mission. He had to because Naruto forcibly shook those thoughts off as they were too confusing right now without Sasuke there, and followed Jiraiya up to Tsunade's office. Normally Jiraiya would just go through the window, and Naruto would follow, but they'd purposely neglected to inform Tsunade that they were returning so as to surprise her. So this time, as least, they acted like normal shinobi and headed for her door, even if the word normal should never be applied to shinobi. Tsunade sighed for what felt like the 100th time that day. It was a good day. And it was a good time for Konoha, but ever since Naruto and Jiraiya went on that training trip almost 3 years ago, Konoha had seemed a bit dull. It wasn't just her either. You could see it in the behavior of every shinobi who was at least mildly familiar with Naruto. It was barely there, but it was like they were just going through the motions. That wasn't to say anyone was outright depressed. That wasn't the case at all. No, it was merely like they were all impatiently waiting for Naruto and Jiraiya's return. They were still going about their daily routines of training, going out with friends, doing missions and paperwork, and the like, but there was an edge of melancholy to the day-to-day actions of a moderate amount of shinobi. Sighing again, Tsunade finished the paperwork currently in front of her, and turned to gaze out her window. A small break till the next wave of paperwork. She was immediately confused, almost as if to counter her previous thoughts. Many of the shinobi down in the streets seemed to be in great moods. Even Genma, who'd just received a mission and left her office less than 3 minutes ago, seemed happier than when he left. Explanation for this turn of events came quickly, as less than a minute later someone knocked on her door. As soon as she bid them to enter, the door opened. To Tsunade's great surprise, it was Jiraiya, with Naruto trailing a half step behind. Normally surprises were a bad thing in shinobi life, but this was the rare good surprise. Already smiling, Tsunade teasingly said, "Now Jiraiya, I do believe you were supposed to inform me when you two were on your way back." Jiraiya grinned impishly while saying, "And ruin the surprise, Tsunade. Never." Grinning even larger, she didn't deign to respond, instead choosing to turn to Naruto and say, "It's so good to have you back home, Naruto. Unlike that curve, I actually missed you, plus it's been rather dull without you." Jiraiya clutched his chest above his heart, and gave an exaggerated hurt look at Tsunade's teasing, causing Naruto to laugh lightly while she responded, "I only just got here, but it's already great to be back." Tsunade just smiled happily at the two for a moment, then said, "Well, let's get to it. Tell me about the trip." Sasuke was on edge. The completion of his mission, whether it end in success or failure resulting in his death, was soon. Orochimaru was already rather weak due to his host body deteriorating, but Sasuke hadn't made the attempt to kill him just yet. Orochimaru would be at his absolute weakest just before he tried to possess Sasuke's body. This route had its own dangers, since if Sasuke attempted to act too early, Kabuto would be there to interfere. On the other hand, if he waited too long when Orochimaru began using his jutsu to take over Sasuke's body, it'd be too late to fight him off. However, Sasuke knew that moment just before he switched bodies would be Orochimaru's weakest moment, and the moment his mission to kill the snake creep was most likely to succeed. His timing had to be absolutely precise though, or his mission would fail and he would die. If he didn't time it perfectly, he wouldn't ever get a chance to return to Konoha, to joke with his best friend, pseudo-brother Kiba, to talk to his mentor uncle, big brother Kakashi. Or worst of all, he'd never again see Naruto, he'd never hear her laugh, see her smile, get to train with her. That fate, never getting another chance to be with Naruto, was completely unacceptable to Sasuke. It was primarily thoughts of Naruto that had kept him going these 3 harsh years. Even if it took all 3 of them to understand why. For the first year, he'd naively thought it was because they were such close friends. During the second Here he began to realize that she was more than a friend to him, and started to suspect he had a crush on her. However, it was only this last year, after 3 years apart, that he began to truly realize just how deep his affection for her was. No, affection wasn't the correct term. He'd only thought that because he was still scared to acknowledge it, but he'd promised himself he'd be honest to himself. That he wouldn't run away or deny it. Naruto deserved that much, and for the person he loved, he'd do his best to be deserving of her. Yes, loved. Like the idiot he was, it had taken Sasuke 3 years apart to realize it. But he was in love with Naruto. What was that saying? Absence makes the heart grow fonder. That wasn't really the case here though. It wasn't a matter of becoming fonder. But rather absence made him realize how fond he already was, but perhaps that was what people meant when they said that anyway. Out of the corner of his eye Sasuke saw Jugo glance at him. The little team that worked with him comprised of Jugo, Karen, and Suigetsu was starting to notice that Sasuke was becoming more tense with each passing day. He knew that at first they assumed it was because Orochimaru was planning on taking over his body soon, but now they were starting to realize this wasn't the case. So Sasuke had begun distancing himself from them. He was fairly certain they were more loyal to him than Orochimaru. But he couldn't afford for his mission to fail just because he misjudged them. Ignoring Jugo, Sasuke started going over his plan to assassinate Orochimaru again. He couldn't afford any mistakes. Kiba was eating ramen at Ichiraku. It was Naruto's favorite ramen stand, so his team had come here almost every time it was Naruto's turn to pick where they went for lunch. Because of this, Kiba came here often. Usually when he was feeling nostalgic, lonely, or just plain missed his best friend's pseudo-siblings. While Kiba was lost in thought, someone sat next to him and requested, "Large beef ramen please." That voice seemed vaguely familiar to Kiba, so he barely noticed Ayame, who was currently in the back, begin saying, "Coming right you." Kiba blinked when she abruptly cut off, turning towards the smiling person sitting next to him. His jaw dropped in shock, and his first reaction was to deny what he was seeing, but a moment later he realized what he was seeing was real when Ayame regained her voice and exclaimed, "Naruto-chan. Is that really you? You're back." Even though she still wore a face mask like Kakashi's as she always had, the huge grin was still obvious as she nodded confirmation of who she was. Kiba gaped for another moment, then shouted while throwing his arms around his pseudo-little sister, best friend. "Naruto." Naruto's loud happy laughter echoed through a large chunk of Konoha. And every shinobi who knew her in that radius paused before smiling. Naruto was finally home. The end. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.